Here at Sohan University, a certain name echoes through the halls. Han Tae-soo, a 2-3-year-old returnee student, who looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Two desperate students approach him, having heard rumors of his unique talent for attendance fraud. But this isn't some friendly favor. Tae-soo immediately presents them with a professionally written price list. They're stunned he actually charges for this. Perfect attendance fraud doesn't come cheap. He deadpans his motto. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Still, seeing it's their first time, he offers them a small, one-time discount. A true businessman. With the deal struck, the girls wave him off, hailing him as their savior and now, their valued customer. But his work is never done. Another group, led by a long-haired acquaintance, praises his resourcefulness. They also need his services, but their first question is there a discount for friends? The professor's voice rings out as he prepares to take attendance. But for these students, the real numbers on their minds are the crushing costs of rent and tuition. With a smile, the professor dismisses the class, completely unaware of their silent financial struggles. In the blink of an eye, Han Tae-soo is gone again, leaving his classmates staring at an empty space. They laugh it off, joking that he's probably rushing to a part-time job, not a date. But for a college student trying to survive without any help, every single second is a resource. From tutoring kids after school, to riding his bike through the freezing cold night, his hustle is relentless. Finally, back at his desk, it's not time to rest, but time to check his investments. And a small, satisfying update appears on the screen. The price of gold is up. For Tae-soo, this is the best part of the day, meticulously planning his gaming grind around his classes. The game is his digital gold mine, where a few clicks can generate more than a day's physical labor. And he's not just good, he's a legend on the server. The infamous gold farmer known as Salmuk. He was just quietly farming, minding his own business, when a player with a ridiculous avatar and an even more ridiculous ego suddenly appears, spouting insults. This fallen angel of power and his sidekick try to claim the area as their guild's turf, but Tae-soo couldn't care less, completely ignoring their threats as he continues his attack on the monster. Back in reality, his private messages are now a cesspool of unfiltered rage and toxicity. But as he reads the vile messages, a thought clicks into place. This whole situation is actually profitable. And across town, a young woman is at a police station, desperately trying to explain that they started it. And so, Tae-soo finds himself at the police station, wondering why he's the one getting all the heat. As he walks in, he's met with an officer, and the very same woman who was making a scene earlier. The officer confirms this is the person behind the Fallen Angel of Power account. Their eyes meet, and a flicker of disbelief crosses both their faces. Han Tae-soo? Cha-mia? The gears start turning in her head, her shock quickly morphing into something else entirely. Suddenly, it all clicks, and she points at him with a wild, almost manic grin. She excitedly confirms to the baffled officer that she knows that Han Tae-soo, all right. In fact, she claims she knows him very, very well. She declares to the entire station that he's none other than her ex-boyfriend, and a flashback reveals the reason for his confusion. Back then, she was a completely different person. Back then, she wasn't the woman he just met. She was a quiet girl who went completely unnoticed. With her nerdy glasses and shy demeanor, she was just a face in the crowd. One day, Tae-soo slid a note onto her desk, asking to meet at the library at 4. He turned away with a casual wave, acting cool, but his heart was probably pounding. He simply asked if she had the time. For her, it was a shocking moment, her world tilting on its axis. And with a small, hopeful smile, she accepted. An ordinary girl, or so he thought. But now, Tae-soo's memories of their time together are blurry, almost non-existent, all except for one thing he remembers with painful clarity. The day they broke up. September 27th. The day her entire family did a midnight run, leaving nothing behind. And the worst part is, they had even promised to meet on that very day. He stands there, watching her, wondering why she disappeared and if he should even ask. But seeing her now, face twisted in annoyance. Yeah, probably not the best time. A bigger question hangs in his mind. Is this person really the Cha-mia he once knew? The piercings, the whole vibe, it's only been a few years. Had hoped it was just a namesake, but it's really her. How can someone change so drastically? He tries to convince himself that it's not impossible for people to transform. After all, at his last class reunion, he barely recognized half the people there. But this is a complete 180. From a quiet bookworm to a stone-cold delinquent. It's not just her appearance. Her entire aura feels unfamiliar, like he's walking with a total stranger. Finally, she whips around, her patience clearly worn thin. She demands to know why he keeps following her, her voice dripping with annoyance. With a sneer, she asks if he's feeling guilty for trying to squeeze money out of her for a few insults. Han Tae-soo stammers, admitting he thought she'd just laugh it off since they used to know each other. She scoffs at the thought, disgusted that this petty guy was once her boyfriend, while Hez just stunned she's so talkative now. He asks if she's finally apologizing, but she just clarifies that her house is this way. She repeats her stance. She can say sorry for the insults, but his awful manners are unforgivable. Pointing a finger, she warns him that he's lucky it's her he's dealing with, because she's letting it slide. He grabs her shoulder, baffled, reminding her he already gave her a discount on the settlement fee. But Cha-Mia just shoots him a look of pure, unadulterated contempt. He's still imagining the old Mia, the one who would have pleaded with him to let the money go. But the woman in front of him just gives a cold, backhanded compliment about how he'll get super rich. Completely thrown, Han Tae-soo can only call out her name as she turns to leave. He finally asks the real question on his mind. How has she been all this time? The question actually seems to catch her off guard for a fleeting moment. Noticing his surprise, she quickly recovers, asking why he's so shocked that she's changed. He points out that she was never one to meddle in other people's business before. With a dismissive smile, she waves him off, saying nothing important happened. She cuts straight to the point. They're not going to see each other again, so he just needs to pay up. With a chilling finality, she tells him there's no reason for them to be curious about each other anymore. She tells him they should just go back to how it was, not caring, not even thinking about each other. With a cold, cutting smile, she adds they should act as if the other person simply doesn't exist. She gives a flippant wave, wishes him well, and walks away without a second glance. And just like that, it was over. Han Tae-soo stands alone, processing the last words from his ex, but his shock quickly curdles into frustration. He's the one who should be angry she disappeared on him. He realizes asking for the settlement money wasn't just because he was desperate. For a man so bad with words, it was the only way he knew how to get her attention. His foot taps restlessly on the pavement, his quiet composure finally cracking. Watching her figure fade, a new thought takes hold. No, this can't be the end. They will meet again. But for now, their story was finished. 1 month later, a new chapter begins at Sohan University. It all started with a simple announcement from the university's broadcasting room. The freshman representative was being called a student named Cha-Mia. Han Tae-soo remembers seeing her there. A quiet girl completely unlike the woman he just left. And in the present, hearing that name again sends a jolt through him. He thought that was over. He can still picture her face, flushed and overwhelmed by the sudden spotlight. But the memory is broken by the rumble of a moving truck just outside his apartment. He glances out the window, wondering who his new neighbor might be. It's only been 4 days since the semester began, and he's barely settled in himself. He'd been incredibly lucky to find this cheap S-class room so close to campus. But as he thinks about it, a question forms since they go to the same school. Does she commute? And just like that, he's thrown back into a memory he never expected to revisit. The university entrance, a sea of new faces, and an announcer calling a familiar name, Cha-Mia. He stares, completely bewildered. Why is she here? Her mind, however, jumps to a far more dramatic conclusion. He must be a creepy stalker. She immediately whips out her phone to call the police, forcing an exasperated Tae-soo to stop her. He has to pull out his own student ID just to prove that yes, he actually goes to this school too. But as she reads the ID, a new horrifying possibility dawns on him. They're both in the media department. That would make him her senior, a fact she meets with a defiant "So what?" He grits his teeth, reminding her of their agreement to act like they'd never met. But Cha-Mia just flashes a smug little smile, telling her senior to mind his own business and walk away. She offers one last, chilly smile, a hint of something darker in her eyes. This arrangement, she says, is for both of their sakes as she walks away. Tae-soo is left standing there, completely baffled by her logic. He just wanted to know why she was so angry, but all she wanted was for them to be strangers. Back home, he tries to shake it off, telling himself it's just lingering attachment. But his thoughts are interrupted by the sounds of a moving truck right outside his building. A sudden, terrible thought crosses his mind. No, it couldn't possibly be Cha-Mia. Just then, the doorbell rings, and as he opens it, his worst fear is realized. There she is, all smiles and hearts, introducing herself as his sweet new neighbor. The world seems to freeze as she offers him a welcome rice cake, both of them in total shock. And her friendly neighbor routine immediately ends with her splatting the rice cake right onto his face. She panics, wondering if Hez some kind of stalker, but Tae-soo just points out the obvious. She's the one at his door. He asks if she's just visiting a friend, trying to make sense of it, but she confirms the horrifying truth. This is her new place. The grim reality of the situation slowly dawns on her. She silently curses herself for impulsively taking a cheap apartment without checking who lived nearby. Recovering her composure, she lays down the new ground rules. They will live as neighbors who don't even know each other. Tae-soo just stares back, completely done with this drama. He gives a short, sarcastic reply, "Yes, ma'am," and she promptly slams the door in his face. But a second later, she freezes behind the door, realizing she just heard a word she wasn't supposed to. A muffled argument erupts, with her shouting that if he gets to be a mister, then she's definitely a ma'am. And so Taesu is left alone, thinking about his ex-girlfriend, Mia, and how she was the one who broke their promise 5 years ago. His mind drifts back to the quiet moments they used to share in the school library at sunset. He remembers the peaceful feeling of just being near her, a time when things were simple. It was their special time, their special place, away from the rest of the world. But snapping back to reality, he stares at the lumpy chocolate she left him, wondering how she could have changed so much. What on earth could have happened to turn that quiet girl into someone who looks ready to kill? Her venomous words echo in his head, making him second-guess himself for a moment. Did he do something wrong? But no. He quickly shakes off the doubt, hardening his resolve. It wasn't his fault. She was the one who never showed. Just as he's lost in his thoughts, the sudden chime of the doorbell echoes through his apartment. Confused, he gets up to answer, wondering who on earth it could be this time. He peers at the intercom screen, completely baffled. Is that Chamia? Opening the door, he finds her standing right there, and he can't help but ask what she's doing at his place, room 302. She stammers something about his apartment, room 301, looking distressed, and then he sees why, his eyes widening in horror as he finds his entire entryway flooded with water. He quickly locates the meter box and confirms his suspicion. A pipe burst from the freezing weather. Realizing they need the landlord, he sees Chamia is already on the phone, desperately trying to get a hold of someone. Taesu just sighs, already regretting his decision to move into such a cheap place. She's just as frustrated, muttering about this disaster happening on her very first day. And as she stands there in the cold dampness, her mind drifts back to another time, a memory of a snowy day, huddled together for warmth against the bitter cold. She snaps out of it, her attention caught by a pair of eyes fixed on her. A memory surfaces of her calling him out for staring so intently. It was that same look, the one that makes her shiver for reasons other than the cold. Taesu panics, frantically denying that he was looking at her in a weird way. He finally admits it, his voice dropping seriously. He was staring because he's worried about her. His genuine concern hits her like a ton of bricks, leaving her completely speechless. He grabs her hoodie, telling her to come inside and dry off before she gets sick. But she resists, starting a clumsy, splashy tug-of-war over her mop in the hallway. Fed up, she shoves him back, thanking him for the help but making it clear she wants nothing from him. She tells him to stop meddling and retreats into her apartment, leaving Taesu to wonder if she'll be okay. But Taesu just points out the obvious. Her boiler's busted, and she's freezing her butt off. She tries to play it cool, shivering while insisting she's totally fine since it's winter. But he's not buying her act. So, he hits her with an unexpected proposal, naming a price of 1,001 per hour. The offer catches her completely off guard, leaving her blushing and speechless. He explains that's the fee for warming up in his room this way. It's a transaction, not a favor. She mulls it over, repeating the ridiculously low price under her breath. After a moment, she hesitantly agrees, admitting that it does seem like a reasonable price. But just as he thinks it's settled, she trails off, a hint of doubt in her voice. Then, her entire demeanor shifts as she looks up, a sly glint in her eye, adding just one more condition to their deal. Taesu can only sweat, wondering what on earth she's about to demand from him now. The very next morning, the drama follows Taesu right onto the university campus. His sister hits him with a wall of suspicion, demanding to know what really happened last night. Taesu can only look exhausted, already tired of the interrogation. He tries to brush it off, insisting he already told her that the girl was just his younger sister. But the campus is already swirling with rumors, with everyone asking if they're dating. As it turns out, Chamia's situation was resolved simply. Her heater was under repair. She'd been at her wit's end, clearly distressed by the whole thing. But the building owner showed up at the perfect moment, meaning she didn't have to stay with Taesu after all. Back in the present, his sister reluctantly accepts his explanation. She says she'll believe him because he's her brother, but her pout shows she's not buying it one bit. She knows her brother too well. After all this time, she can tell when something's off. In her memory, Chamia was a force of nature, the youngest in a family of taekwondo practitioners. Despite her small size, she had an insane combat sense, becoming a neighborhood legend by 6th grade. A tiny terror they called the Guangjiangdong Crazy Chihuahua. But putting that aside, she follows her brother, changing the subject to what's really bothering her. She asks him doubtfully if that person was really the Chamia she remembers, because the girl she knew was tiny, and this new version has a totally different, more mature vibe. As they walk on, she concedes that the face and voice are similar, but it still feels wrong. More importantly, her thoughts darken as she remembers the past. Why would someone just disappear without a word, knowing how much it would hurt her brother? The next morning, a senior greets him with a warm smile, Jong Hee-soo, the department president. She thanks him for helping prepare for their trip, even though he's not on the student council. Noticing his tired eyes, she asks if he's okay, worried he's overworking himself with part-time jobs. But Tae-soo just flashes a confident smile, saying it's no problem. He quit all his other work for this. She's stunned, but he just flexes, boasting about a recent temporary income he's secured. With his new financial freedom, he's ready to help out, carrying boxes alongside his sister and senior. Tae-soo internally reveals that this senior, Song Hee-soo, is the person he's interested in now. It's a newfound feeling, one that makes working beside her feel completely different. But of course, his secret is one he'd never let slip, especially not with these guys around. One of his classmates gets right in his face, smugly claiming he knows exactly what Tae-soo is thinking. His friend leans in with a smug grin, guessing it's all because of a girl, right? The others chime in, gossiping about how this year's freshmen are all incredibly attractive. But they're not talking about Hee-soo, they're completely obsessed with Tae-soo's little sister, Ha-yoon. One of them even shamelessly declares her his future wife, much to Tae-soo's growing annoyance. He turns to walk away, done with the conversation, as another friend has to physically restrain the two pests. All Tae-soo can think about is his sister's bright smile, telling him to do his best. With that, the work continues, and before long, the last of the boxes are moved into place. Song Hee-soo steps forward, graciously thanking everyone for all their hard work. She then calls for the executives to stay behind for a meeting, dismissing everyone else. But just as Tae-soo and Ha-yoon turn to leave, Hee-soo calls out to them, stopping them in their tracks. Hee-soo smiles, thanking them both for their hard work this morning. She then leans in, promising to buy Tae-soo a drink after the MT, making it clear he better not skip it. Tae-soo, completely flustered, promises he'll be there even if he gets hit by a car, much to his sister's shock. As the day ends and the sun sets, Tae-soo heads home, his mind racing. He can't deny it, his heart was definitely stirred by Hee-soo's invitation. He has to admit, Senior Hee-soo is an amazing person, but then there's the matter of Cha-mia's return. And speak of the devil, as he arrives at his door, there she is, waiting for him. She's holding a massive bag, seemingly filled to the brim with groceries. Tae-soo just stares for a moment, a single thought breaking through his surprise. He blurts out that if she eats all that, she's definitely going to gain weight, and Mia is just stunned. Mortified, Mia shouts back that it doesn't matter who eats it. She explains the food wasn't just for her, it was for their university trip tomorrow. But Tae-soo, ever the party pooper, flatly informs her that snacks were already bought with the club fee. Now he's just annoyed and considers not going at all, thinking he'd just ruin the mood anyway. Mia pleads with him he's a senior and can skip, but for her, it's her very first trip. This finally gets his attention, and he steps right up to her, ready to confront this head-on. He demands to know what's making her so upset. What exactly did he do that was so wrong? But she just turns away, her face hardening as she mutters that it was all his fault. He blocks her path to the door, insisting that if he's being blamed, he deserves a reason. And with a sharp smack, she slaps his hand away, refusing to let him just leave. With her face hidden by her cap, Mia quietly admits that she is the one at fault. But then she twists the knife, telling him to stop acting like he even knows her. Tae-soo calls out her name, stunned, as she brushes right past him. The door slams shut, leaving him standing alone in the empty hallway. He's left completely baffled by her behavior, wondering what just happened. The scene shifts to the day of the university trip, a fresh start or so it seems. But right away, there's a problem. Too many people showed up, and the bus is packed. The student in charge comes up with a solution, pointing out 2 students who will have to ride in her car. And of all the people it could be, it's Tae-soo and Mia, stuck together while everyone else boards. The two exchange a tense, silent look, the air thick with unspoken history. And so, the big red tour bus pulls away from the university, heading for the retreat. Inside, the atmosphere is lively, full of students excited for the trip. But the student in charge of the trip suddenly realizes she doesn't see Tae-soo anywhere. Her friend beside her notices her looking around and asks what's wrong. She's told that Tae-soo is coming separately in Senior Hee-soo's car, a fact that clearly makes her uneasy. Oh, and the new transfer student is riding with them too, her friend adds casually. The name Mia drops like a bomb, leaving the organizer utterly speechless. And at that very moment, a sleek black car pulls out of the campus parking lot. At the wheel, Song Hee-soo turns back with a bright smile, checking if her passengers are all set. In the back, Mia glares ahead while Tae-soo, in a desperate bid to avoid all human interaction, sits there wearing a giant motorcycle helmet. Mia can only stare, completely baffled by what her senior is doing. Tae-soo calmly explains it's a safety device and even offers her a helmet of her own. His nonsensical muttering about bumper cars only deepens her confusion. But before she can even question him further, the world outside blurs. The car rockets forward with a scream, launching them onto the highway. Much later, they finally make it to a rest stop in one piece. Mia collapses onto a bench, her soul practically abandoning her body from the ordeal. A cold can suddenly pressed against her cheek, snaps her back to reality. It's Taesu, casually asking if she's still alive, the sun giving him an ominous halo. He finally reveals that Senior Hisa's demonic driving is legendary, and the real mystery is how her car doesn't have a single scratch. She questions the gesture, but he clarifies the drink is from Senior Hisu, not him. With a polite but firm tone, Mia turns it down, reminding him that she doesn't even like coffee. Taesu stops, his deadpan expression cracking with genuine surprise for the first time. He can't hide his confusion since when did she not like coffee? Because a memory surfaces, clear as day. A younger Mia, smiling as she drank a canned coffee beside him. He wonders aloud why he remembered it so clearly, but she simply suggests he's confusing her with someone else. She pauses, then concedes that maybe she did like it, way back then, but she quickly brushes it aside, claiming it's an old story she doesn't really remember. Then, her expression shifts, and she calls out his full name, Han Taesu. She takes a breath, looking down as she prepares to apologize for something he doesn't yet understand. She explains she doesn't want to be stuck dwelling on useless memories from the past, and then comes the request that stops him cold. Could they just treat each other like strangers? Mia admits that he knows how hard things were for her, and seeing him is just a painful reminder. He takes a step back, shocked, as she points out how they've met again in the same school and department. She clarifies that he doesn't have to completely ignore her though. With a deep bow, she formally addresses him as senior. All she asks is that he treat her like an ordinary junior, apologizing for how harsh she's been. But to Taesu, the message is crystal clear this was a firm, polite refusal. The most decisive rejection possible, shattering his perception of her with a distant smile. He realizes the Mia he knew is gone, leaving one question. Why did she act like she knew him at all? He's left stewing in his thoughts, wishing she had just pretended not to know him from the start. But his brooding is cut short by a familiar, gentle voice asking what he's doing. Caught off guard on the park bench, Taesu scrambles for an excuse, lamely claiming he's just watching clouds. She plays along, asking if his newfound hobby is any fun, and he has to admit it's not. His mind drifts back to Mia, trying to convince himself that her reasons made sense. Meanwhile, the girl next to him is on the phone, musing about how 5 years is more than enough time for people to change. Taesu realizes with a jolt the time they spent apart is about the same as the time they were together. She hangs up and turns to him with a knowing smile, asking why he's acting so down. And just like that, her gentle teasing makes his heart skip a beat. He's completely flustered, a brand new feeling blooming in his chest right where the heartbreak used to be. Later, Taesu arrives at the university MT trip with one of the organizers, who is thrilled with their choice of location. She explains that since it's their last big event before graduation, she wanted it to be as memorable as possible. Her words spark a new determination in Taesu. He decides he'll confess his feelings to Senior Hisu. He's finally closing the door on his past, even if Cha-Mia were to suddenly return. As they walk from the parking lot, the organizer insists on treating him, saying it's the least she can do for his help. With his heart now set, he asks about the new student who was supposed to join them. And right on cue, a bizarre figure in full blue hockey gear clomps into view, hockey stick and all. The organizer finds this entrance hilarious, immediately pegging them as the interesting new student. The scene then cuts away, flashing back to Song Hee-soo behind the wheel, wondering if her driving was a bit too scary. Her passenger, a terrified Taesu in a helmet, nervously insists that it wasn't scary at all. The group finally arrives at the pension at 11:15 a.m., ready for their trip. But not everyone is ready. One poor soul has had his spirit exorcised by Hee-soo's driving. The other students whisper that only a monster like Senior Taesu could survive that ride unfazed. As Taesu tries to settle in, he feels a sudden poke on his shoulder. He turns to find a new face, a girl he doesn't recognize, looking up at him. She introduces herself with a bright smile as Shin Da-bin, a new student who wants to talk. Later that evening, with the formal orientation wrapping up, the sun sets beautifully over the pension. The trip organizer cracks open a drink, happily declaring the official part of the event concluded. Now, she announces, it's time for a social gathering and some drinks in small groups. She raises her can high, kicking off the night with a toast to their club. And so the night begins, with Taesu immediately finding himself flanked by his sister and the new girl, Da-bin. But as he wonders about the strange group arrangement, another girl explains the rules. No changing groups for a whole hour. He can feel the daggers being stared into his back, the collective rage of every other guy at the party. Suddenly, a can clinks against his own, and he turns to see Shin Da-bin leaning in close. With a charming wink, She offers him a personal toast, breaking the ice with confidence. But her forwardness immediately awakens a slumbering demon, as his sister glares with pure, unadulterated annoyance. Not to be outdone, his sister shoves her own can forward for a toast, startling Dabin with her aggressive cheer. Amidst the chaos, Cha-Mia quietly observes from the side, a silent spectator to the unfolding social drama. She takes a slow, deliberate sip from her can, her thoughts hidden behind a calm expression. As she lowers it, her gaze is distant, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. Her eyes narrow slightly as she finally breaks the silence. She bluntly asks Taesu if they really have to do the whole cheers thing, catching him off guard. He stammers that it's not required, taking a sip to hide his slight awkwardness. Cha-Mia closes her eyes, thinking about the two girls who seem to be at the center of all this drama. The reason for this year's unusually high attendance at the university trip becomes clear. It's all because of 3 freshman influencers who decided to show up. First, there's Ha-Yoon-ji, a study vlog broadcaster with over 40,000 subscribers. Then there's Do Yeon-woo, the host of a popular horror radio channel. And when someone asks Taesu about Shin Da-bin, he just looks confused. Is he supposed to know her? Turns out she's a massive gaming influencer with over 300,000 subs, and our boy is completely clueless. Shin Da-bin just giggles, humbly saying her fame is nothing, just compliments for being decent at games. It all clicks for Taesu. He finally understands Song Hee-soo's text about putting the famous kids with him for safety. He glances around at all the fierce, jealous glares from the other guys. Ah, that's what she meant. But his attention is pulled back when Shin Da-bin's eyes sparkle with excitement at the mention of a game he plays. She gushes about playing it since she was a kid and asks for his server. When he answers, she's ecstatic. What a coincidence. They're on the same one. Taesu himself seems a little surprised by the odds, so he casually points out that Cha-Mia is on that server too, causing her to have a full system meltdown. She panics, desperately trying to play dumb, remembering their agreement to act like strangers. Shin Da-bin, oblivious, turns back to Taesu and asks if he knows the infamous gold farmer on their server with the exact same name. With a perfectly straight face, Taesu calmly admits, "Oh, that's me." The bombshell revelation sends Shin Da-bin fleeing straight to the restroom. She washes her hands, the pieces clicking into place. She knew it. She was right. Her composure completely shatters as she erupts, screaming his full, absurdly specific name. We flash back to her asking her friend, Do Yeon-woo, about a freshman named Taesu. Do Yeon-woo had been confused. Why was she so desperate to find this particular person? The reason, it turns out, is a painful memory of her in-game master, corrupt power angel, quitting. She tearfully remembers her master leaving the entire guild in her care before logging off forever, and it was all because of him. If Taesu hadn't interfered, they would have conquered the final boss by now. So, her friend asks the million-dollar question, is she planning to get some private revenge? Shin Da-bin's smile turns dangerously sweet as she vows to seduce him, crushing a milk carton underfoot. Her friend just sighs, calling her ridiculous plan to seduce and crush Taesu cute, in a delusional sort of way. Later that evening, the two stand outside the gathering, shivering in the cold night air. Da-bin complains about the long bathroom line, absolutely refusing to use the freezing outdoor one. Distracted by her own grumbling, she walks straight into the back of someone massive. She looks up to find not one, but 3 identical, bald-headed mountains of muscle staring her down. And as she looks at their faces, her blood runs cold. It's them. She recognizes these thugs. Elsewhere, a desperate shout for the seniors cuts through the quiet night. It's Do Yeon-woo, sprinting for help and screaming that they have a serious problem. She bursts in, face pale with panic, trying to explain what's happening. Dae-bin is in trouble, and she's been caught by the absolute last people she'd ever want to see. The seniors, however, completely misread the room, thinking this is all just some fan event for Da-bin. But as the panic spreads, the other girls realize this might not be a joke. They shout for Taesu to handle things inside while they rush out to deal with the supposed chaos. He takes a step to follow, but a firm grip on his sleeve stops him cold. It's Yeon-woo, her expression urgent, telling him the danger isn't outside. The real problem, she explains with a serious look, is in the girls' bathroom. She motions for him to follow, leading him deeper into the building. He pauses at the girls' dorm entrance, rightfully questioning if he should even be here. But she shushes him, and he cautiously listens in, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. And that's when they see it, a hidden listening device, secretly recording everything from an outlet. Taesu stares, confused, as Yeon-woo silently points to the outlet, her phone in hand. To avoid being overheard, she types out a single, chilling message. It's not a bug, it's a camera. His eyes widen in horror as the true gravity of the situation sinks in. He nearly shouts, but Yeon-woo lunges, clamping a hand over his mouth to keep him quiet. Once they're safely outside, He finally asks the question burning in his mind. How did she know? It's not a normal device, he presses. So how could she have identified it as a camera on site? Yeonwoo looks away, vaguely explaining that she's encountered something similar in the past, but she quickly dismisses her own history, insisting that's not what's important right now. She turns on him, her voice a low and urgent hiss, laying out the real questions. Who, when, and where? Tae-soo absorbs her intensity, his own mind adding the final pieces. What? And most importantly, how? And as Tae-soo processes this, his mind flashes back to another girl, another time. He remembers sitting with Yeonwoo in the library, long before any of this started. She'd been so absorbed in her books, completely exhausted but focused. He'd asked her with a gentle smile if this was her secret passion. She explained it was like tracing a person's thoughts, that understanding why they did something was the most fascinating part. Back in the present, the memory hits him like a lightning bolt. That phrase, for what reason it belonged to Mia. It was her personal catchphrase, the core of how she saw the world, a quirk he always remembered. Suddenly, Yeonwoo breaks the silence, flustered, asking why he's staring at her like that. Tae-soo freezes, a blush creeping up his neck as his world tilts on its axis. But she mistakes his stunned silence for social awkwardness, teasing him for having to call her after their last tense meeting. She apologizes, admitting she's the biggest outsider here and had nowhere else to turn. Then, before he can even respond, she reaches out and firmly takes his hand. With a sudden, serious gaze, she agrees to drop the formalities, just as he wanted. She looks him dead in the eye and asks for his help, using his full name. She reminds him of his old knack for finding things, like that time he located a missing game console. She knows it's a lot to ask after how she's treated him, but he was the only one she could trust. Pleading with him to stop pretending they don't know each other, the illusion shatters. In that moment, she is the Mia he remembers. A can clatters down from a vending machine, and Tae-soo shifts into investigation mode, asking if the staff could be responsible. Yeonwoo shakes her head. She already checked the other rooms, and the camera was only in theirs. It couldn't have been the guys either, since they're being monitored. That means the culprit is someone else entirely. Mia begins to explain, reminding him she was stuck in bed with car sickness when they first arrived. But she remembers the room clearly, and that power outlet was definitely empty at first. The moment she felt something was wrong was right before the orientation began. A chill runs down Tae-soo's spine as the terrible possibility dawns on him. The only ones who could have installed it were her roommates, Yeon, Woo, Da, Bin, and a girl named Yoonji. She extends her hand with the drink, clarifying that it could have been any of the girls. If what she's saying is true, then this was the work of an insider. The culprit is one of their own, someone from their department. She tells him to keep this quiet for now, but he doesn't understand why. Because, as she admits, they still have no clue who did it, or what their motive is. Mia explains that if they act rashly, an innocent person could get hurt. Tae-soo still thinks they should tell the president, Hee-soo, believing she's trustworthy. A glint appears in Mia's eye. She's figured out his real motive. She immediately calls him out, asking if the president is the person he likes, and he completely short-circuits. He stammers, trying to deny it, but Mia just smirks, knowing she's hit the nail on the head. But before she can tease him further, a figure bursts out from the nearby bushes. It's their senior, Ha-yoon, with leaves in her hair and a wild, playful look in her eyes. She corners them, demanding to know what her brother and Mia were doing, sneaking off together. Tae-soo, noticing her disheveled state, cautiously asks if she's been drinking. Mia can only manage an awkward smile, her mind flashing back to the tense first time she met this girl. Ha-yoon tearfully confronts Mia, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. She starts listing off all of Mia's old promises, like how coming to the same school was just a coincidence. Tae-soo can only watch, wondering who gave her alcohol, as she recalls Mia promising to act like a stranger. But despite all that, she's out here meeting his brother in secret, and Ha-yoon just screams that she's a liar. She wails that Mia swore it was over between them, that she didn't like Tae-soo anymore. Finally, with a heartbreaking "I hate you," she collapses onto the fence between them. After carrying the drunken girl back to her room, the first night of the trip finally comes to a close. As Mia suggested, they decided to keep their real mission a secret until they were absolutely sure. With a plan to take action in the morning, the discussion came to an end. The next day dawns, and Tae-soo immediately senses a commotion, wondering if a fight has already broken out. The commotion Tae-soo heard is a sharp, angry voice, shouting that they found the culprit. A girl points a trembling, accusatory finger, her face twisted in rage as she claims she saw everything. Her target is none other than Mia, who just stands there, completely blindsided by the sudden confrontation. In front of the growing crowd, the girl bellows that Mia tried to secretly film their room by installing a camera. One of the senior girls immediately steps in, trying to get everyone to calm down and just take a breath. But the rumor is already spreading like wildfire. Murmurs of a hidden camera echoing among the shocked students. A younger girl, frightened by the sudden chaos, instinctively grabs onto Taesu for support. She looks up at him, completely baffled, wondering what this insane accusation of secret filming is all about. It makes no sense. Why would Mia ever do something like that? But Taesu just smiles, completely unfazed. He calmly reassures her not to worry, confident that Mia is not the kind of person who would ever do such a thing. Mia watches the scene unfold, thinking to herself that this is an unexpectedly bold move from her enemy. In her mind, the true culprit is already crystal clear. A girl named Ha Yoonji. Yoonji, as it turns out, is not only a famous NewTuber but also Mia's very own roommate. She remembers feeling uneasy around Yoonji's overly familiar behavior during the freshman welcome party. Seeing Taesu in the crowd, she rejects his unspoken offer to help, deciding she'll handle this on her own. She knew the guy was crafty, but she's starting to realize she might have underestimated him. Her thoughts drift back to the conversation they had just last night. While carrying a drunk senior, Taesu had pointed out that interrogating every girl on campus was impossible. So, he proposed a much simpler, more cunning plan. They would just make the culprit come forward on their own. Yeonwoo had pointed out the obvious flaws. What if they just destroy the evidence instead of retrieving it? But Taesu, with a knowing smile, just posed a simple riddle. When is a person most careless? The answer, he explained, is early in the morning, just after they've woken up. He reasoned that being able to sleep soundly means your guard is completely down. That single moment of carelessness is the only window they need. The plan wasn't just to retrieve the device, but to make the culprits come right to them. And just like that, back in the present, a hand grabs Yeonwoo as a girl shouts for everyone to hear. She points a finger right in Yeonwoo's face, yelling that she saw her hide a camera this morning. Confidently, she turns to her friends for support, but Dabin and Yoonji just stare back, utterly confused. The accuser recalls the moment clearly. Seeing Yeonwoo acting suspiciously around a sleeping Dabin's belongings, Yeonwoo realizes the culprit wasn't trying to be sneaky, but to frame them publicly. Watching from afar, Taesu resists the urge to step in, deciding to trust the plan. But Yeonwoo simply lets out a knowing smile, as if it all just clicked. She reveals what she was holding, and the accuser's eyes go wide. It's just a toothbrush. Yeonwoo plays dumb, innocently asking her to clarify what she meant by a camera. The girl is stunned into silence, her confident accusation crumbling. Panic sets in as she wonders if Yeonwoo somehow overheard her schemes. Yeonwoo then recalls the girl's plan to get a new phone by recording something. With a sly, confident smirk, she asks if the girl wants to see the recording. She then shoves her own phone forward, leaving the accuser speechless. Yeonwoo lays out the accuser's logic, suggesting they can check the recording directly. She offers up her phone for a full unrestricted search gallery, call logs, everything. If nothing is found, she says, the girl just has to admit she misunderstood and apologize. But then, with a chilling smile, she asks if they'll even need to check it to believe her. A jolt of pure terror runs through the accuser as she realizes her mistake. Before anyone can respond, Yeonwoo cheerfully pulls out her entire bag. She dumps all of her belongings onto the floor to prove she has nothing to hide. With a huge, innocent smile, she declares this is everything she brought, besides some snacks. One of the seniors tries to tell her she's going too far, but Yeonwoo waves it off. The accuser can only stare, dumbfounded, as the entire room watches her scheme completely fall apart. And from the sidelines, Han Taesu watches, thinking to himself that the game is officially over. He had already deduced the culprit had to be one of the 4 roommates. To catch them, he had set a simple but brilliant trap, applying his personal hand cream around the outlet. But the culprit never came to retrieve the camera, meaning they had no idea it was discovered. This information imbalance gave him the ultimate advantage. He admits the original plan was to wait for them to slip up, never expecting this bold, reverse attack. But what truly shocks him is the sheer audacity of Do Yeonwoo. To be accused in front of so many people, and remain utterly unshaken, is something else entirely. Just as the accuser looks completely cornered, she starts sweating, a desperate idea forming. She points a trembling finger, shouting that there's still one place they haven't checked. With a crazed look, the accuser makes her final, desperate gambit they have to check. Do Yeonwoo's body. She shouts that Yeonwoo must have hidden the camera on herself to throw everyone off the scent. But Do Yeonwoo just sighs, a tired smile on her face, disappointed that Yoonji is pushing things this far. She asks why she can't just admit her mistake and end this whole charade right now. Taking off her glasses, her demeanor darkens completely as she offers one final chance for her junior to back down. She muses that this could have all been handled quietly, without escalating the situation. But now, with a chilling intensity in her eyes, she wonders if Yoonji truly had to cross this line. Han Tae-soo watches in horror, realizing the girl he calls Cha Mia is about to snap, pleading with her not to get violent, but his words die in his throat, his mind going completely blank at what he sees. Do Yeonwoo's glasses hit the floor, a silent promise that the time for talking is over. But instead of violence, Do Yeonwoo simply begins taking off her red hoodie. Then her sweater comes off right over her head, leaving Ha Eun-ji speechless. The clothes fall to the floor in a silent heap, a clear message being sent. Standing before her junior, she challenges her to name the hiding spot now. A predatory smile crosses her face as she grabs her hair, wondering if it's in there. She whips her long ponytail around, completely mocking the baseless accusation. Leaning in, she asks if this is still not enough, offering to strip completely. The sheer pressure brings a tear to Eun-ji's eye, her resolve finally cracking. Do Yeonwoo sees it, her cold, triumphant gaze locking onto her broken junior. She calmly sits, draping the hoodie over her shoulders, ready to hear Eun-ji's story. Han Tae-soo dangles the camera in front of Eun-ji, calmly asking what she was trying to achieve. He admits he didn't report her right away, recalling that even Mia didn't want to blow this up. Leaning on the facts, he demands she explain why she's holding a camera that Mia supposedly had. The scene flashes back, showing Tae-soo as he begins to unravel the entire scheme. But the truth was even simpler. Another girl pops up from behind a stunned Eun-ji. With a triumphant smile, she declares that she had the camera the entire time. This was all Do Yeonwoo's counterplan. Create the illusion that Mia had it, while it was hidden elsewhere. She had used the club president's authority to call the other girls out of the room. This bought just enough time for an uninvolved third party to swoop in and secure the evidence. Back in the present, a faint, knowing smile plays on Tae-soo's lips. He guesses it must have been confusing for her. He lays it all out for her. The camera vanishes, she's called away, and the prime suspect turns up empty-handed. Do Yeonwoo adds that Eun-ji tried her best to look innocent, but her anxiety was practically screaming. The fatal mistake? When they were leaving, only she instinctively glanced at the power outlet where it was hidden. With a confident smirk, Tae-soo holds up the tiny memory card, saying the rest was easy. And right there in the footage, clear as day, was Eun-ji herself turning on the camera. But digging deeper, they noticed something strange about all the other video files. The camera was never aimed at the other students, but always pointed directly at the luggage. Completely cornered, she finally breaks, promising to tell them everything without holding back. You see, she never thought to delete the data because she couldn't imagine anyone ever finding the device. So when it seemed like Mia had it, her mind spiraled, convinced she was about to be blackmailed. She was terrified that if anyone found out, everything she'd worked for would crumble. Apparently, the device had a button to wipe the data remotely, so she desperately tried to get it back. Her mind went blank, consumed by the single thought that she had to strike before Mia could expose her. Yeonwoo calmly states she figured as much, as someone with bad intentions wouldn't have just filmed the luggage. She realizes this must be why Mia came to her for help, having already pieced together the truth herself. With a steady gaze, she looks at the trembling girl and says she'll trust her. The others are stunned, but Yeonwoo challenges them, asking if Eun-ji admitting her mistake isn't enough. Eun-ji is completely floored by this mercy, tears streaming as she asks if she's really okay with this. She can't comprehend it after everything she did. How could Mia possibly forgive her? But Yeonwoo just looks back, a thoughtful expression on her face as she considers her next words. Yeonwoo casually explains that she was just curious, and since she wasn't the culprit, it was fine. She'd rather not ruin the mood, and they can always just watch her to make sure she's telling the truth. But her smile twists into a menacing grin, her eyes glowing with a terrifying light as she adds a warning. If she discovers it was all a lie, the sheer pressure makes Eun-ji tremble in fear. Watching this transformation, Shin Da-bin whispers to Tae-soo, asking if this is really the same Mia they know. The phrase, a different person, hits Tae-soo, and his gaze drifts as he falls into a memory. He remembers the original Yeonwoo, thanking him sincerely after he'd helped her. She had been worried, she told him as they walked through the dark woods. Worried that after how harsh she'd been, he would have just ignored her completely. Turning back with a small, genuine smile, she admitted that he might have just misunderstood her a little. The memory of a kinder Yeonwoo fades as Tae-soo returns to the present. Just like that, the whole ugly incident at the retreat was concluded quietly. They all agreed to respect Mia's wish not to escalate things further. A humbled Eun-ji handed over the damning memory card, promising to cooperate from now on. She even confessed everything to the other girls sharing her room. But surprisingly, they sympathized, and ended up apologizing to Mia even more profusely. With the drama finally settled, Yeonwoo stretches and thanks Tae-soo for his help. She compliments his quick thinking, but he seems more concerned about her well-being. A little confused, she asks him what he could possibly be worried about now. He brings up the fact that everyone saw her nearly naked, wondering if she isn't embarrassed to go back. She gets defensive, insisting she had to do something drastic since the girl wouldn't admit it. Flustered, she quickly adds that he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She isn't that kind of girl. Taesu just blinks, completely lost as to what that kind is even supposed to mean. Her face flushes red as she clarifies she's not someone who just strips whenever, wherever. Mortified, she begs him to just get it the first time, while he finally understands what she meant. He then pivots, musing on how simple the whole situation was. If the culprit had been a better liar, he says, he would have had to involve the police. But Yeonwoo just waves it off, deciding to deal with that kind of problem if it ever comes. After all, her only real goal is to graduate peacefully without any trouble. Taesu listens to her wish for peace, a dark, skeptical look crossing his face. Yeonwoo cheerfully declares that with everything settled, her peaceful school life can finally begin. But Taesu stops her, asking if she's actually serious after the absolute chaos she just unleashed. The words hit her like a physical blow, her mind flashing back to the immediate, disastrous aftermath. She was suddenly swarmed by a mob of adoring fans, led by the very thugs she'd just terrified. The girls from her department closed in, getting way too close and demanding to know why she'd hidden her looks. Even Taesu was getting grilled by his friends, who were shocked to learn he had such a cute little sister. It was only then that she'd glanced at a reflection and realized her glasses, her entire disguise, were gone. Her classmates were already fawning over her, offering makeup tips and telling her to ditch the dorky look for good. They tried to drag her off for a makeover, insisting she make that scary face again for their entertainment. Her bid for a quiet life had failed spectacularly, cementing her reputation as someone truly unforgettable. On the second and final night of the trip, the party kicks off again. Ha Yoonji decides she's the one to single-handedly revive the mood after the earlier disaster. And with some drunken karaoke, the retreat actually starts to feel normal again. Two students watch on, relieved that everything ended up okay after such a chaotic morning. But for Mia, it was far from okay. She'd been cornered by her seniors all day long. Taesu could only watch, knowing they'd latched onto her and wouldn't let go for months. But then a sudden panic strikes him. He's been so busy worrying about others, he forgot his own mission. He came here for Hisu, and just as he spots an opening, he sees her asking for more drinks. Before he can make his move, she turns to him with a sweet smile, asking him to run an errand. Defeated, he takes her card, grumbling internally that it's a bit much to go to the store alone. While he was gone, the party somehow got even more out of hand, with Yoonji now performing drinking tricks. He arrives at the girls' dorm, only to be greeted by a suspiciously cheerful welcoming committee. One of them is already completely passed out on the bed. They tell him his timing is perfect, he's here just in time for a group photo. Later that night, Taesu finds a moment of peace, reflecting on how the day settled down after Mia's morning outburst. But his thoughts inevitably drift back to her, wondering what is really going on. It was his first time seeing her in 5 years, so of course her appearance had changed. What truly stuck with him was her strange knowledge of that hidden outlet camera. He couldn't fathom how she stayed so incredibly composed through that whole ordeal. A chilling thought crosses his mind. What exactly happened to her during those years, and is she in some kind of trouble? His train of thought is suddenly broken by a flicker of movement outside. He glances out and sees a lone figure standing in the moonlight. It's Mia, and he can't help but wonder what she's doing out there. He calls her name, and she whips around, completely startled to be seen. But instead of answering, she immediately bolts into the trees. He shouts after her, completely baffled by her panicked escape. In her haste, she trips over her own feet and tumbles to the ground. He rushes to her side, kneeling down to see if she's hurt. Looking up at him, flustered, she asks why he's staring like he's seen a ghost. Then she makes a bizarre plea, asking him to just pretend this never happened. She finally explains her panic, admitting she thought the seniors sent him to drag her back. As they walk together through the moonlit woods, they agree their department is full of intense extroverts. But she adds with a small smile that, despite that, they're all fundamentally good people. Taesu listens, quietly admitting to himself that he was also worried about fitting in when they first arrived. He never imagined he would get a chance like this again. Suddenly, she stops, asking him if this place doesn't seem familiar. It reminds her of the old back hill they used to go to at their school. A wave of nostalgia hits Taesu. He never thought he'd be walking and talking with Mia like this again. He remembers how they used to spend their time after school back then, borrowing stacks of books and reading together in the library until sunset. He even teases her, asking if she remembers crying on his lap over a sad book. A flustered Mia denies it ever happened, but Taesu just laughs, insisting her tears stained his pants. For him, that moment remains one of the few truly joyous memories from his school days. Back in the present, Mia looks at him thoughtfully, remarking on how much he's changed. She never remembered him being so easygoing, but he just shrugs it off to part-time job experience. After all, he says with a serious look, they've both changed. They stand in silence for a moment, the weight of his words hanging in the air. They're not kids anymore. Taesu then suggests that since they'll be seeing each other at school now, they should apologize properly for any wrongs they committed in the past. But Mia's expression shifts, as she quietly admits she actually wanted to keep her distance. She apologizes, will not harshness, explaining she thought it was for the best, leaving Taesu utterly confused. To explain, she asks him to recall their very first meeting on the entrance ceremony day. The memory surfaces her cold words telling him to just mind his own business. She'd walked away, convinced that staying apart was the only right answer for them both. Back in the present, Taesu just stares, trying to process this sudden revelation. She insists it was never his fault. The blame, she says, was entirely on her. With a sad smile, she wonders why fate just had to throw them back into each other's lives. A fleeting memory shows her huddled alone, a hint at the real troubles she was hiding back then. If they hadn't met again, she admits, she wouldn't have had to act so cold toward him. And with a gentle look, she finally offers him a sincere, heartfelt apology. Still, she admits she'd rather not talk about the past, confessing how tough it was for her. Taesu considers this, thinking that if she really insists, he should probably hear her out. After all, they can't keep avoiding each other until graduation. Then she adds with a chilling finality that once they do graduate, she won't be around anymore. Stunned into silence, Taesu just watches as she quickly changes the subject, urging them to head back. He couldn't bring himself to say anything more, a gut feeling telling him not to press the issue. He knew that digging any deeper into her past would just be reopening old wounds. A sudden, chilling thought strikes him: if he pushes just a little bit more from here, he might cause Cha Mia to vanish from his life completely. His train of thought is suddenly broken by Hisu's voice calling for him from the house. She's in a panic, urging them to hurry back inside since everyone is getting impatient for drinks. As Hisu yells for the others to wait, Taesu and Mia quickly head back with the supplies. The moment they return, the other girls swarm Mia, playfully asking where she'd run off to. Taesu hangs back, deciding to be patient. Mia's goal was graduation, so he could wait. And with that, their eventful third-year MT came to a close, leaving more questions than answers. But the trip wasn't quite over yet. On the road back, a car's headlights flare as it screeches to a stop. Taesu and Mia are suddenly standing on the side of the highway, their car pulled over. Taesu suddenly finds himself on the ground with Ha Yoonji leaning right over him. The tire marks on the road tell the story of a very abrupt stop. His heart hammers in his chest, completely caught off guard by the sudden proximity. For Yoonji, this was the moment she'd been waiting for all 3 days of the trip. But from inside the car, a series of very pointed coughs shatters the mood. Mia leans forward, impatiently asking if they can get going already since she's tired. Shindabin chimes in from the passenger seat, sarcastically guessing it was just some gravel. Outside, Yoonji quickly apologizes, claiming she just stumbled, as Taesu tries to play it cool. Mia just stares out the window, regretting everything and wishing she'd just taken the bus. But in the back, Ha-yoon isn't buying it, her voice laced with suspicion. She flat out asks Mia if she truly missed the bus by accident. Mia just gives her a tired, incredulous look, as if the idea is completely absurd. Getting to the heart of it, Ha-yoon wonders if Mia still has feelings for Taesu. She accuses her of using the bus as a convenient excuse to stick by his side. She reminds Mia that she swore up and down that it was all over between them. But instead of arguing, Mia suddenly smothers a shocked Ha-yoon with a kiss on the cheek. She pulls back with a sly smile, reassuring her that's definitely not what's happening. Mia insists their meeting at the university was a coincidence, just like she said before, though Ha-yoon still looks doubtful. She insists her relationship with Taesu was just a brief thing from school, 5 long years ago. With a reassuring smile, she tells a doubtful Ha-yoon that there's nothing to worry about. But Ha-yoon's face screams disbelief. She is clearly not buying a single word of it. So Mia leans in with a mischievous glint in her eye, offering to help prove her point. Her shocking plan: she'll personally help Ha-yoon get together with Han Tae-soo. The suggestion sends Ha-yoon into a flustered panic, her brain completely short-circuiting. But Mia isn't finished, her tone shifting as she brings up something she's been curious about. She asks if Tae-soo is really clueless about Ha-yoon's feelings, because it's obvious to everyone else. Cornered, Ha-yoon can only stammer, explaining he's been her tutor since elementary school. She laments that Tae-soo probably only sees her as a student, or like a little sister he feels guilty for. Mia finds this reasoning absolutely hilarious, bursting into laughter as Ha-yoon begs her to stop. She tells a pouting Ha-yoon not to worry. They both know how dense Tae-soo is, so she just has to be persistent. But her tone shifts, and she says that before any of that, there's another matter to attend to. With a single, decisive finger, she points forward. Her target is clear: Tae-soo and Da-bin, still standing by their car, locked in conversation. That, she declares, is the first real obstacle that Ha-yoon needs to overcome. And so, A week passes since that fateful car ride, with the new semester now in full swing. On campus, Hantesu turns, his attention caught by a familiar voice calling out nearby. The voice isn't for him, but for Mia Uni, a name now echoing across campus. Ever since the MT incident, Mia has become an unwilling celebrity among the freshmen. She can barely take a step without being mobbed, and she is clearly getting tired of it. Taesu watches from a distance, amused by the sight of Ha Eunji, the very culprit from that night, who is now Mia's #1, most obsessive, and frankly, most shameless fan. As for Mia, she's completely dropped her old disguise, though she looks utterly bored by the attention. When asked why the sudden change, she gave a ridiculous excuse about her seniors threatening to style her themselves. Taesu can't help but wonder what her real reason was for hiding her appearance for so long. Nearby, another familiar face from that incident can only stammer in awkwardness. Suddenly, Taesu is ambushed from behind by an energetic Hyun. She clings to him, confirming that his classes are over and he's free for the night. With a hopeful blush, she shyly asks if he wants to go see the flowers with her. Taesu notes she's been a lot more proactive lately, but the phrase flower viewing sparks a sudden idea, and that idea quickly materializes into a sign offering instant photos for cash. A moment later, he's standing proudly by his new business venture, with a very confused Hyun sitting beside him. She looks up, completely bewildered, asking what in the world is going on. While she's still wondering about their flower viewing date, he just gives her a smug little smile. He explains that he won an instant camera and film rolls once, and this is a much better use for them than selling them cheap. He even thanks her for the idea, and for a moment, Hyun puffs up with pride. She tries to rationalize the situation, thinking that this is still technically a form of flower viewing. After all, she knew exactly what kind of person he was when she started to like him. While Taesu gets to work hawking his photo service, she can only shrink in embarrassment. She strikes a deal. If they finish early, he has to actually go see the flowers with her, and to her surprise, he agrees. That simple promise is all she needs, stealing her resolve and making her heart flutter. But a new voice suddenly cuts in, questioning the 5,001 price for a single shot. The voice is instantly familiar, causing both of them to whip around in surprise. It's Shin Da-bin, and with a confident smirk, she asks if she can choose who she takes the picture with, and it seems the results speak for themselves. Ha Eunji is absolutely amazed by his photography skills. Even Da-bin is impressed, asking for his secret, but Taesu just smoothly replies that maybe the model was good. That one simple compliment is all it takes to completely short-circuit her brain. She recovers with a playful jab, asking if he's flirting, while Hyun nearly faints from the sheer cringe in the background. But Taesu is unbothered, calmly reminding Da-bin that she was the one who seemed uncomfortable earlier. He then offers a simple solution. If she's shy, they can just go somewhere else to take the photo. The straightforward offer leaves Da-bin absolutely stunned, but before she can even process it, Do Yeon-woo swoops in, wrapping an arm around her friend. Suddenly, she has an intense craving for milk tea and cake, calling in a favor Da-bin owes her. Da-bin tries to explain she's busy, but Yeon-woo is insistent, effectively dragging her away from the conversation. And Yeon-woo's expression is almost predatory as she insists on getting what she wants right now. While Hisu casually agrees to the plan, poor Hyun is left reeling from the sudden chaos. She's utterly baffled by the whirlwind of events unfolding before her. But then, a voice from the past, Mia's voice, echoes in her mind, telling her to be confident. The memory of that encouragement brings a wave of emotion, stealing her resolve. She takes a deep breath, psyching herself up. Don't lose your nerve, not now. That's right, a woman is all about confidence. With her courage finally gathered, she calls out to Taesu, who turns to face her. She boldly asks if he'd be willing to use the rest of the film just for the two of them. But just as the question hangs in the air, another familiar face appears, spotting them from afar. The romantic tension is instantly shattered by Ha Eunji, who cheerfully calls out to them. She explains she heard they were taking pictures under the cherry blossoms and just had to come. And she didn't come alone, she brought the entire department. A request Taesu happily agrees to. All of Hyun's courage drains away, replaced by pure, unadulterated annoyance. She's forced into a group shot, silently fuming that Eunji just cheated her way into the picture. As that chaotic photo shoot ends, the scene transitions to a different park later on. Taesu is walking alone when he suddenly stops, a look of confusion crossing his face. The very next day, on his way home from his part-time job, he finds himself walking the same path. But then he sees a familiar figure standing under the trees, Cha Mia. He can't believe it, running into her again at a place known as a lover's lane, and immediately contemplates turning back. Still, he can't deny that she seems to have put in a little more effort than usual tonight. A thought crosses his mind, could she possibly be here on a date? But then he watches as she strikes a bizarre, dramatic pose for her phone, And just like that, the idea is shattered. Yeah, definitely not a date. It reminds him of how surprised he was to learn she's actually a model student. He even remembers Hyun texting him about how insanely popular Mia is on campus. Turns out, he wasn't the only one who misjudged her. Everyone seems to be captivated. Even now, he can see other guys stealing glances. And for some reason, it's starting to irritate him. But the biggest change for Tae-soo is that after that one night, she stopped avoiding him completely. They're not close, but now when they pass each other, she'll actually say hello, much to his surprise. He even recalls her telling him they should just stop being so awkward with each other. She admitted that, looking back, she was just being overly self-conscious around him. And now, things felt a lot more natural, almost like they could just be normal students. But even with that friendly offer, she still has that same, completely unpredictable look in her eyes. Tae-soo remains wary. It doesn't mean he has to be the one to go out of his way to talk to her. Hess learned that getting involved with her just leads to exhausting situations. It's better to just go home. But just as he resolves to leave, something stops him in his tracks. Two guys casually approach Mia, getting a little too close for comfort. Tae-soo watches from the trees, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Does she know them? Ah, he realizes. They're not friends at all. They're just a couple of random guys hitting on her. But these guys are persistent, suggesting they all go for a drink as if she hadn't said a word. Tae-soo can't believe what he's seeing, and nearly calls out to her before catching himself. His mind screams at him to stop. Does he really need to get involved in this mess? He tries to reason his way out of it, she said. She was with someone, right? It's not his problem. But before he can turn away, Mia suddenly appears and grabs his arm, presenting him to the guys. Tae-soo's brain short-circuits, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. With a smug look, she begins to explain that she's currently in a budding relationship with this guy right here, clinging to his arm as he stands frozen in utter shock. What on earth is she thinking? His mind is reeling from the sheer audacity of her lie. She then gives him a desperate little wink, silently begging him to just play along. The little troublemaker. The two guys stare in disbelief, unconvinced by her bold declaration. Tae-soo, sweating bullets, can barely manage to ask what on earth she's doing. But Mia commits to the bit, chirping his name with a sickeningly sweet smile. And just like that, the situation gets 1,000 times worse. These errant random guys. They're his work seniors. The realization crashes down on them both. Tae-soo facepalms as Mia remembers this isn't the first time she's caused such a mess. Watching from a distance, Ha Yoon-ji can't help but wonder why chaos seems to follow him everywhere. She's completely baffled, trying to figure out why Tae-soo would ever be with someone like Mia. His seniors, however, are having the time of their lives, pulling out a phone and telling the new couple to cozy up for a picture. They tease them for being so distant, capturing Mia's panicked expression as she desperately denies everything. She finally blurts out the truth: he's just a school acquaintance she used to escape some flirters, but it's far too late for excuses now. His seniors just laugh, completely ignoring her pleas as they physically shove the two together. But just as Mia's panic peaks, a hand firmly grabs her arm. Tae-soo pulls her in close, catching her completely off guard. He sighs, telling her it's no use trying to reason with them. They're lost in their own little matchmaking world, and any denial will just fuel the fire. Realizing he's right, Mia reluctantly suggests just playing along to end the ordeal quickly. She turns away, a faint blush creeping up her neck from the sheer embarrassment. Tae-soo can't resist a little jab, acting as if he's doing her a huge favor by agreeing. For a brief moment, her frustration melts into a small, amused smile. Then he leans in, wrapping an arm around her and whispering that he was kidding, leaving her utterly speechless. Mia turns away, flustered, reminding herself this is purely to get them out of this situation. Tae-soo quietly agrees, a faint blush creeping onto his own cheeks as well. With the deal struck, their friend excitedly gets the phone ready and starts the countdown. And with a snap, the photo is taken, capturing the two of them in a perfect, albeit fake, couple pose. Sometime later, spring has arrived at the bustling Sohan University campus. It's the season when love seems to be in the air, filling every corner of the school. Tae-soo walks the halls alone, overhearing other students excitedly making plans as couples. He continues on his way, heading for the media department's student council room. Reaching the door, he slides it open with a clatter, ready for a normal day. But he's met with a bizarre sight. The lights are off, and the bald trio is sobbing pathetically in the dark. Completely unfazed, Tae-soo asks why they're wasting a nice day sulking in the dark. One of them actually has the gall to ask Tae-soo for a hookup, before realizing what a useless question that is. Turns out, this gloom is just a symptom of a larger problem infecting the whole department. With spring in the air, the male attendance at every event is near perfect, and their goal is painfully obvious. But whenever a crowd gathers, you can always count on a few creeps to ruin the vibe for everyone. The upperclassmen, in particular, have been turning every event into a relentless hunt for a date. This has led to a surge in harassment reports, and the guys are left wondering why their parties have no girls. So, looking absolutely fed up, the senior student Hisu finally decides to intervene. She declares an end to group drinking and warns the seniors to watch their behavior around the juniors. And with that, a cold front blows through the department, shattering the romantic dreams of all the hopeful guys. His friends can't believe it, calling him a dating dead end for not getting with the spring program. But Taesu inwardly protests. He's not completely uninterested. There is someone he keeps in his heart. His thoughts drift past Hisu, landing squarely on the one and only Mia, and just the memory of her is enough to send a blush creeping up his neck. Of course, his friends notice immediately, teasing him about having some perverted thoughts. But he's lost in the past, remembering the feeling of her clinging to him. Her promise to repay him for his help echoes in his mind, leaving him flustered. Snapping out of his daydream, he's pulled back to reality by one of his friends. They cut straight to the point, asking if he's truly not dating Haeun. He's tired of this question, but this time it's different. His friend says it's not a joke, there's something going on with her. Apparently, she just got a confession from a guy in another department. We cut to Haeun herself, smiling fondly at an old photograph of her and Taesu. Her roommate's voice cuts in, teasingly asking if she was trying to kiss the picture. Meet Park Yoon, Haeun's roommate, who already heard the news about her rejecting another suitor. She wonders aloud how many hearts Haeun has broken now, but Haeun just shrugs it off. She barely even knew the guy. Yoon sighs, suggesting she should give someone else a chance, even though she knows Haeun is head over heels for her sunbae. But for Haeun, that's an impossible ask. She declares there's no one better than her appa. Her eyes sparkle with devotion, leaving her roommate to groan at the powerful love goggles she's wearing. Haeun even offers to tell the story of how they met, but Yoon is sick to death of hearing it every single night. Then, her friend's teasing stops. She looks at Haeun seriously and asks, "But are you fine with her?" Yoon clarifies she's talking about Shin Da-bin, pointing out how she's been hitting on Taesu like a sly fox. But Haeun just calmly dismisses the concern, much to her friend's complete and utter shock. She explains that Taesu and Da-bin barely even made eye contact, a fact her roommate can't believe she's been tracking. With a fond smile, she remembers that's just how her oppa has always been. Once he gets hooked on something, he can't take his eyes off of it. He'll just stare at that one thing like a fool. The memory alone is enough to send a deep blush across her cheeks. No, Haeun admits. The person she's really concerned about is someone else entirely, a girl named Mia. A memory surfaces of Mia, happily recounting something Taesu said, with Yoon's inner voice admitting it sounds just like him. The flashback shows their easy rapport, as Taesu instantly knows Mia's favorite snack spot near the side gate. The memory continues, showing Mia and her sunbae high-fiving, thrilled about how well they get along. They welcome Taesu, but he's already on guard, asking why he was the subject of their little chat. The scene seems to jump for a moment, the sunbae having to take a call from her professor. She confirms she's finishing up with some materials, leaving Mia and Taesu alone together. While Mia casually scrolls through her phone, Taesu sits nearby, stewing in his own thoughts. He just can't shake their conversation from his mind. Something about it feels off. What could they have been talking about? He grows paranoid, wondering if they were talking trash about him. His nervous glances don't go unnoticed, and Mia finally calls him out for staring so obviously. She looks up with a sly little smirk, asking if he was worried she might have badmouthed him. As his face turns bright red, her grin widens. Ah, so she was just testing him. She assures him she's not that inconsiderate, bringing up how her sunbae helped them during the MT. As they talked, she says, their vibes matched so well they felt like old friends, but Taesu isn't buying it. He remembers the old Mia, a girl so shy she could barely handle a simple conversation, and maybe that's why. Even back then, seeing her with her friends, she felt so happy, so comfortable, and so utterly unfamiliar to him. The change was so drastic that even Yoonji could barely recognize her. Snapping back to the present, Mia suddenly stands, announcing this third wheel is making a graceful exit. With a sly look, she reminds him she promised to repay a debt, didn't she? She rushes to her sunbae with a flimsy excuse, and the terrible realization finally dawns on Taesu. With one last wink and a cheerful good luck, Mia leaves him to his fate. Taesu's mind is racing, his face burning red. She's actually trying to set him up? Hes completely flustered, his heart pounding as he watches Haesu, the girl Hes crushing on. And with that, Mia is already heading for the door. Mission accomplished. A debt is a debt, she thinks to herself, a little smile playing on her lips. Meanwhile, Haesu remains completely unaware, calmly typing away on her laptop. Taesu can hardly process the situation. It's just him and his sunbae alone. This is the exact moment he'd been dreaming of since the MT trip, handed to him on a silver platter. But not like this. He needed time to prepare, to work up the courage to even speak to her. Just as his brain threatens to shut down, Hisu snaps her laptop shut, announcing she's all done. His eyes go wide with panic. Is she leaving already? He has to say something. But what? But instead of leaving, Hisu turns to him with a gentle smile and asks if he's eaten yet. Taesu is completely caught off guard, stammering for a moment before she clarifies she means dinner. He tells her he hasn't, and a happy, satisfied look crosses her face. And just like that, they're outside getting crepes, which she says is the perfect sugar boost after work. She calls this her little secret spot, though Taesu can't help but notice it's packed with students from their school. But she just giggles, saying that what makes it special is simply thinking of it as her own. He's completely charmed. Just being near her is enough to give him a burst of energy. Walking beside her, he realizes that this unique way she sees the world is a big reason why he likes her. His mind drifts back to when he first left home, determined to live his own life. It was Hisu, his sunbae, who helped him with everything from finding a place to live to sorting out his expenses. But more than anything, he thinks, the thing that helped him the most was Hisu's gentle smile. He'd wanted to confess to her for ages, but last year he was too busy tutoring Hyun. And this year, well, this year, there's been Mia and her constant, chaotic energy. His complicated thoughts must show on his face, because Hisu asks if something's wrong, and he quickly plays it off. But then she puts him on the spot, casually asking what it was he wanted to say to her. He freezes as she explains that Mia was the one who told her he had something to say. She just waited, she says, but he never brought it up, and Taesu can only scream internally at Mia's meddling. Something he wants to say to his sunbae? His mind races, trying to find the words. But when he thinks about it, there's really only one thing he's ever wanted to tell her. With a deep breath and a blush creeping across his face, he finally prepares to say it out loud. The words he wants to say echo in his mind. I've always liked you, sunbae, but he immediately shuts it down. If he had that kind of courage, he'd have confessed a long time ago. She's always been so kind to him, a fact that both encourages and tortures him. But is that kindness special, or is he just another person she's nice to? He imagines the worst-case scenario. He confesses, and she just gives him a polite, distant, "Oh, I see." The sheer mortification of that moment would be enough to keep him up at night for a solid year. He remembers freezing up before, babbling about getting meat after midterms, just to fill the silence. He tries to justify his caution, telling himself it's better to be careful and not rush into things. But then a critical realization dawns on him. Hisu should have graduated this year. Her still being here feels like a final chance from fate itself. And she calls his name, snapping him back to the present. She leans in close, asking for a bite of his crepe, and Taesu's brain short-circuits. He just numbly offers it to her, his heart threatening to beat right out of his chest. Walking home that night, he makes a mental note to treat Mia to a meal as thanks for all her help. The guy is absolutely floating on air, a ridiculous, happy grin plastered on his face. So much so that a little kid points him out, prompting her mom to tell her not to stare at weirdos. He mentally relives his pleasant date, already wondering what kind of food Mia would like as a reward. But on his way back, his good mood comes to a screeching halt when he sees a figure slumped over on the sidewalk. He freezes, completely caught off guard by the unexpected scene. His happy blush instantly shifts to one of confusion and concern. It's a girl, huddled on the ground, looking like she's in serious trouble. He moves closer, his mind racing. Could that really be Mia? Her eyes slowly focus on him, hazy and unfocused, her cheeks burning with a feverish blush. She looks up from her huddled position on the ground, a small, dazed smile on her face. With a soft, relieved voice, she just breathes his name, glad that he's found her. But while this drama unfolds, the scene cuts away to the lively university pub street, and inside one of these establishments, someone is having a complete meltdown. It's Shin Da-bin, furiously complaining to her friends, wondering if Han Tae-soo is even a man. She throws her hands up in exasperation, questioning why her charms have absolutely no effect on him. She recalls trying to catch him after class, only to be coldly rejected because of his part-time job. Even in lectures, he'd rather sell the seat next to him for a ridiculous price than let her sit there. She recalls him coolly, stating he doesn't have days off, since he pays his own way through school. But to her, it's the most ridiculous excuse she's ever heard, and she slams the table in a rage. With teary eyes, she whines that no one has ever dared to treat her this way before. Her friend Hisu calmly sips her drink, reminding her they were warned about him. Their sunbae had told them he was decent looking, but his personality was seriously flawed. Still, Da-bin's ego is just too big. She can't fathom why he wouldn't be interested in her. The conversation shifts. Maybe he's already dating that acorn-like girl, Hyun, who's always with him. But Hisu doesn't seem convinced by that theory at all. She leans in closer, starting to say that she actually saw something, and Hyunji finishes the thought with a smug grin, confirming she witnessed something juicy a few days ago. And the story cuts right to Taesu's apartment door. He looks down with a complicated expression, a hint of sweat on his brow, because sleeping soundly in his bed is none other than Do Yeon-woo. He stands there, completely stumped, wondering what he's supposed to do now. She's just out cold. Completely oblivious to the extremely awkward situation, Taesu tries to justify it all in his head, insisting it was an unavoidable circumstance. The flashback begins, showing him finding her passed out right in front of her own door. He had asked her why she couldn't just, go inside. Turns out, she was having a solo movie night that got a little too friendly with the soju bottles. And in her drunken haze, a sudden, horrifying realization seemed to dawn on her. She'd seen a cockroach, letting out a terrified scream. The unholy creature had apparently vanished somewhere into her bed. So, with drunken finality, she declared she would just sleep outside on the ground. And that's how he ended up dragging her unconscious body to her door, with no way to get in. Back in the present, he watches over her, thinking how lucky it was he found her. He gazes at her sleeping face, wondering what could have happened to change her so much. Looking at her clothes, he realizes she's grown a lot taller, just like Hyun had mentioned. But something more important starts to bubble up in his thoughts. He looks over, a soft, almost pained expression on his face. Seriously, why is she so eager to push him towards someone else? He can't shake the feeling last time it was Hyun she was pushing him towards, and now it's someone new. Is she trying to get rid of him that badly? But his mind flashes back to a time when she held on to him so tightly. If she really disliked him, then what was all that about? A hopeful, dangerous thought enters his mind. Could she still have feelings for him? No. He immediately shuts it down. That makes absolutely no sense. Someone with lingering feelings wouldn't act the way she does now. He remembers her cold words, wishing they'd never even met again. A heavy feeling settles in his chest. Maybe he's the only one still stuck in the past, while she just sleeps peacefully, as if nothing ever happened between them at all. Hes haunted by her memory, forcing him to ask if it's finally time to let her go. But as a new day dawns, his mind drifts back to the past once more. He remembers the Mia he used to know, the one who held him so tightly. He remembers the feeling of their first kiss, and the small, perfect details, like her standing on her toes to reach him. But that girl, he realizes with a heavy heart, only exists in his memories now. With a sudden jolt, he slams the door on his own spiraling thoughts. He needs something drastic to snap himself out of this. Fully clothed, he steps under a freezing shower, the cold shock a welcome distraction. Drenched and shivering, he tries to convince himself he's finally over it. Shindabin tells herself she's been way too conscious of him, feeling like a fool for being the only one who cares. Meanwhile, Han Tae-soo tries to convince himself that there are far more important people in his life now. His mind drifts to the ever-smiling Hisu Sunbae, an impossible target, known throughout the department as the Fortress Goddess, who's rejected over 100 guys. He steals his resolve. He's not the type to cling. And if she's decided to stop caring, then he will too. Even as he imagines her lounging around without a single worry. Just as he's about to relax for the night, a sudden noise from his doorway puts him on high alert. He finds Shindabin right outside, looking distressed and trying to stifle a sound. He peeks around the corner, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. But now the real test begins, as he struggles to endure and just leave her out in the hall. He tries to convince himself to just hold out for a little while. But in his bed, Shindabin sleeps peacefully, muttering about how hot it is. The sight sends a jolt through Tae-soo, and his composure completely shatters. Why is his heart pounding like this when he just swore he was over her? He tries to play it cool, reminding himself he's seen her like this before. But his resolve lasts for all of 2 seconds before he's sweating bullets again. As the night deepens, it seems his internal battle has finally reached a conclusion, because a little while later, Shindabin starts to stir from her sleep. She wakes up confused, wrapped in a blanket and sitting in the hallway next to him. He glances back, revealing that he couldn't just leave her alone after all. She blinks awake to find Han Tae-soo right there, tears streaming down his face as he asks if she slept well. Her mind races, trying to process why she's in the hallway, wrapped in a blanket, and why on earth he's crying. But before she can get any answers, he coldly states that, since she's awake, he's taking his blanket back. He reminds her that she wanted to keep their distance, and now, he's finally decided he agrees. With a heavy heart, he tells her he'll settle the bill tomorrow for all the trouble. Then he makes his final declaration. From now on, he won't care what happens to her, slamming the door shut. Shindabin is left alone in the hallway, clutching the spot where the blanket used to be. She's completely baffled. What was that even supposed to mean? On the other side of the door, Tae-soo leans against it, wondering why nothing ever goes right when she's involved. His resolve is set, and with that, time marches on to the end of March. A new semester begins, and the campus is buzzing with students trying to recruit for their clubs. Walking through the crowd, Taesu overhears everyone chattering about their plans. But then, his gaze lands on someone he'd rather not see, and at the exact same moment, Shindabin spots him too. They stand there awkwardly. Another fated, unwanted encounter. Taesu breaks the silence with a snide remark, mocking her for failing to set him up with Hizu. She immediately fires back, flustered, asking if he's ever going to let that go. The confrontation sends his mind reeling back to the previous night, confirming it wasn't just a dream. He remembers seeing Hisu at his door and asking her why she was there. She had simply smiled, explaining her family sent over too much food. But what Taesu's memory conveniently skipped over was that Mia was already in his apartment, so when the kind and beautiful Hisu showed up at his door, she immediately apologized for interrupting their private time, much to Mia's frantic denial. Hisu, of course, completely misunderstood the situation, teasing them about their little front door rendezvous. His mind rewinds just a bit further, to him asking Mia why she looked so troubled. Shed confessed it wasn't exactly insomnia, but she'd been drinking alone just to get some sleep. Slurring her words, she apologized for her mistake, admitting Shed blacked out and didn't remember a thing. The memory flashes to her passed out cold in his bed. Her own recollection was just a hazy, drunken blur. Then, her eyes fluttered open, barely recognizing Taesu as she came to. He looks down at the mortified Mia, dryly asking if her memory loss means he shouldn't charge her. She practically screams for him to bill her for every single thing, throwing her wallet at him in shame. But she follows it up with a fierce warning. If he tells a soul, she's coming back with a lawyer. Watching her go, Taesu decided right then and there to keep a very, very strict distance from her. A resolution that lasts all of a few hours, as he suddenly pulled back into her orbit. A new girl has Mia in a back hug, teasing her about hunting before even handing out flyers. She spots Taesu and greets him, leaving Mia to sputter denials as he tries to recall the girl's name, Ha Yoonji. Hess completely lost, asking what flyers they're even talking about. Yoonji cheerfully clarifies that Mia isn't just joining a club, she's starting one from scratch. She then holds out a recruitment flyer, inviting him to join their new game dev club. Taesu inspects the flyer and immediately finds it lacking no contact info. A weird name, it's just sloppy. But Yoonji just smiles, explaining it was done on purpose. The core members are already set. She even invites him to join, saying he'd be welcome, which makes Mia physically flinch in horror. Her entire being is screaming at him to stay away. A desperate, silent plea for him to just leave. He scoffs at the idea anyway. A playground for girls? He can barely handle his own department's activities. As they walk off, Yoonji playfully teases a dazed Mia for her sudden clumsiness, and she responds with this knowing, almost smug little smile. Taesu watches them go, lost in thought. After the MT trip, he's found himself becoming strangely conscious of her. Seeing her like this, she feels like she's grown, almost like a completely different person. A thought he immediately dismisses as ridiculous. Her face and voice are the same, so how could that be possible? But the thought keeps nagging at him, and he realizes, if he really wants to know the truth, there is a way to check. So he seeks her out, cautiously peeking into the club room he was just invited to. His presence immediately catches her attention, a flicker of surprise on her face. She asks if he's following her, but he just throws the accusation right back at her. He awkwardly offers to wait outside, but she just sighs, telling him to come in before he becomes a distraction. His mind is already racing, convinced there's a straightforward way to see if this is the real Mia. A simple, foolproof test to confirm his suspicions once and for all. And that test is, well, it involves a rather personal, physical inspection that makes even him blush. She immediately catches his weird, shifty glances and asks him what his problem is. He deflects, pointing out she looks great despite her insomnia, only for her to call him an idiot for not thinking of makeup. She quickly shuts her book, insisting he's not the reason she can't sleep. She looks away, dismissing her exhaustion with a weary sigh. It's just a messed up sleep schedule, she explains, trying to shut down his concern. His blank acceptance of her excuse somehow manages to annoy her even more. He offers a knowing smile, guessing she must have been up all night gaming again. To prove his point, he brings up the Gookbop story, a memory that makes her face flush beet red. But before she can retaliate, a cheerful voice announces the arrival of her senior, Heisu. Hisu's eyes, however, go right past her and lock onto Taesu with sudden recognition. She points, identifying him not as a classmate, but as the legendary Fallen Power Angel, the master of the server's 5th-ranked guild, a leader whose ambition for the #1 spot is absolute. Her in-game avatar tearfully thanks its master, saying none of this would be possible without him. In her room, she daydreams about what an amazing person her master must be in real life. She makes a silent vow about what she'll do if they ever meet face to face. But back in the present, her mind is reeling. Mia is fallen, what now? She marches down the hall toward the media studies department, her thoughts racing. Her hand hovers over the doorknob, hesitating as she tries to connect the dots. A deep blush creeps across her face. What on earth is this situation? Could her senior, Mia, actually be the legendary guildmaster she idolizes? But the logic crumbles. If Mia is her master, why was she with Han Tae-soo at a police station? Suddenly, Mia herself appears, frantically hushing her. They agreed not to talk about this at school. Suddenly, a memory surfaces, something Eunji had mentioned before. She'd seen it with her own eyes. Mia and Han Tae-soo, arm in arm at the park. Hae-soo's mind races, connecting more dots, them slipping away during the trip, always being together at school. The horrifying image of them as a cutesy couple flashes through her mind. No, it can't be. Needing answers, she storms off toward an empty lecture hall to find the one person who can confirm her fears. She peeks inside, spotting her target with a look of grim determination. Mia turns, surprised, saying she was just about to go looking for her. But Hae-soo's expression is anything but calm. Her eyes are wide with a frantic intensity. She grabs her senior, posing a wild hypothetical. What if the master you idolize was dating a complete scumbag? Mia is utterly baffled, but Hae-soo shouts that this is about her and Han Tae-soo. Eunji saw them on a date. Hae-soo is completely losing it, caught between disgust and a bizarre urge to support them, leaving Mia totally baffled. But their intense conversation is cut short by a new voice asking just who is dating whom. They turn to find Hyun standing there, a giant tub of protein powder tucked under her arm. Her grip on the container tightens as she locks onto the scent of fresh gossip. Leaning in with an unnervingly intense smile, she asks them to share every last juicy detail. Later, as evening falls, we find Hyun outside an apartment building, clearly on a mission. She presses the doorbell relentlessly, mashing the button again and again with no answer. Suddenly, the door to the neighboring apartment swings open, revealing a very bewildered Han Tae-soo. Hyun freezes, surprised to see the very man from the rumors standing right there. She explains she was trying to visit Mia, complaining that the bell must be broken, completely unaware of the situation she just walked into. Tae-soo quickly clears things up. She was ringing his doorbell, not Mia's. Inside, Hyun drops the bombshell, leaving him stunned by the rumor that he's dating Mia. She presses him, asking if it's really not true, and he immediately shoots it down as nonsense. He reminds her she was there that day when Mia publicly declared they were finished. Hyun plays it cool, claiming she was just worried and wanted to confirm if Mia knew about it. With a quiet sip from her mug, she swears she'd never cause any trouble for her senior. Changing the subject, he asks why she's here, and she explains her tutoring session got cancelled. A slow blush creeps onto her face as she realizes this leaves her with 3 hours of free time. Seeing an opportunity, she shyly suggests that maybe they could go for a walk or something. But Tae-soo, completely oblivious, turns her down flat with a polite smile and a huge stack of assignments. Hyun forces a smile, pretending she totally understands that work comes first. But then she pivots, asking if she can just wait in his room, and he reluctantly agrees. The moment he's not looking, her cheerful facade drops into a frustrated sigh. Tae-soo, however, isn't as clueless as he seems. He knows exactly how she feels about him. The problem is, he still sees her as the crazy chihuahua, a little kid bribed with snacks. After all these years, she's still just the girl who loved rice cake skewers, not a romantic interest. Shaking off her last failure, Hyun mentions her brothers are treating her to meet next week. He instantly rejects the unspoken invitation, telling her to have fun with her family. Tae-soo justifies his quick refusal with an old saying about losing your hair over freebies. And with her family, he thinks, that might be a literal warning, given her 2 terrifying older brothers who hate his guts. He vividly remembers tutoring her, with her 2 giant brothers looming over him with a simple threat. Hit on Hyun, and you go bald. And those weren't empty words from some wannabe tough guys. Both of them are on the national martial arts team now. Tae-soo is dead certain that if he ever saw her as more than a little sister, his hair would end up in a frame. He shakes off the chilling memory, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Thinking about it now, Hyun really has changed a lot since her school days. She's taller, wears makeup, but her transformation is nothing compared to the one Mia went through. The phrase "a different person" sticks in his mind. Is that why Mia's avoiding him? He briefly wonders if she could have a twin, but quickly dismisses it, since she never mentioned siblings. After all, it's hard to deny it's her when she knew about the old game console incident. And from their very first meeting, she somehow knew all the details of his family situation. Then what's this nagging sense of unease? These little discrepancies he can't ignore. He remembers her saying she disliked coffee, but he also recalls her drinking it with him. He thinks back to the old Yeonwoo, how they'd talk for hours on the hill behind their school. Back then, she was shy, but their connection felt so natural, like they were already friends. And yet, The Mia he knows now seems to think there's no need for that kind of past connection. Is he just overthinking all of this, or is there a part of him that's hoping she's someone else entirely? His deep thoughts are suddenly shattered as he realizes Hyun is staring right at him. He's completely caught off guard, his expression frozen in surprise. She leans in close, pointing out how red his face is, and he wonders since when she got right next to him. She was just worried he seemed restless, reaching up to check if he has a fever. Her touch is cool against his skin as she concludes he doesn't have a fever. But for Tae-soo, a different kind of heat is rising as his heart suddenly starts to race. Is it because Hyun is this close? Or is there another reason for this sudden jolt? He can't think straight, completely frozen by her gentle but firm touch. And that's when Hyun realizes it too. Hold on. When did she get this close to him? It's not a cold, and she's just casually touching him, her own face now flushing red. Suddenly, Shin Dabin's blunt advice echoes in her mind. Just kiss him and make it a done deal. Tae-soo watches the subtle shift in her eyes, wondering if she's thinking this is some kind of chance. The air crackles with unspoken tension, as both of them are lost in the electrifying moment. It all goes back to that car ride, when Shin Da-bin offered to help her finally get with Han Tae-soo. Shin Da-bin listened, a little surprised, as Hyun rejected her offer. She didn't need help, insisting she'd win Tae-soo over with her own strength. But for all that confidence, her present self was just a bundle of nerves and frustration. Tae-soo's confused voice barely cuts through the sound of her own pounding heart. Taking a shaky breath, she leans in, telling him to just wait a little while. And right as the moment reaches its peak, the universe chimes in with a doorbell. The sharp sound shatters the tension. Someone is definitely at the door. A woman's voice echoes from the intercom, calling out for Han Tae-soo. Standing just outside is Do Yeon-woo, wondering if he's even home. With no response, she just sighs and presses the button one more time. Still no answer. She's sure he's in there, but why isn't he responding? Inside, Tae-soo is anything but available, his mouth completely covered. Hyun has him pinned, desperate to keep him from making a single sound. At the door, Do Yeon-woo clutches the package, figuring she just has a bad excuse ready. She sighs, deciding it's fine. She'll just give it to him at school tomorrow. As her footsteps fade, Hyun finally dares to breathe. That was way too close. What a surprise. Someone just popping by out of nowhere. She turns to Tae-soo, her voice laced with concern, asking if he's okay. But her calling him Appa like this, that was the final reason for their current mess. It all goes back to a year ago, when she was just as clingy and just as worried for him. Nowadays, everyone agrees. For the sake of mankind, Tae-soo needs to be the one to handle Hyun. The legends of her chaotic strength were well known around school. It's no surprise, considering she was raised in a world of survival, fighting her two monstrous brothers for scraps. But even when people tried to warn her about her own power, she just looked back, completely oblivious, as her friends begged her to please control her strength. Yet, this wild force of nature becomes a gentle lamb only for Han Tae-soo, a fact that annoys him to no end. To him, their relationship felt less like a perfect match, and more like a tiny ant trying to share a table with an overwhelmingly powerful elephant. He remembers her frantic tears, convinced he was about to die. He knows she's a good person, but her primal instincts are just scary on a visceral level. After all that, Han Tae-soo wakes up the next morning and thinks maybe he should just skip work today. But life moves on, and before anyone knows it, time has flown by. It's already mid-April. Midterm season is looming over the university, and for the game dev club, the pressure is on. Hee-soo is having a full-blown meltdown, wondering where the semester went, while Mia calmly points out it's been 8 weeks. She collapses onto the table, complaining that all her problems are hitting her at once, and Yoonji correctly guesses it's about Mia. Yoonji is a bit confused, asking why Mia is suddenly the topic of conversation. Still slumped over, Hee-soo clarifies she's talking about that whole situation with Mia and Han Tae-soo. Yoonji recalls mentioning they looked like they were dating, but Hee-soo isn't so sure they're at that stage yet. Just then, the door slides open, and Shin Da-bin pokes her head in, cheerfully asking who's in a relationship, sending Hee-soo into a silent scream. Da-bin strolls in to greet Mia, who welcomes her, leaving Yoonji completely baffled and wondering where Da-bin just went. Yoonji is still reeling, wondering how Da-bin teleported across the room, while Hee-soo just burrows deeper into the couch. Hee-soo's mind is racing, muttering about how Mia is the guildmaster and has something going on with Tae-soo. Da-bin, completely oblivious, just notes that Mia looks tired and asks if she pulled an all-nighter. But Yoonji, with zero subtlety, cuts right to the chase. Was she up all night on a date with Tae-soo? With a sly grin, she reveals that she actually saw them with her own 2 eyes. The scene flashes back to a late-night park, where Mia and Tae-soo were looking awfully close. Yoonji lays out the facts they're always together, at the retreat, at school, everywhere. She leans in close, asking the million-dollar question, Are they secretly dating and just trying to hide it? Mia is cornered, a blush creeping up her neck as she stammers, trying to define what she and Taesu even are. In the background, Hisu's eyes are practically vibrating with anticipation, desperate to hear the answer. With Mia gone, Hisu is left alone in the bathroom to process this new information. A smug little smile spreads across her face as the gears in her head start turning. She remembers the police station incident, concluding they can't be lovers, they're practically enemies. And besides, she's seen the pure disgust on Dabin's face whenever Taesu is mentioned. A hopeful glint appears in her eye. If there's nothing between those two, it means there's still a chance. She takes a determined step out of the bathroom, lost in her brilliant deduction, but she mutters her thoughts aloud, catching the attention of Dabin, who is waiting just outside. Dabin is utterly bewildered. A chance? A chance for what, exactly? Her mind short-circuits, unable to connect any of the dots Hisu just laid out. Later, she's still walking through the halls, trying to figure out what on earth her friend was talking about. Her friend Yoonji points out that with how often they're seen together, rumors about her and Taesu are inevitable. Dabin wants to deny it, but a quick mental montage proves her friend right, they are together an awful lot. She sighs, realizing that ever since Han Taesu entered her life, things have just been one exhausting event after another. Her mind drifts back, trying to pinpoint where it all went wrong. Was it that first awkward meeting, or that other time, when she was a little too friendly for her own good? She should have been way more cautious the moment she realized he lived in her neighborhood. She was careless, lost in regret. She bumps right into someone, and of course, it's the very man plaguing her thoughts, Han Taesu. He casually asks why she's so shocked, but she's just thinking, speak of the devil and he shall appear. He then sizes her up, wondering why her clothes are so plain today. She defensively explains it's exam season, but a second later, she's blushing with frustration, wondering why on earth she's explaining herself to him. She snaps, asking why he even cares how she dresses. It's her choice, after all. But he just gives a small smile, saying it reminds him of the her he used to know, and that it looks nice. The sudden, genuine compliment leaves her completely stunned and blushing. He casually waves goodbye, wishing her good luck on her test prep as he heads out. Still dazed, she finds herself instinctively waving back, managing a quiet "you too." Her hand stays up for a moment, trembling slightly, as she watches him walk away. The second he's gone, she drops her hand, mortified and wondering why she even waved back. Later that night, as rain begins to fall, fate seems determined to push them together again. Inside her building, someone is on the phone, pressing the button for the elevator, and it's Han Tae-soo, confirming a meetup, standing right there as Shin Da-bin looks on in disbelief. And just like that, the elevator grinds to a halt, the display flashing an error. Tae-soo calmly finishes his call, noting that help might take a while. Shin Da-bin is frozen, her face flushed as he turns his attention to her. Seeing her expression, he playfully asks if she's worried about being stuck alone with him. He tries to reassure her, pointing out the security camera, but she quietly admits that's not what's bothering her. What she can't understand is his complete lack of fear. She asks how he can be so calm, and he just jokes that for a cheap apartment, you get what you pay for. But in her mind, this is a textbook horror movie setup. Her imagination runs wild, picturing every terrifying cliché about to happen. Tae-soo just watches her, a little baffled by her sudden descent into panic. Then, a mischievous thought crosses his mind. He asks if she believes in ghosts, even offering to tell a scary story to pass the time. She immediately shuts him down, explaining that someone she knew as a kid traumatized her with all that horror stuff. Ghosts, monsters, spirits, she wants absolutely nothing to do with any of it, and she can't fathom why people enjoy being scared. And as if the universe heard her, the single light in the elevator flickers once, twice, and then dies completely, plunging them into darkness. Da-bin completely loses her composure, stumbling right into Tae-soo's arms in the pitch black. He quickly flicks on his phone's flashlight, telling her to take it easy. It's just a temporary outage. But his words don't seem to reach her as she buries her face in his chest, completely terrified. He holds her steady, teasingly asking when she became so jumpy, since she usually acts fearless. Then, with a series of soft clicks, the ceiling panels begin to flicker back to life. The bright, sterile light floods the elevator, revealing the very intimate position they're in on the floor. He tells her, "See? Everything's fine now, so there's no need to worry anymore." But as he speaks, the reality of their closeness hits him, and a blush begins to creep up his face. He immediately gets flustered, waving his hands frantically, insisting this isn't what it looks like. She turns away, face burning red, muttering that she knows he doesn't need to say it. An awkward silence hangs in the air, with both of them trying desperately not to make eye contact. She's still trembling, completely mortified by the whole situation. As they sit there waiting, The hum of the elevator is the only sound. Noticing she's shivering, Han Tae-soo gently drapes his own jacket over her shoulders to keep her warm. She quietly accepts, pulling the jacket closer, the blush on her face deepening. After a moment, he pulls out his phone to break the tension, but he can feel her staring at him. She quickly looks away when he asks, muttering that she was just curious about something. He explains he was just trying to check on his auto hunt, but the elevator is messing with the signal. With a completely straight face, he lectures her on the vital importance of maximizing farming efficiency. Seeing her chance, Shindabin finally works up the courage to ask him the question on her mind. She finally asks him directly why he's always so concerned with money. Han Tae-soo's guard goes up instantly, wondering if she's looking for a fight. But she clarifies, explaining she knows his family is rich, so she's confused why he works so hard. He turns the question right back at her, asking why she's playing this risky game with strict parents. He immediately regrets it, realizing he can't demand answers while offering none of his own. Then, with a quiet solemnity, he drops a bombshell. He's cut ties with his family. He explains he left home about 4 years ago, prompting a shocked Shin Da-bin to ask if he ran away. He scoffs at that, insisting he left, he didn't run away, and that military service helped him survive. It's a pity, he adds, because his family's status on paper means he can't even get scholarships. And in that moment, it all clicks for her, remembering how he asked for money the first time they ever met. It all made sense now, the endless grind of part-time jobs just to make a living. He even chose a university that wasn't exactly prestigious, a purely practical decision. This was a life completely alien to the Han Tae-soo she thought she knew. His family, after all, was famous in the neighborhood for their immense wealth. They lived in a perfect mansion with a huge yard, and servants catering to their every need. A world away from the shabby, unremarkable life that someone like Mia had to endure. Trapped in a tiny, single rental room, just trying to survive day by day. The weight of this realization hits her, and she suddenly apologizes, leaving Tae-soo confused. Her mind flashes back to when they first met, how she'd called him out for being a spoiled rich kid. She admits she thought he was just a snob, and he just smiles, saying he can't totally deny it. Her mind races with regret. She had always seen him as some delicate flower, sheltered from the harsh realities of life. Tae-soo continues, admitting he wanted to get closer to her back then, but was just too awkward to know how. He confesses his only clumsy idea to see her again was to use money, since he was never good with words. With every word he speaks, the weight on her heart grows heavier. She realizes she was just as wrong about him. A chilling thought grips her: if he ever finds out the real truth, he'll despise her for what she's done. Then, with a casual smile, Tae-soo says he has a funny story to tell. He tells her that at one point, he seriously wondered if she was a completely different person. Not literally, of course, just that she had changed so much she felt like a stranger. He adds that Hyun kept mentioning it, and it was so convincing it became a running joke, but she is definitely not laughing. Seeing her face flush with panic, he leans in closer, completely misreading the situation and asking if she's okay. Her frantic excuses only confuse him more. All he sees is a red face and assumes she's sick. She blames the heat, her heart pounding in her chest as he leans even closer, completely missing the point. Desperate for an escape, she jumps up, trying to change the subject by wondering where their friends are. But Tae-soo, ever so kind, just offers to check on them for her, his gentle smile doing nothing to calm her nerves. Then a strange wave of dizziness hits her weight. It actually does feel way too hot in here. She struggles to breathe, commenting on how stuffy it is, but he doesn't seem to feel it at all. Without another word, her vision blurs and her legs completely give out from under her. She collapses to the floor in a heap, leaving Tae-soo frozen in shock for a split second. Rushing to her side, a single name escapes his lips in a desperate cry: Cha Mia. His mind flashes back to the real Mia, the girl who endured so much hardship because her parents never abandoned her. He remembers the cruelty she faced in middle school, the vicious words and trashed belongings. But even through all of that, the real Mia never, ever lost her smile. Because whenever she felt like breaking, he was there to ask if she was okay. In her eyes, he was the prince on a white horse who always came to cheer her up. Even in high school, when her mother was hospitalized from overwork, Mia stood by her bedside and smiled. She did it because her mom's one wish was just to see her daughter's smiling face. The following summer, another tragedy struck their home. She discovered her own father had drank away all the money meant for her mother's hospital bills, but she found a new reason to smile. She learned that Tae-soo's mother was a friend of her own. So, with that last bit of hope, she went to beg for help, only to be questioned if she was even her mother's daughter. Tae-soo's mother sneered, finally understanding that Mia was the reason her son refused to leave. She then sarcastically thanked the girl for ruining his life, just as she always had. The money Mia had begged for was tossed at her, now utterly meaningless. It was useless when her own mother passed away, without even a proper funeral. Her entire world, and her hope, shattered just like her glasses. Then her father forcibly dragged her away from her hometown, leaving everything behind. And in that moment, for the first time, Mia's smile completely vanished. It was then she finally understood a terrible, crushing thought. If she had never existed, maybe her prince wouldn't have fought with his family. Maybe her mom wouldn't have collapsed from overwork, and maybe everyone would have been happier. This one, horrible thought consumed her, reflected in the shattered pieces of her life. And in this despair, she believed that only by disappearing could she ever truly smile again. Ignoring the worried messages from Taesu, she decided she was just a stupid girl, who still had one final way to turn everything off for good. But instead of the end, she's violently jolted awake, crashing back into consciousness. Gasping for air, a cold sweat on her brow, she's utterly lost. She scrambles up in bed, looking around a room that is definitely not hers. A sudden voice makes her freeze, her eyes widening in pure shock. Because the person who woke her is holding a very large, very sharp kitchen knife. It's a little girl, who calmly says she could have slept longer, and Mia can only scream. The little girl just stares back, wondering why on earth Mia is screaming out of nowhere. As Mia scrambles away in terror, the girl asks if she had a nightmare, calling her Hyun. With the immediate threat gone, the girl calmly turns back to the stove where she was cooking. Mia tries to explain that she collapsed in the elevator with Taesu, and the girl admits she was surprised to find her in her brother's bed. Turns out, Taesu had called his sister in a panic, asking her to come over right away. But as the story settles, a much more mortifying realization starts to dawn on Mia. She looks down at the blue plaid shirt she's wearing, her face flushing crimson. These aren't her clothes. His sister deadpans that of course she was the one who changed her, asking what exactly Mia was expecting. She then sets down a warm bowl of egg porridge, simply telling her to eat up. Still flustered but calming down, Mia looks at the simple meal, the scary morning finally settling into something much gentler. His sister proudly guarantees the taste, confident in her cooking. Mia finally asks where Taesu is, and learns he stepped out to get her some medicine. The girl playfully teases her, asking if she's disappointed her brother isn't the one taking care of her. Mia flushes, overcome with guilt for always ending up as a burden when she just wanted to help. Sensing her unease, the sister gently asks if she's making things uncomfortable. She simply says it's fine. She doesn't mind, leaving Mia completely confused. The words she told Taesu that she could handle things herself echo in her mind, stinging with failure. But then his sister points to a photo, explaining this is just her paying Mia back for the cherry blossom pictures. She crosses her arms, telling her to just eat before the food gets cold. Her message is simple and kind. A sick person's only job is to get better. With a tired and slightly forced smile, Mia finally agrees to eat. The girl's playful threat to eat it herself is all it takes to get Mia to quickly agree. She hesitantly takes her first bite, still feeling the weight of her guilt. The porridge enters her mouth, and she chews slowly, not expecting anything special. But then an explosion of flavor hits her, and her eyes widen in pure, star-struck shock. She's completely floored, asking what this amazing food is, while Taesa's sister looks on smugly, having expected this exact reaction. The warmth spreads through her, the soft rice and rich sesame oil creating a perfect, comforting taste. The sister just smiles, admitting she also used to underestimate how good porridge could be. Mia, now completely won over, asks where on earth she learned to make something so delicious. But when she asks to be taught the recipe, the sister's expression instantly darkens, a chilling silence falling over the room. Mia looks up, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in tone. The sister explains that the person who taught her this amazing recipe was Mia herself, a statement that shatters Mia's understanding as she sees her own reflection in the spoon. The scene shifts to a memory, with a lone figure approaching a pharmacy late at night. Inside, a young Han Taesu asks the pharmacist for some fever reducer. He clarifies it isn't for him, but for a girl he knows who's been feeling unwell. He recalls her mentioning that she hasn't been able to sleep at all lately. The pharmacist notes that she might be on other medication for insomnia, but Taesu's memory is filled with regret. He admits to himself that he simply ran away. He fled without checking, even though he knew there was a way to confirm if that girl was really Mia. And this was the moment he fled from when she'd suddenly told him she had a scar on her chest. Taesu was completely bewildered by the random confession, assuming she meant an emotional one. He let out an awkward laugh, trying to play it cool. Was it just some old playground injury? He couldn't grasp why she'd bring it up out of nowhere. She explained that sharing a secret would make them feel more like a real couple. But since she didn't have any secrets, she decided she would just show it to him instead. The suggestion hangs in the air, and Taesu's brain completely short-circuits. He stammers back, asking if she has any idea what that implies as she tries to downplay it. But that's not the problem. Hess completely flustered, his mind racing. He grabs her hand, desperately asking if she truly understands the meaning behind her offer. She leans in closer, completely unfazed by his meltdown, just a little curious about his reaction. With a slight blush, she tells him that of course she knows what her offer means. It might not be okay for anyone else, but for Taesu it would be fine. He's stunned by her boldness, but she shyly admits it took all her courage just to say that. The memory fades, and in the present, Go Dongsu finds himself frozen in place. He had a chance to check for himself once, but he couldn't make his hands move. He remembers walking away, telling Haeyoon that Mia had an old scar from when she was a kid. Since Dongsu was always wondering if she was the same person, he left the task of checking to Haeyoon. Looking up at the building now, he questions himself, why did he hesitate back then? Was he afraid that the girl inside wasn't the Mia he knew, or was it something else entirely? Meanwhile, inside the apartment, a simple meal has just been prepared. Haeyoon brings a tray to a sick Mia, reminding her that she was the one who taught her this porridge recipe. She leans in, her voice deceptively sweet, asking if Mia could have possibly forgotten. The question hangs in the air as Haeyoon specifies this was her own mother's recipe, a memory Mia should have. For a split second, pure, unadulterated panic flashes in Mia's eyes. But she recovers instantly, putting on a cutesy act and blaming her cold for the memory slip. She even recalls the ingredients, trying desperately to sell the lie as Haeyoon quietly observes. Taking a bite, she praises Haeyoon's cooking, trying to shift the focus onto her friend's skills. Haeyoon just smiles, asking if she's absolutely sure there wasn't anything extra added to it. The visit ends, and with a decisive click, the door to the room is locked from the outside. Just then, Han Taesu arrives at the door, a hint of confusion on his face. Haeyoon greets him with a cheerful smile, noting that he took a bit longer than she'd expected. He immediately asks about Mia, only for Haeyoon to tell him he just missed her. She then relays a message from Mia, a promise to treat him next time as thanks. Taesu prepares to leave, mentioning the dorm curfew, but he can't shake a nagging feeling. He stops, turning back with a serious expression, and calls out Haeyoon's name. She looks back at him, her own demeanor turning guarded, waiting for what he has to say. He finally asks the million-dollar question. Did she have a scar? But Haeyoon doesn't give a simple yes or no. Instead, she names a time and a place. If he wants the answer, he'll have to buy her lunch, and then she'll tell him everything. Haeyoon smirks, seeing right through him. She knows he was trying to use her to get information. He can only sweat nervously, as she playfully awards him points for not being a total creep about it. But then her tone softens, and with a slight blush, she tells him it's okay, he can use her as much as he needs. Taesu is caught completely off guard by her sudden sincerity. She reminds him of her unwavering promise. No matter what happens, she will always be on his side. Hess just staring at her, lost in thought. When she playfully asks if Hes fallen for her or something, she quickly pulls back, laughing that she was kidding, but adds that he'll have to be the one to confess first. With a knowing look, she asks if he remembers that promise, and he softly confirms that he does. With their understanding set, she gives him a cheerful wave goodbye and heads inside. Later, while washing dishes, Taesu can only reflect on one undeniable truth. Haeyoon is a truly good person. He can't help but think about her, so bright, cheerful, and easy to love. His mind drifts back to a quiet, snowy night they once shared. He remembers the warmth that bloomed on his face just from looking at her, and the gentle way she smiled back in that moment. Someone so radiant, he thought, was almost too good for a guy like him. Snapping back to the present, he can only sigh, she's just too nice. Elsewhere, another person is piecing things together. Shindabin lets the shower water run, but her mind is still working. She thinks about Haeyoon's proposal for a meal next Sunday. A small smirk forms just by suggesting it. Haeyoon had already given herself away. The next morning, a brand new day begins. As Taesu heads out, he's immediately stopped in his tracks. His neighbor, Do Yeonwoo, is right there, looking exhausted and trying to keep a low profile. They've both opened their apartment doors at the exact same, awkward second. Breaking the silence, Taesu just offers her a gentle, disarming smile. He can't help but notice her tired eyes and kindly asks if she's feeling okay. The simple question makes her flush, completely catching her off guard. She quickly mumbles that she's fine and scurries away down the hall. Her destination, it turns out, is the school infirmary. She explains that her insomnia has gotten much worse, hoping for something to help her sleep. Unfortunately for Yeonwoo, the nurse explains she can't prescribe sleeping pills. Instead, she gently asks if something stressful has happened lately. That one word stressful sends Yeonwoo's mind flashing back to a lecture hall, and to the one person at the root of it all. Han Taesu, her ex-boyfriend. Her friend Yoonji saw it immediately, her worried face asking if she was alright, knowing it was because of him. The memory is sharp, colored with flashes of a past injury, a wound near her eye. She spirals, thinking if only she hadn't run into him again, none of this would be happening. If she had just ignored him from the very first moment, would her life be this complicated? But sitting there in the lecture hall, she shakes her head, deciding it's too late for what-ifs. All of that history is now just a memory within the walls of Korea Sohan University. All this time, she was sure he must have hated her. But what if he knew? A blush creeps up her neck at the thought. She remembers it clearly, taking money from his mother to spy on him. And through it all, Tae-soo never said a word. Why? He just calmly declared he was cutting ties with his family. But the reason for it all remained a mystery. Snapping back to the present, she stops dead in her tracks, realizing someone is behind her. She whips around, her face burning, demanding to know why he's following her. He feigns ignorance, but she calls him out, insisting she knows he's been tailing her. His answer catches her completely off guard. He was just worried about her, that's all. Yeon-woo is stunned silent as he asks if it's wrong for a senior to care about his junior. Flustered, she asks if he was even listening to her. She reminds him about the dating rumors, demanding to know why he isn't bothered. But Tae-soo just tells her to forget it and let people talk. He explains that gossipers will believe what they want anyway, so reacting just fuels the fire. Besides, he's never really cared about what other people say about him. His complete lack of concern leaves Yeon-woo speechless for a moment. But then she remembers, didn't he say it would be a problem just a little while ago? He even dragged her away. Caught, Tae-soo just brushes it off, saying she seems fine now and that he's leaving. He gives a casual wave and walks off, leaving her standing there utterly dumbfounded. And as she watches him go, she realizes Han Tae-soo, he's the reason for her insomnia. In her mind, Han Tae-soo was her one and only, her first and last boyfriend. The sun sets as she finally makes it back to her apartment. Staring into her closet, a single thought consumes her. She has to endure another 2 years until he graduates and is gone for good. She collapses into bed, completely and utterly exhausted from the mental strain. Why did he have to show up now and mess with her head like this? She'd pictured him living a perfect life, like a prince in a castle, forgetting she ever existed. But the look in his eyes, it was filled with regret, not the hatred she expected. The contradiction leaves her feeling weak, her resolve crumbling. She recalls her promise to be stronger, clutching a memory of his kindness on her old medication. Every time she sees him, the memories she fought so hard to bury claw their way back to the surface. She swore to herself she'd never see him again, to live as if he never existed. To achieve that, she had to cut him off with a cold, cruel smile. She promised to leave that foolish past behind and build a completely new life. A promise she repeated over and over, and yet, here she is, wavering. Meanwhile, Ha-yoon is facing her own ghosts, grappling with a heavy feeling of regret. A friend on the phone calls her out. She's only hesitating because she doesn't want her ex-boyfriend to hate her. Be honest, the friend presses. Didn't her heart skip a beat when she saw him again? Ha-yoon furiously denies it, insisting she's not the one hovering around him. But a flood of memories reminds her he's the one who always seems to find his way back to her. But Ha-yoon keeps insisting it's not like that, hugging her knees tight. The voice on the phone turns sharp, bringing up a bitter memory of her own, a time she sold Tae-soo out for a bit of money. She asks Ha-yoon if that's the real fear, the terror of him finding out the truth and hating her for it. From her law office, Seojin presses on, questioning if it's better for everyone to just stay in the dark. Is she really protecting him? Or is this all just to protect herself from getting hurt? The thought strikes a nerve, the possibility that she'd rather he never find out at all. Overwhelmed, Ha-yoon can only whisper for her to stop, to just stop now. But the scene shifts, and now it's Mia on the phone, being asked why she hasn't been writing in her journal. She looks away, weakly claiming she's fine, that she just forgot her meds because of a fever. As she promises to write, we see her phone lying next to a note from Tae-soo, reminding her to take them. On the other end, Seojin sighs, deciding she knew this wouldn't work and that she's coming over. Mia flies into a panic, desperately asking why she's coming, her voice trembling. But her frantic questions are cut short by a sudden, firm knock at her own front door, and a familiar voice calmly calls out her name from the other side. Her blood runs cold. It's Han Tae-soo, asking if she's finished with her call. He waits patiently in the hallway, calling out to her one more time, but as he raises his hand again, a loud bang from inside her apartment stops him cold. Instantly concerned, he calls through the door, asking if she's okay and what just happened. A flustered Mia opens up, nervously asking how long he's been there and if he overheard anything. Tae-soo just shakes his head, explaining with a slight blush that he simply made too much porridge. She timidly explains that Ha-yoon told her he enjoyed it last time, so she thought, but he just tells her thanks. But he's fine, so she should take it back. With a gentle smile, he insists she really doesn't have to worry. It's just leftover food. But his kindness just makes it worse, and Mia snaps, screaming that she said she was fine. Tae-soo freezes, completely blindsided by her sudden, raw explosion of emotion. She immediately shrinks back, apologizing for yelling and weakly insisting again that she's okay. He looks down at her crumpled form and asks the one question hanging between them. Does she still have feelings for him? Mia deflects, saying he's just being nice and that people will get the wrong idea, especially since he likes someone else now. She looks up, her voice trembling as she asks why he keeps being so kind. Doesn't he resent her at all? After all, she just disappeared on him, treating him so coldly without a single word of explanation. But Taesu calmly turns her question on its head, asking what if he doesn't resent her at all. The response hits Mia like a lightning bolt, leaving her utterly speechless. As he walks away, she calls out, desperately asking if he truly means he didn't hate her. He stops, admitting he'd be lying if he said he wasn't upset. But another emotion was far stronger. He was just relieved that she was alive and safe. He remembers the moment he saw her again, walking into that police station. She looked so different, and in that instant, any anger he held simply vanished. Hearing this, Mia completely breaks, unable to contain the overwhelming flood of emotion. Taesu kneels, placing the food by her door, acknowledging that she's had a tough time. He just wants her to know the truth. His resentment isn't something she ever needs to worry about. He tells her to just think of it as a friend from her hometown worrying about her. With that, he leaves the pot of food by her door and quietly walks away. The moment he's gone, Mia collapses against the door, completely overwhelmed. A voice echoes in her head, taunting her, asking if seeing him again made her heart waver. She shudders, the cruel words reminding her of a past prediction that she'd change her mind. Her memory throws her back in time, 4 years ago. A younger Taesu sits alone on some steps, shivering in the cold winter air. He looks up, his face flushed, and his expression filled with a quiet determination. An umbrella suddenly opens above him, shielding him from the falling snow. It's a young Seojin, looking down at him and asking what he's doing out here. She tells him he's been sitting out here since last night, and gently asks if he's waiting for someone. Taesu explains his situation. He lost his wallet, and was hoping to find a day labor job to get by. But his last shred of hope shatters when she casually mentions the job agency has been closed for a while. He can't help but feel a wave of despair. Seems like some people just can't catch a break. With nothing left to do, he gets up to leave, apologizing for getting in her way. But as he walks away, her voice cuts through the cold air, stopping him. She starts to make an offer, seeing that he clearly has nowhere else to go. She invites him to come stay at her place, a shocking proposition from a near stranger. Taesu turns back, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden act of kindness. Seojin simply holds his gaze with a small, knowing smile, her offer hanging in the air. She presses him one last time, asking if he really doesn't want to accept her help. And with that single act of kindness, his life changed, leading him to where he is today. Waking up in the present, Taesu finds a pot on the counter. Attached is a simple note from Mia, thanking him for the food. A small, genuine smile spreads across his face. She even did the dishes. It's been 4 days since her collapse, and he's been quietly keeping an eye on her. Seeing her at school, he feels a wave of relief that she seems to be okay. But an old memory pushes its way into his thoughts, a quiet question from the past. He wonders, if he truly has no feelings for her, why can't he stop worrying? Meanwhile, his ex, Haeyoon, confidently declares to her friends that she's been over him for years. He tries to convince himself his interest in Mia is just curiosity, not actual feelings. After all, the one his heart truly beats for is someone else entirely. His thoughts drift back to a radiant, smiling senior from his past. He remembers that fateful day, blushing as he recalls the moment he first met Hisu. But his trip down memory lane is cut short by Daebin, who points out how red his face is. She innocently asks if he's catching a cold, and he can only sigh at how troublesome she is. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in Daebin's head. Wait a minute, isn't this an opportunity? Her mind immediately shifts into dating sim mode. This is a classic event to farm affection points. Seizing her chance, she cheerfully offers to take care of her dear Sunbae from now on, only for Taesu to walk off, leaving her screaming in frustration as he completely ignores her. But just as he tries to make his escape, a hand gently but firmly takes his. Taesu looks up, his mind going completely blank for a second. And there she is, his senior, Haesu, with a perfectly timed, knowing smile. Without a word, she just pulls him along, asking if she didn't show up at the perfect moment. That confident look on her face says she knows exactly what she's doing. She simply explains that he looked like he was in trouble, so she decided to rescue him. Hisu playfully asks if she was wrong, but she already knows the answer. Flustered, Taesu can only wonder how she always manages to figure it out, every single time. She turns to him, a soft look in her eyes as she starts to explain her secret. It's because whenever he's in trouble, she can always tell, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. All he can do is stammer her title, completely flustered by her bold statement. The blush spreads across his face as he tries to process what just happened. but with a charming wink, Hisu decides she'll keep her methods a secret for now. That sweet memory fades, and we snap back to the present day at the university. Taesu stares at his own reflection, lost in thought, still pondering that long-ago moment. He quietly wonders to himself, is he really that easy for people to read? Just then, a familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, as Mia dryly asks if he's a narcissist. Startled, he turns and immediately grabs her, pulling her away before she can protest. Mia is shocked, reminding him they agreed not to be seen together in public. He drags her into a secluded stairwell, casually telling her he just needs a quick word. He hits her with a stunner, asking her to confirm that she is, in fact, his ex-girlfriend. Mia completely short-circuits, demanding to know what he's suddenly talking about. He cuts to the chase, asking her to be honest. Is it super obvious when he's having a hard time? Leaning in close, he admits that he figured she, of all people, might be able to tell. He presses her for details. Does he have any weird habits or tells when he's feeling flustered? She can't think of anything. So he explains that someone keeps pointing out how easy he is to read. With that, he abruptly ends the conversation, thanking her for her time. A little dazed, Mia just watches him go, wishing him luck on his exam. The scene shifts to later that night, with students leaving the university grounds. As Taesu walks down the street, a sleek black car pulls up and a voice calls out his name. The voice belongs to Hisu, who greets him with a warm smile, wondering why he's out so late. Taesu explains his part-time job got pushed back, and just as he's about to head over, she offers him a ride. He freezes, his mind racing a 20-minute walk versus a car ride with his crush that might leave him too flustered to even work. Despite his worries, he accepts, hilariously strapping on a full-face helmet as he gets in, much to her amusement. With Taesu safely buckled in, she pulls the sleek car out onto the street. As they drive, Taesu hums a cheerful tune, a small smile playing on her lips. Taesu glances over, unable to ignore her obviously good mood. He can't help but ask if something good happened, pointing out that she's been humming the whole time. She turns the tables on him, saying that he's the one who's really brightened up recently. She mentions he's even attending events now, unaware his inner voice confesses it's all just to see her more. She recalls how he used to be so gloomy and quiet, a memory he just brushes off as being young. But Taesu turns it around, reminding her how strange she was for letting a stranger into her home. Hisu just smiles, accepting that she's always been a unique person. The scene shifts back to that first night, when she welcomed him into her apartment. He was taken aback by how empty the place was, but she assured him there were plenty of beds. Just as he was about to head off to one of the rooms to rest for the night, Hisu suddenly stopped him in his tracks. With a curious, unreadable expression, she asked him a simple question. Wasn't he scared? He completely misinterprets her, wondering if she's warning him about intruders hiding in the dark. But that wasn't it at all, and she starts to explain what she really meant. She clarifies that some people find her minimalist apartment lifeless, even a little creepy. Since as the first guy she's ever brought home, she was just curious what he would think. But Seojin isn't bothered in the slightest, casually mentioning his own room is just as empty. He even sees the bright side, noting it would make moving out much easier, an answer that clearly surprises her. And for a moment, a soft, genuine smile breaks through her usual guarded expression. Looking back, Seojin can't help but marvel at her kindness, taking in a total stranger with no questions asked. He knows deep down that if he hadn't met her back then, his life would be completely different. The memory fades as we snap back to the present, with Seojin suddenly flustered and blushing. Hisu has moved in close, her eyes locking onto his, demanding to know what he's hiding. She's noticed has been more active and thoughtful lately, and with a playful grin, she says she has a pretty good guess why. He's completely flustered by her direct hit, stammering a denial while his mind races. Did she know all along? With a playful smirk, she throws out Maya's name, claiming she's been suspicious of them for a while, but he flatly denies it. She presses on, mentioning the campus rumors about them always being together, but Seojin holds his ground, remembering Mia's own warning. To throw her off, he quickly fabricates a story, claiming they were simply high school classmates, an answer that clearly surprises her. He elaborates that since Mia started school late, she wasn't comfortable being overly familiar, an excuse Jesus seems to accept for now. But as she turns back to the road, a soft, almost relieved smile touches her lips for just a second. Seojin catches that fleeting expression, a subtle shift that leaves him completely bewildered. He can't shake the feeling. Did he see that, right? It almost looked like she was glad to hear his answer. His thoughts are cut short when he has to snap her back to attention. The light has turned green. And as they drive through the city, Seojin realizes that for a moment there, his sunbae had acted very differently from usual. Elsewhere, in a quiet apartment, a lone tap drips, echoing in the silence. A phone screen lights up with a message from her mother. It's a heavy reminder for Shin Dabin, who sits alone, watching the city lights. She hates this all of it, a feeling that weighs her down in the darkness. But that's a story for another time. Right now, we're with Han Tae-soo at a department store. He's blushing furiously, caught between the affectionate calls of both Shin Da-bin and Do Yeon-woo. Da-bin holds up a bright pink shirt, playfully asking her sunbae if it's his style. But Yeon-woo counters with a more subtle choice, insisting she knows Tae-soo's low-key taste better. Trapped in the middle, a flustered Tae-soo can only stammer that he thinks they're both fine. Da-bin isn't having it though, her eyes narrowing as she presses him to make a real choice. Yeon-woo smiles sweetly, telling him it's all about who he really likes. The pressure is on, and Tae-soo can only ask them to hold on a second. But to understand how he got cornered like this, we need to jump back 2 hours. Midterms had just ended, and the campus was already buzzing about the upcoming school festival. As Tae-soo arrived at his department's room, a sudden shout from inside made him pause. He overhears his friends gossiping, and the subject is, once again, the girls from social welfare. A freshman named Do Yoon-ju complains that their rivals are trying to dominate the festival and always picking fights. Just then, Tae-soo walks in, asking what happened with the social welfare department this time. One of the girls explains that they got into another huge fight with them just last night. And as Da-bin turns, the faint bruises around her eyes tell Tae-soo everything he needs to know. Seeing the marks on her face, he asks if she has something to say, but Da-bin just gets flustered. This whole situation gets him thinking about someone else, about Mia. Ever since that day in the elevator, she's been actively avoiding him, scrambling away with flimsy excuses. Still, he can't help but notice a change in Da-bin. At least she isn't glaring at him anymore, so maybe he's overthinking it. He figures this is just business as usual, another chapter in the endless war between Mediacom and social welfare. But Da-bin fires back, asking how he can be so casual when the social welfare girls are always the ones picking fights. She claims their reputation is so bad, there's a saying, if you see them in the cafeteria, get out fast. Tae-soo barely has time to question it before she proudly admits she just made the whole thing up on the spot. Trying to get things back on track, he asks which festival events their rivals are entering. The list includes a cross-dressing contest, which one of the guys immediately writes off as a lost cause for them. But one of the girls corrects him, the contest is actually open to students from any year. With a mischievous look, she turns her attention to Tae-soo, asking what he thinks. She suggests he'd be a perfect candidate for it, which makes Da-bin do a double take. Hilariously, Tae-soo actually starts to consider it, wondering aloud about the prize money. He quickly plays it off as a joke, suggesting his long-haired classmate Youngha would be a better fit. But as the words leave his mouth, a sudden idea begins to form in his mind. Da-bin cuts him off, insisting that he genuinely has a pretty look and could actually win. She gets right in his personal space, trying to goad him into competing for their department's honor. But he simply tells her he'll pass, leaving her completely stunned by the rejection. She tries to guilt him about losing to social welfare, but he just shrugs, admitting he couldn't care less. Just then, the classroom door slides open with a bang. A bright, cheerful girl bursts in, asking if she can join their little chat. Tae-soo is immediately flustered, realizing it's Hae-soo, their department president. She's heard the news the social welfare department is stirring up trouble again. A fiery aura erupts around her as she declares that this year, their department will win everything. She puts on a sweet smile, vowing to crush their rival's pride, leaving Tae-soo thinking she's a little terrifying. Da-bin grins with a dark glint in her eye, saying what a coincidence. She was planning to fold them in half too. The two girls are instantly on the same wavelength, fired up to win, as Tae-soo wonders why they're so intense. With their new alliance forged, Da-bin turns to him with a grin, declaring it's time to go. Tae-soo just stares back, completely lost, having no idea what he's just been dragged into. And just like that, he's unceremoniously hauled into a clothing store. Da-bin and Hae-soo have him locked in, beaming with excitement while Tae-soo is just a confused hostage. It dawns on him what they're planning, and he can't believe they're actually serious. Yep, they're marching him straight towards the fitting rooms. He tries to protest, a last-ditch effort to escape his fate, but it's too late. He's already changing while the girls sneak a peek, clearly enjoying the show. Even the shop assistant watches, praying for a sale as the girls tease him from outside. Turns out, the entire ordeal was just so they could use him as a living mannequin. With their errand done, Da-bin casually suggests they do some real shopping now. Tae-soo sighs, realizing what his role will be for the rest of the day, the designated bag holder. Just when he thinks he can breathe, another voice calls out his name. A female classmate emerges, wanting his opinion on an outfit she's trying on. Tae-soo is immediately flustered, a deep blush spreading across his cheeks. He mumbles that it looks all right, though it's a bit tame for her, but she reminds him the fashion contest's theme is freshman. To complete the look, she pops on a pair of glasses, striking a cute pose. His stunned silence prompts her to ask what's wrong, but he's just short-circuiting. He finally says that dressed like that, she looks her age, which she immediately takes as him calling her old. She reconsiders for a moment, a playful smile appearing as she gets another idea. Instead of wearing the glasses, she hangs them from her collar as a chic accent. Barely able to look at her, Taesu just stammers that yes, that one definitely suits her. Just as Taesu gives his approval, another freshman contestant steps out, asking for their opinion on her own look. But before he can answer, Taesu emerges in a new outfit, a cute sweater that completely melts his brain. She worries that it might be too cutesy for her, admitting she picked it with the other girls in mind. Taesu immediately reassures her it's perfect, saying it makes her look 5 years younger, which was the wrong thing to say. The freshman quickly jumps in to salvage the situation, flattering Taesu by saying she just makes any clothes look good. Getting their attention again, she excuses herself for a moment. She returns in a much flashier, more revealing outfit, pointedly asking what they think of this one. While Taesu seems impressed, Taesu just stares blankly, realizing, oh, she's trying to compete. Later that night, outside the grand department store, the competition seems to have ended. The freshman hides out in the restroom, fuming at herself for getting so worked up over a simple shopping trip. She tries to convince herself it doesn't matter if Taesu and Taesu are getting along. In fact, it would be better for her if they did so. Why on earth did she get so worked up? With a slight blush, she admits she just needs him to find someone quickly so she can stop worrying. Her thoughts are interrupted when Taesu approaches her at the sink, thanking her for the day. Her sunbae confesses that she really needed the distraction, so the shopping trip was perfect timing. A little concerned, Mia asks if something happened to her. She can't help but notice that Taesu looks exhausted up close. The observation seems to land, and Taesu quietly takes it in, but she just plays it off, saying she was just excited to hang out with her juniors for a change. With that, she suggests they go find Taesu, who's been patiently waiting like the world's most dedicated bag holder. Mia watches her sunbae, a strange feeling creeping in as she notices the cracks in that cheerful facade. Taesu calls out brightly to Taesu, but Mia can't help but think that smile is completely fake. As she walks ahead, Mia wonders if she's ever seen her smile like that before, so empty. For Taesu, being here triggers a memory of the last time he came to this department store. It was the day before their high school entrance ceremony, a moment he remembers vividly. His sunbae had insisted that he couldn't possibly look shabby for his first impression. She dragged him here by the hand, determined to get him a proper coat to wear. The memory fades as they reach the parking garage, where Taesu suddenly stops and apologizes. Something urgent has come up, she claims, so she won't be able to give them a ride home. With a quick goodbye, she tells them she'll see them at school, leaving them to find their own way. As Taesu's car speeds away, Taesu and Mia are left standing alone with their shopping bags. Taesu can't help but smile to himself, thinking that despite everything, it was a worthwhile day. His happy little thought is immediately interrupted by a sharp tug on his face. Mia yanks his cheek hard, much to his pained confusion. She says his expression was annoying her, then gets to the point. Does he really like his sunbae that much? Blushing, Taesu reminds her she already knows the answer, even pointing out how she interjected earlier. A sly grin spreads across his face as a thought strikes him. Could it be that she's jealous? Oh, wrong thing to say. He immediately takes it back, telling her to relax as she glares daggers at him. As they walk through the city streets, Mia changes her tune, asking a more serious question. If he likes Taesu so much, why hasn't he confessed? She knows he's not the type to hold back. Mia keeps pressing, asking if he already confessed and got rejected. Taesu's face is grim as she throws out the classic "let's stay friends" line, trying to get a reaction. His mind drifts back to that day. He was so ready to tell Taesu how he felt, a single rose in hand, but in the end, there was a reason he just couldn't go through with it. Back in the present, he admits to Mia that the timing was just never right. He explains that Taesu should have graduated, but she purposely dropped classes, which bought him a little more time. Lost in his own story, he continues walking with a couple of shopping bags. Then, a sudden realization snaps him out of his thoughts. He stops dead in his tracks, looking around the crowded street. Mia? Hes completely baffled. She was right beside him a second ago, and now she's just vanished. A cold dread washes over him. Not again. Did she really just vanish on him? Just as his panic sets in, a faint meow cuts through the noise of the street. He follows the sound and finds her crouched down, completely captivated by a small cat. With a sigh of relief mixed with pure exasperation, he walks over, asking what on earth she's doing. She just gives him a bubbly smile, explaining how she couldn't possibly walk past something so cute. Mia is completely lost in the moment, nuzzling the little creature without a care in the world. And watching her like this, it strikes a chord, reminding him of something familiar. This is exactly how the Mia he used to know would act, so carefree and gentle. Then, another realization hits him. Now that he thinks about it, Heisu loved cats, too. His mind drifts to memories of his sunbae, always taking the time to care for strays. He asks if she's sure about giving the cat regular milk, a small, practical concern breaking the silence. She notes with a hint of surprise that he's actually starting a conversation, a rare event between them. Taisu admits he'd always wondered where she disappeared to at night, never imagining it was for this. She just smiles, reassuring him that it's special milk for cats she bought from an animal hospital. He then asks the obvious question. If she's so dedicated, why not just take the little guy home? Heisu hesitates, then tells him she's already taken in another stray before this one. Taisu is completely thrown for a loop until she playfully offers him the carton of milk. Oh, that's what she meant. The light mood fades as she confesses she did think about keeping a pet once, but ultimately gave up on the idea. Walking beside him, she explains she just didn't think she could take proper responsibility for it. It simply wouldn't have been fair. She concludes with a sad smile, a sentiment Taisu quietly absorbs. Her words make him stop dead in his tracks, the implication finally sinking in. Heisu turns back, her gaze steady, as she asks him a pointed question. Then what about her? He's confused, asking why she thinks he decided to bring her into his life. She spells it out for him. Did he do it because he thought he could take responsibility for her? A tiny, knowing smile plays on her lips as she watches him process the weight of her question. Taisu flushes, completely caught off guard by the sudden intensity. Then, her tone shifts completely, playfully suggesting what if it was just love at first sight. She asks with a dazzling smile if an answer like that would be enough for him, but he's not falling for it, reminding her they agreed not to joke about that stuff, though she notes he was quick to call it a joke. He insists her pranks don't work on him anymore, but her quiet challenge suggests she thinks otherwise. She leans in with a blush, asking if he really disliked hearing her say she liked him. Taisu confirms he didn't, calling it a tasteless joke, and she just laughs at his bluntness. But with a knowing smile, she tells him to think about the situation more carefully. He reasons that they were complete strangers before he joined her circle. So, she concludes, the only logical explanation for her choosing him was love at first sight. She playfully tugs his jacket, noting that most guys would be flustered by that line. But he's the only one who just calmly calls it a lie, only him, Taisu. He looks away, silently mulling over her words and this strange fascination she has with him. She then admits the honest truth. It's fun, because he reminds her of herself. His eyes widen just a fraction, the unexpected and personal reason hitting him hard. Taisu sits up in bed, the remnants of a strange conversation still clinging to him. He quickly dismisses it as just a weird dream as the morning sun streams in. Time moves forward, and the last Sunday of the month finally arrives. Today is the day of his promised lunch with Hyun at Suhan Plaza. He stands outside the plaza, checking his phone as he waits for her. The memory of their promise was clear. Next Sunday, at noon. But the time on his screen ticks past noon, now showing 12 to 15. A flicker of concern crosses his mind. It's not like her to be late without any word. Just as he starts to seriously worry, his phone begins to vibrate in his hand. He looks down, but the call isn't from Hyun, it's from her roommate, Park Yoon. He answers the call, and Park Yoon's frantic voice screams through the phone. It's absolute chaos on her end, as she and another girl try to restrain a rampaging Hyun. But after hearing Taesa's voice, Hyun's anger instantly vanishes, and she calmly agrees to stand down. With the battle suddenly over, her exhausted roommates collapse while she kneels happily. Taesu hangs up, bewildered, as Park Yoon profusely thanks him for somehow taming the beast. And just like that, his lunch plans are off, leaving him with unexpected free time. A sudden thought crosses his mind. It's always at moments like this. He turns, sensing that something, or someone, is nearby. His eyes first catch a bizarre sight. 4 identical men jogging in perfect unison. But then a familiar face turns to meet his gaze. It's Mia. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Shin Da-bin zones out at work, catching the attention of her friend. She touches her ear, a strange tingling sensation making her wonder if someone is talking about her. But back with Taesu, his eyes clear and he realizes with a sigh it wasn't Mia. He tries to laugh it off, thinking it would be too strange to run into her so easily again. Just then, a soft voice whispers right beside him, asking who he was expecting to meet. A girl gets playfully close, teasing him about whether he was waiting for his girlfriend. It's Heisu, Mia Sunbae, who smiles warmly as she calls out to him. She somehow found him in the middle of this bustling town square, a place filled with people, yet she appeared at his side as if by magic. Hess completely caught off guard, asking with a flustered look what she's even doing here. But Taesu notices the can in her hand, questioning if his Sunbae is really drinking in broad daylight. She sits down beside him, deflecting with a sigh that she just had some things happen. He looks at her closely, a thought clicking into place, and asks if by any chance she just met those people. Hisu's playful demeanor shatters, genuinely surprised he could guess that, and asks what made him think so. A faint blush dusts his cheeks as he tries to explain his reasoning. He points out that her outfit looks like morning clothes, something formal and somber. And more than that, he noticed her smile seemed forced, which gave everything away. Seeing her reaction, he quickly tries to backtrack, telling her she doesn't have to talk about it if it's hard. She lowers her gaze, a quiet moment passing between them as she processes his words. Then, with a small, bittersweet smile, she remarks how funny it is that he noticed when they never do. She confirms his guess with a sad smile. Yes, these were her morning clothes, and she wore them for a reason. Then she reveals something that stops him cold. Last week, they forced her to start taking bride lessons. It was their version of a compromise. They'd let her graduate, but only if she kept her grades up and didn't disrupt the wedding plans. With a flash of her earlier determination, she explains how she planned to cause a huge scene at the family meal today. She walked in dressed for a funeral, her face a mask of pure misery, hoping someone, anyone, would finally see her pain. But her silent protest was met with complete and utter indifference as they all just laughed and ate. No one even cared, leaving her to mechanically chew her food, feeling completely invisible. So in the end, she admits with a hollow smile, she just left without doing anything, like a coward. A heavy sigh escapes her, the emotional weight of her story finally settling in the quiet air between them. She apologizes for whining to him again, but Taesu's gentle expression is filled with nothing but sincere concern. Taesu recalls this familiar pattern. Whenever she met those people, she'd return completely broken. In those moments, she'd quietly lean on him, seeking a bit of comfort in the silence. But there was always one thing, without fail, that would bring her back. A sudden intense craving for tteokbokki. Her mood instantly shifts as she declares her need for the spiciest rice cakes she can find. He watches with a knowing smile as she debates pushing the limits to a fiery level 8. Seeing his chance to cheer her up, Taesu casually offers to go with her, saying he's free. She considers his offer, but playfully objects that level 8 might be a bit too intense. Then, a much better idea seems to cross her mind. With a hopeful and charming smile, she asks if Taesu would make it for her instead. Taesu is completely stunned by her request, stammering in disbelief. She just leans in closer with a playful smile, suggesting they go eat it in his room. And so, they find themselves back at his apartment. Soon, the bubbling sound of spicy tteokbokki fills the air. Taesu, a bit flustered by the situation, focuses on getting the food just right. But by the time he's done, he finds that she's already fallen fast asleep on his bed. He watches her for a moment, thinking it's been a long time since she last came over. His mind flashes back to when she helped him find this place right after his military service. Back then, she'd explained she stopped visiting so often to avoid campus gossip. Now, watching her sleep, he's left alone with his thoughts, wondering what to do. He stands over her, debating whether or not he should disturb her rest. She did say to wake her up, but still, he hesitates. Looking at her peaceful expression, he decides it's better to just let her sleep. But the moment he turns, an arm snaps out and grabs him from behind. She wasn't sleeping at all. With a yelp, he's pulled off balance, completely at her mercy. He stumbles forward, knocking a few books off his shelf in the process. Landing right beside her, he sees Dabian looking up with a sly, knowing smile. Taesu's face immediately flushes red, his brain struggling to catch up. Now he's the one trapped, pinned on the bed as she playfully asks what he's up to. The scene then cuts away, shifting to the outside of a quiet neighborhood cafe. Meanwhile, Mia is at a cafe, listening in shock as her friends start spilling some major gossip. They reveal that her sunbae, Haesu, is actually from an incredibly wealthy family. One of them explains they were all at a huge party for their streaming platform, and she was there too. To prove it, she pulls up a photo. There's Haesu, standing right beside a powerful-looking CEO. But the real bombshell they drop is the rumor they overheard that Haesu and the CEO are getting married. Mia jolts forward, her first panicked thought being to ask if Han Taesu knows about this. Her friends are completely baffled, wondering what Taesu has to do with any of it, forcing Mia to awkwardly backpedal. But the slip-up was too obvious, and you can see the gears turning in her friend's mind. She gently asks the million-dollar question. Did Mia confess to Taesu and get rejected? The scene shifts to Taesu himself, lost in thought, remembering how he tried to confess but the timing was all wrong. Her friend connects the dots, asking Mia if Taesu didn't confess because he already knew about Haesu. The memory continues, with Taesu quietly cooking something in a pan. Suddenly, he hears a trip and a stumble right behind him. He turns just in time to catch Haesu as she falls forward, right into his arms. She looks up, dazed for a moment, her heart pounding as she calls out his title. But then, in a flash, she whips out her phone, snapping a picture of his bright, red, flustered face. Haesu pulls back, laughing triumphantly at having captured his priceless expression. He's still completely stunned while she declares his face is too funny not to save. She then offers a slightly more sentimental excuse, saying she wanted a picture before graduation. She claims she's taking photos of everyone, but his serious stare was just too perfect to ignore, leaving him a blushing mess. He pleads with her to delete the picture, mortified at how stupid he looks. But she flatly refuses, cheekily saying she loves how natural and candid it is. Defeated, Taesu changes tactics, threatening to ruin her precious Taekbaki, forcing her to negotiate. The moment reminds him of another time, a memory from his freshman year with Hisu. She told him then about her arranged marriage, a future decided for her long ago. Hisu confessed that her own opinion meant little to her family, her fate already sealed. She wondered aloud if someone like him could have given her the strength to run away. Someone she truly liked. Someone who could make her abandon everything. His younger self was left blushing and speechless as she connected the dots for him. She teased him, pointing out how obvious his feelings were, and he realized just how transparent his heart had been. She confessed that when she'd said love at first sight earlier, there hadn't been any real feeling behind the words. A younger Taesu then asked her what she was going to do about the marriage. Was she really just going to obey her parents? She quietly admitted she didn't know. Hisu wondered aloud why she couldn't leave home the way he had. She had the ability, and in her mind, she'd already left hundreds of times. Looking at him, she asked if she still needed another reason, noting he was also eating tteokbokki back then. And just like that, the memory fades, leaving the present-day tteokbokki on the table. Knife Girl is absolutely blissful, declaring his cooking to be the best in the world. Taesu notes she ate the whole thing despite her claims, but she just says his food is different. Taesu begins to warn her about eating too much, but she quickly cuts him off. She has a whole theory ready, explaining that all girls have 3 stomachs, so it's fine. But with a soft smile, she admits there's another reason. She just couldn't bear to leave a single bite of the food he made for her. Her genuine words hit him hard, and a deep blush creeps across his face. Flustered, he stammers about splitting the ingredient costs and rushes off to do the dishes. Watching him from the bed, she calls out his name, her expression turning serious. She has a simple question. Why did he really ask her to eat with him? After all, she knows him better than that. He doesn't even like tteokbokki. He freezes at the sink, realizing she's right. Back when they lived together, he wouldn't even touch the stuff. So, she asks, why did he eat it all with her today? His ears burn red, completely cornered by her question. She smiles gently, wondering if maybe his tastes have finally changed. Her words trigger a memory, taking him back to a cold, lonely night. He remembers her appearing with an umbrella, asking what he was doing out here. Even now, he can't fully grasp the events of that fateful day. She had realized he'd been sitting there, alone, since the night before. She recalls wondering why she even approached him, asking if he was waiting for someone. Seeing he had nowhere else to go, she offered him a place at her home, an act of rebellion. A quiet, gentle smile on her face as she made a decision that would change everything. Her question hung in the cold air. Was he really going to turn down her offer? The memory dissolves into the quiet hum of a washing machine, the scene shifting to the next morning. Hisu awakens to the sound of chopping, finding the boy already busy in her kitchen. She's a little stunned, surprised to see him not only awake, but working. Walking closer, she asks what he's doing, and he simply states the obvious. He's cooking. He explains he couldn't just freeload. He had to pay her back somehow. Not just with food. Either he'd already done all the cleaning and laundry, leaving her speechless. Seeing him blush and avoid her gaze, she gently tries to get him to open up. She introduces herself first to put him at ease. Song Haesu. With a kind smile, she tells him he can just call her Nuna if that's easier for him. As they eat, Hisu's mind drifts back to a painful memory. The day she first met him was also the day her marriage partner was decided. In her own words, it was the day she was sold off like a product. His silence brings her back to the present, and she notices he's barely eating. Cutting straight to the point, she asks why he didn't come to her bed last night. She even playfully admits she half expected him to try something, catching him completely off guard. Taesu practically leaps out of his seat, flustered, asking if she's crazy, but she just smiles, confessing that if she were in her right mind, she wouldn't have brought a stranger home. He worries about her parents, but she casually explains they don't live here. As long as she's the obedient good kid they want, her parents don't really care what she does. Taesu can only stare, completely thrown by her casual confession. She looks at him with a sad smile, explaining that her parents only care about her value as a product. So, a rebellious thought crossed her mind. What if she just ruined that value completely? Plus, she adds with a sly look, she figured someone as cute as him would be a good choice, before quickly saying she's just kidding. But the teasing doesn't stop, as she casually tells him he's always welcome in her bedroom if he's interested. He has to ask if she's joking, but her vague response leaves him utterly confused. And so, time passes. Hisu quietly opens the door to his room one night. She finds him sleeping peacefully, just as he has been for days, never once approaching her. Sitting by his bed, she can't help but wonder, is she not charming enough to tempt him? But Taesu never crossed that line. And their bizarre domestic life settles into a routine, now with a new worry about a friend who's gone quiet. His thoughts drift back to his missing friend, a growing worry about whether she's even alive. Seeing his concern, Hisu gently offers to help him search for her, but Taesu quietly turns her down. He explains that this is a promise he made to himself, one he has to see through on his own. There's a deep-seated fear that if he fails now, he might never get another chance to see his friend again. Hisu simply accepts his resolve, wishing him luck as he continues his chores. She recalls wondering back then if she could ever truly push this earnest boy away. Her thoughts are interrupted as she slowly wakes up in her bed. It's Taesu at her door, reminding her not to be late for the student council meeting. Hisu thanks him for the wake-up call, and the sight of her sends a blush creeping up Taesu's neck. He quickly stammers for her to get dressed and makes a swift exit downstairs. As he leaves, Hisu watches him with a gentle, knowing look. She can't help but think about how deeply he must care for his friend. But that thought is immediately followed by a sharp, undeniable pang of jealousy. Some time passes, and the apartment settles into a quiet morning rhythm. After getting ready, she finds him already in the kitchen, his back turned to her. He asks quietly what she would think if their relationship were to change. She leans against him, her expression soft and curious about his sudden question. Holding him from behind, she asks if maybe, just maybe, they could eat together again. He fondly reminisces about last year's festival, a slight blush on his cheeks. Hae-soo, however, is thinking about this year and the decision she's finally made for herself. She asks him if maybe they could eat together, but her real question is far more direct. Is that person still in his heart? The question hangs heavy in the air, and he freezes. The scene shifts, pulling us back into a memory from a different time. A young woman walks through the campus at night, seemingly lost in thought. She happens to overhear a snippet of gossip about a senior who was supposed to get married. Her eyes widen in shock as the words register. And just then, she spots him, Taesu, sitting alone on the steps, looking utterly broken. She calls out his name, her expression unreadable, as she finally finds him. He glances up, caught off guard, and can only manage a weak, pathetic greeting. She chides him for moping in the way, and he admits he just got shot down after asking someone out. With a simple "I see," she turns, as if to leave him there to wallow in his self-pity. But then, she hesitates, her feet stop moving. A silent, internal battle wages as she glances back at his lonely figure. She lets out a frustrated sigh, clearly annoyed at her own soft-heartedness. Her sudden outburst snaps him out of his funk, and he looks over, completely confused. And just like that, she sits right down beside him, telling him to scoot over. Her excuse? They were blocking the way, a clumsy but clear sign she wasn't going to leave him alone. He's still trying to process her flimsy excuse for sitting down. Finally, he asks her what she's doing here next to him. She answers with a bit of a scoff, asking if he thought she was here to give him advice. But then her tone softens, reminding him she promised to help him with his senior. She tells him to calm down and just explain what happened. She's here to listen. Taesu is completely thrown off by this sudden, genuine kindness. Just as the quiet moment settles in, a buzz from his pocket breaks the silence. She immediately asks who it is, maybe guessing it's the girl he likes. But no, he explains it's just his alarm. He has to get to his part-time job. And speaking of that senior, Hyun is walking nearby, completely unaware of the whole situation. Mia can't believe what she's hearing. He knew his senior was getting married this whole time. He explains he found out a while ago, back when he ran away from home and stayed at her place. But that just opens a whole new can of worms. Mia is stunned. He never mentioned they actually lived together. Taesu awkwardly tries to move on, finally noticing her ridiculous disguise. She's hiding behind a mask and shades, claiming it's for security, but he just scoffs at the idea. The tough girl act fades as she quietly admits she was just worried he'd screwed things up. She assumes he confessed and got shot down, but Taesu insists it wasn't even like that. His voice gets quiet, explaining that his senior has much bigger things to worry about. We see the moment Hyun broke the news, looking guilty for dropping that bomb on him so suddenly. Back in the present, he tries to brush it all off, but Mia can see he's not fine at all. Mia cuts through his days, mockingly asking why he's been polishing the exact same spot this whole time. Was he ordered to scrub a hole into the pavement? He just stands there, silent. She finally drops the teasing tone and asks him what his plan is from here. He tries to deflect, wondering why she's still hanging around, but she's not leaving. He admits he doesn't know what to do, but mentions they're supposed to talk again tomorrow. Still, he says, there's plenty of time before his senior leaves the country, and Mia freezes mid-slurp. Wait, leaves the country? She thought they were getting married after graduation. Her mind starts racing. Is Haeyoon breaking off the wedding and just leaving? A cold sweat breaks out on Taesu's face as he realizes his massive slip of the tongue. Mia leans in with a sly grin, finding his predicament bold while he panics, realizing he's revealed way too much. With her mouth full, Mia finally puts it all together, admitting she thought he was nuts for chasing an engaged woman. Taesu begs her not to spread it around, but she just scoffs, promising she's not that dense. He begins to explain, flashing back to when he first started hesitating to confess. It was the moment he learned his senior might be leaving the country for good. So he held back, he says, because Haeyoon seemed so shaken up by everything going on. Mia points out that calling off a wedding and leaving your home isn't a simple decision. Cutting ties with your own family requires a level of resolve that she knows all too well. She asks if he's overthinking this, if he really believes his confession could derail his senior's entire future. But she sees right through his excuses about not wanting to be a burden. Leaning in close, she calls him out on the real reason. He's just chickening out, terrified of rejection. Completely exposed, Taesu mutters if his fear was really that obvious, and Mia confirms it was. She tells him to stop overthinking and just act like his usual self for a change. The Han Taesu she knows is a completely different kind of person. She remembers how he used to pursue things relentlessly, to the point of being annoying. That stubborn, pain-in-the-neck personality is the one she's used to. Her words hit home, leaving him blushing and at a complete loss for words. She urges him to stop being scared and just go for it, confident that it will all work out. And she's not just guessing, she's talked to Haeyoon and is certain she's 100% into him. 100%? The sheer confidence in her statement leaves him stunned. He asks how she can possibly be so sure, but Mia just gives him a sly, knowing smile. She simply calls it her ex-girlfriend's intuition, leaving Taesu completely baffled. The very next morning, a moving truck rumbles to a stop right outside his apartment. Drawn out by all the commotion, he sees movers clearing out the last of the furniture. But the person directing them is the last one he ever expected to see. Haeyoon. Hess completely flustered, stammering as he asks if she's helping a friend move. She just looks at him with a gentle smile and says no, she's the one moving in. The words hang in the air, leaving him frozen in the middle of the hallway. His mind races, trying to figure out why she would leave her huge place for this. She gleefully explains that the landlord was happy to switch places for an extra 5 million won. But that wasn't the only reason. She admits she spent all of yesterday thinking things over. She was trying to decide how she should answer him, leaving Taesu completely baffled. The topic at hand, she clarifies, was his invitation to go on a date. With a shy blush, she admits she's still not 100% sure if it's the right call. But despite her uncertainty, she just couldn't bear the thought of letting the opportunity pass. She confesses she was so conflicted she wandered around his neighborhood all night, agonizing over it. And in her daze, before she even realized what was happening, she was signing the lease to move in next door. Taesu just listens, his own face turning red as she continues her heartfelt, chaotic confession. She finally gathers her courage, asking if he'd be willing to give it a try with someone as indecisive as her. Seeing his stunned acceptance, she lights up, excitedly confirming that yes, she means a real date. And just like that, with the deal sealed, a new day dawns on campus. Overwhelmed with emotion, Haeyoon's mind races as she begins to run. A single panicked thought echoes in her head. What do I do? She tears through the school, desperate to tell someone what just happened. A hall monitor shouts at her to stop running, but she's a blur, completely ignoring him. She finally spots her destination, screaming her friend's name as she approaches. Yuna, however, is just chilling, casually enjoying a snack, completely unaware of the incoming storm. Haeyoon bursts into the room, panting and out of breath after her frantic dash. Her friend calmly asks what's wrong, wondering if something happened during the barbecue with Taesu. At the very mention of his name, Haeyoon looks up, tears of pure joy streaming down her cheeks. She tackles Yuna in a massive hug, shouting that something incredible, something huge just happened. Sobbing uncontrollably, Haeyoon can barely get Taesu's name out. Yuna sighs, assuming their senior Hisu must have done something to upset her again. The two friends head outside to get some air and talk things over. Haeyoon reveals the big news. Hisu actually moved into the apartment right across from Taesu's. Yuna isn't that shocked, admitting she always knew Taesu had a thing for Hisu. This is brand new information for Haeyoon, who can't believe it. Yuna just shrugs. It was obvious to everyone, so she cuts to the chase, asking if this means Taesu and Haesu are finally dating now. Haeyoon pauses, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. She confesses that, strangely, it didn't really feel like that's what happened. She wonders if it's because of the upcoming festival, speculating they're both just too busy for romance. Haeyoon explains that even with Hisu living across the hall, she's so swamped with the student council that she barely goes home. And it's the same for Taesu, who's been buried in overtime, coming home only to collapse into sleep. But Yuna isn't interested in the excuses, cutting straight through the noise. While gently braiding her friend's hair, she asks the real question. Is Hyun finally going to give up on him? Tears well up in Hyun's eyes as she insists she'd never quit. Not in a million years, prompting Yuna to call her hopelessly stubborn. She flashes back to a snowy night, admitting she's known about Taesu's feelings for Hisu since last year. Back then, she'd convinced herself she could handle it, that she could just smile and bear it. She just had to put on a brave face, even as her heart was breaking. But in the present, she finally breaks down, sobbing that seeing Taesu's face makes it impossible to let go. Hyun desperately asks if there's still a tiny bit of hope, but Yuna gives her the cold, hard truth. The odds are basically zero. And that's the problem, Yuna states flatly. Her hope is both the beginning and the end of it. She then drops the devastating truth. Compared to Hisu, Hyun lacks a certain feminine charm. Haesu is the very picture of elegance and womanhood. Everything Hyun currently isn't. Yuna reminds her that even in old photos, she hasn't changed one bit from the kid she used to be. That's exactly why Taesu still sees her as a child, a point that leaves Hyun utterly speechless. So, whether she wants this festival to be her last chance or just a shot at revenge, Yuna insists the only way forward is for Hyun to finally start changing herself. But how is she supposed to do that? The question hangs in the air as they arrive somewhere new. The answer, according to Yuna, is simple. They just need to call in an expert. The door opens to reveal a girl, who looks up in surprise at her unexpected visitors. The expert, Ha Yoon-ji, stares down at their offering as Hyun clicks open a briefcase. Her eyes absolutely light up. This is a legendary set of 1, triple, plus grade Korean beef. Yuna explains that Yoon-ji is the perfect teacher, someone who completely transformed herself after high school. With a stern look, Hyun declares she's about to ask a favor that Yoon-ji simply can't refuse. Yoon-ji starts to sweat, wondering what kind of monumental task would require a down payment this extravagant. But the allure of the meet is far too powerful, and a firm handshake seals their new contract. Before they can even discuss the details, Yoon-ji is already clutching the case, asking if she can cook some right now. A little while later, the bloody scissors in the sink prove the bribe has been well and truly accepted. Finally, they get down to business. Yoon-ji asks if Hyun's goal is simply to learn how to get prettier. Blushing, Hyun clarifies it's not just that. She wants Taesu to finally see her as a woman, not a kid. Yoon-ji gets down to brass tacks, asking how much time they have. Hyun meekly replies before the festival ends. Hyun's face falls, her hope dwindling. Maybe this really is too much for her to achieve so quickly. But Yoon-ji taps her on the lips, cutting off that negative thought before it can even take root. She didn't say it was impossible, did she? For women, she declares, it's all about one thing, confidence. She passionately explains that the real starting point is believing in the strength you're capable of. She gives Hyun a knowing look, reminding her of the person she herself used to be. A new light fills Hyun's eyes, her mentor's words resonating deep within her. Yoon-ji promises to dedicate the next 2 days to teaching her everything from A to Z. In Hyun's mind, her new teacher transforms into a literal angel, ready to guide her to victory. And just like that, time skips forward. Fireworks explode over the campus. It's the first night of the festival. Taesu makes his way to the club room, puzzled by Mia's sudden summons for him at 8 p.m. He reaches the door only to find it's already been left open, sparking his concern. Stepping into the pitch-black room, he cautiously calls out her name, but the voice that answers from the darkness is flustered, and definitely not Mia's. In that exact moment, the night sky erupts with the sound and light of festival fireworks. The sudden bursts of color flash across the room, reflecting in his shocked eyes. And there, standing silhouetted against the window, is a transformed Hyun. She looks at him, blushing furiously as she asks if he thinks she looks different. But Taesu can only stare, his mind reeling because she's dressed exactly like Mia. To understand how we got here, we have to jump back 10 hours earlier. The campus festival is just getting started, with the announcer hyping up the crowd. He officially kicks off the 2025 Sohan Festival, and the students go wild. And watching from the sidelines, one man smirks, thinking his time has finally come. It's Jo Young-ha, flanked by his friends, confidently declaring he's here to meet his girlfriend. His friends are confused, but he clarifies with a smug grin that she's as good as his already. He sees the perfect opportunity, the heat of the show, the drinks flowing freely, and under the beautiful night sky, the romantic atmosphere is practically electric. He's absolutely convinced this is the perfect moment to capture a girl's heart, much to his friend's annoyance. He won't fail this time. After missing last year for the military, he's determined to make his move. He tries to rally his friends to hunt for girls together, but Monkey immediately shuts the idea down. With a smug look, He explains that he actually already has a girlfriend, leaving Younga completely stunned. As if on cue, a sweet voice calls out for her oppa from across the festival grounds. It's a freshman, Do Yunju, asking Mankey to come help her with the club tables. Youngha collapses in utter disbelief, his ego shattered. How could Monkey get a girlfriend before him? As if things couldn't get worse, Han Tae-soo pats him on the back and says to count him out too. He's not working a job. With a slight blush, he admits that he might be getting a girlfriend soon as well. The second betrayal hits Youngha like a ton of bricks, absolutely crushing his soul. As Tae-soo walks away, Youngha can only scream into the sky, calling them traitors. And so, the long-awaited Sohan festival finally begins on a note of total despair for our hero. We flash back to the day his sunbae, Mia, first suggested they have a so-called date. Tae-soo recalls his own eagerness. If it were up to him, they would have gone that very day. But Mia had a brilliant idea. They'd have their date at the public administration stall during the festival. And now, the time has finally come, and Tae-soo's heart is hammering in his chest just thinking about it. Lost in his romantic haze, he walks forward and smacks right into a giant chicken. A muffled, frustrated voice squeaks from inside the costume, unable to see what's blocking the way. Tae-soo stops in his tracks. He knows that voice from anywhere. Peeking out from the chicken head is none other than Cha Mia herself, calling his name in surprise. Seeing her predicament, he immediately makes a beeline for a nearby vending machine. He offers a cold drink to a beet red and sweaty Mia, who looks utterly relieved to be saved. She gratefully takes the drink, admitting she forgot her wallet, and Tae-soo just sighs. Of course she did, but his main question remains. Why in the world is she wearing that thing in this heat? Mia deadpans that it's a mascot costume, obviously. Tae-soo feels a bit stupid for asking. She explains it was just bad luck. She lost a draw and got stuck with this punishment duty. And it's a brutal punishment too. She's completely drenched in sweat from the heat. Tae-soo's eyes widen as he notices just how soaked her thin shirt has become and immediately moves to cover her. She looks up, confused, as he places his backpack right in front of her. He quickly averts his gaze. Trying to play it cool, he just says he's covering her up because her appearance is bothering him. With that handled, he asks if this is some kind of side gig because she's strapped for cash again. Mia glares, retorting that it's for club promotion, which only leaves Tae-soo more confused than before. She explains the club had to host a festival event, so they set up a booth where people could challenge Da-bin. The entry fee is cheap, but the prize for winning is a cool 1 million won, a number that leaves Tae-soo stunned. He scoffs, knowing it's a trap. Da-bin is a world-class player. Mia herself admits she lost 10 matches in 5 minutes flat. Back in the present, sitting together on the bench, Tae-soo remarks that this whole situation is a little unexpected. He's not mocking her. He's just surprised to see her enjoying college life more than he ever thought she would. Tae-soo remembers her past self, the girl who always wanted to be alone and pushed everyone away. Mia gets defensive, sarcastically apologizing for being an ex-loner who now has friends, but he waves it off. With a genuine smile, he tells her it's not like that. He's just happy to see her doing so well. His sincere words catch her completely off guard. He admits he was worried and is truly relieved to see this. He quickly apologizes for bringing up the past, but she quietly tells him not to worry about it. Changing the subject, Mia casually asks if he has any plans for the night. Tae-soo looks away, a little flustered, admitting he was supposed to meet his sunbae, Hisu. The name catches Mia off guard. She's never heard of this sunbae before. Just then, Hisu calls him, apologetically asking to postpone their meeting until tomorrow. On the phone, Tae-soo agrees, telling her it's fine and they can meet then. He hangs up, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Turning back to Mia, he explains with a sigh that his plans just got cancelled. Seeing her opening, Mia's eyes light up as she asks him to come to the department office at 8 p.m. Tae-soo is completely thrown, wondering what could possibly be happening there. With a sly, playful smile, she tells him that's a surprise he'll have to discover for himself. But when Tae-soo arrives, it's not Mia waiting for him. It's Hyun, who nervously asks what he thinks of her. He's immediately on guard, recognizing the clothes Mia was wearing. What is this? And what did she do to her? With tears welling in her eyes, Hyun proclaims that this is her determination. She takes a firm step forward, closing the distance between them. She declares that from this moment on, she will become a completely different person. Hyun then reminds him of a promise he made, asking if he's forgotten it. Tae-soo's mind flashes back to the day he cancelled on her, with her huge brothers bowing an apology in the background. He remembers his offer to grant her one wish as an apology, a promise he'd completely forgotten until this very second. Cashing in that favor, Hyun asks him to go see the festival with her tomorrow. Tae-soo is left utterly speechless, his face flushing at the sudden, direct invitation. Flustered, Tae-soo tries to backpedal, insisting that tomorrow just won't work for him. But Hyun cuts him off, declaring that if tomorrow's no good, then they'll have a real date today. Meanwhile, over at the student council office, the festival duties are finally winding down. Hisu lets out a sigh of relief, stretching her tired shoulders after a long, hard day of work. Suddenly, a cold drink is pressed against her cheek, making her jump in surprise. It's Mia, the vice president, thanking her sunbae for helping with all the unexpected problems. She teases Hisu, asking why the president of Medicom isn't manning a stall for her own department. Hisu just laughs it off, explaining that her club members are too busy enjoying the events to work. But Mia's playful mood fades as she remembers something Hisu mentioned earlier. She asks about the appointment Hisu was supposed to have, her question leaving her sunbae looking worried. Hisu trails off, unable to give Mia a straight answer about her plans. A deep blush spreads across her face as she thinks about a certain someone. She finds herself wondering aloud if he might still be somewhere on campus. Elsewhere, Taesu shyly asks Hyun if his presence will be enough. She looks down, a gentle blush on her cheeks, confirming this is all she wanted. Their hands find each other, fingers interlocking in a silent agreement. Hyun explains that all she wants is to spend the day with him at the festival. This simple date, she says, will be enough to settle the debt she feels she owes him. She looks up with a brilliant smile, promising to forget the incident with Mia entirely. Taesu, a bit flustered, agrees since he's free, and they stand together in the crowd. But as they walk, Hyun suddenly stops, asking if he perhaps wants to change his clothes. Taesu is confused, but she clarifies that his current outfit just doesn't seem to suit him. She admits his clothes are just bothering her a little, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. He completely misunderstands, getting embarrassed himself and telling her she doesn't need to imitate anyone, that she's already cute as she is. Hyun's heart skips a beat. Wait, was her little act actually working on him? She closes the distance between them, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, she thinks, he must have preferred the idea of a real date, after all. With a playful smile, she asks if he wants her to change her request to that right now. Taesu, completely flustered, insists he knows exactly what that means. He's a university student too, and she reflects on their past. She's not that little girl from elementary school anymore. She looks up at him, her heart on her sleeve, reminding him she was the girl from his private lessons. Taesu is completely taken aback, a deep blush spreading across his face as her words hit him. She wonders if this new outfit is what's giving her courage, while he admits he's feeling embarrassed too. With a determined gaze, she finally says it. She doesn't want to be just a child to him anymore. A soft, knowing smile crosses his face as he tells her to just wait and see. He'll show her a new side of himself today. Then, his hand finds hers, their fingers interlocking in a silent promise. Hyun's face burns red. She knows an outfit won't magically change how he sees her. But as they walk into the festival crowd, she realizes what she really needs is confidence to avoid any regrets. Meanwhile, their date takes them towards the campus clubs, one in particular, the Gamers Club. Inside, Haesu is celebrating wildly, hoisting a golden piggy bank and cheering their undefeated festival run. Yuna admits she's surprised by Haesu's dedication, but Haesu just smiles. She proudly declares she's the type who has to finish what she starts, and now it's time to celebrate. But just as the party mood kicks in, Mia suddenly groans, looking like she's overheating. Haesu tells her to rest in the air conditioning while they go grab a table for everyone. The moment she's alone though, the act drops, and her attention turns to her phone. She begins scrolling through a gallery of old photos from her past. Pictures of happier times, filled with smiles and playful moments. Then, a more complicated memory surfaces on the screen. A boy from long ago. Lying on the couch, she's completely lost in thought, staring at the glowing screen. A faint blush creeps onto her face as she quietly wonders when exactly that was. The photo takes her back to a quiet evening, where she confronted the boy from her past. She'd asked him why he was trying so hard to push her towards his sunbae. He just smiled sadly, admitting that he felt like that's what was happening. Flustered, she asked if being near her was really that much of a bother. Back in the present, her thumb hovers over the delete button for that very memory. A single, difficult choice. Erase the past, or hold on to it. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks fills the air as the university festival kicks off. Still blushing on the couch, Mia scoffs at his memory, whispering, "Look who's talking." Outside, the campus is alive with music, lights, and a massive cheering crowd. Meanwhile, Haesu gets off stage after her performance, looking tired but accomplished. Backstage, her friend Yoon notices something seems off, asking Haesu what's wrong. Yoon brings up the small, cute girl who always comes to their shows, Hyun. A worried expression crosses Haesu's face. She says Hyun didn't come to see her today. But Hyun did come to the festival, and she's right in the middle of the crowd with Han Taesu. Haesu suddenly remembers the outfit Hyun was wearing, regretting that she was too busy to help her. A deep sense of unease washes over her, wondering if Hyun is really okay out there. Her mind races with regret. Maybe she should have just stayed with her until the end. As if on cue, the surging crowd shoves Hyun, sending her stumbling right into Taesu's arms. He steadies her, holding her close and asking if she's all right. She mumbles that she's fine, but her trembling, tear-streaked face says it all. And her trembling thoughts trigger a memory, a past conversation between Yoon and Heesu. Yoon had asked if Haesu's sudden desire to dress up was to make him see her differently. Haesu laughed it off, saying this wasn't some drama where she was stealing Taesu away. But she admitted, with a heavy heart, that she knew she wasn't good enough for his eyes. Her expression turned serious as another thought surfaced. She understood that personal feelings meant nothing in the face of overwhelming power. Back in the present, Hyun's mind is racing with those same insecurities. She looks over at Taesu, sick of being seen as just his dear little sister. She doesn't want to be a nobody to him, just someone helpless by his side. But as her mind spirals, a sudden, crucial thought cuts through the noise. And with that single thought, her mind is completely fried. What is she supposed to do now? She remembers Yoon's advice to just face it head on, and that's the path she chose. But her ambitious attempt at a new look was a total failure, with Taesu cringing and asking if she could please change. Even her efforts to sound mature just turned into a flustered ramble about maybe holding hands. But Taesu, completely oblivious to her crisis, just points to a stall, selling her favorite cotton candy. Instantly, all her complicated feelings evaporate, replaced by pure, sparkling delight. He gives her a playful little pushback, amused by her sudden excitement. But she quickly tries to regain her composure, insisting she's past childish things now. She suggests they eat something more adult, though she has no idea what that even means. And their sophisticated, grown-up snack of choice turns out to be blood pudding on a stick. Their adult snack is served, though Hyun internally questions the old-fashioned choice. Taesu playfully teases her about her suddenly changed tastes, but as she takes a tentative bite, she's shocked it's actually good. While savoring the unexpected treat, she wonders how long they can stay like this. Just the two of them. Her daydreaming is cut short when they stumble upon a balloon pop game with a glorious first-place prize. All attempts at maturity evaporate as her eyes lock onto the giant, golden duck plushie. Taesu immediately notices her stare and asks if she wants it, but she panics, insisting it's for kids. But then he gets a brilliant, money-making idea. What if they want it just to sell it? He starts pondering the festival events, realizing they're all based on physical strength. A light bulb goes off in his head. These games are practically tailor-made for a powerhouse like Hyun. He gets incredibly excited, suggesting she participate, and his adorable enthusiasm completely melts her heart. She tries to resist, thinking that sports aren't very mature, but that golden duck prize is calling to her. A sudden wave of panic hits her if she gives in. She'll just be the same old Hyun she's always been. She's torn, staring at the prize, trying to hold back her competitive instincts. With a blush, she makes her decision. For Taesu's sake, she has to act like a grown-up. And so, her mature act begins with her obliterating the festival games, setting an all-time high score. She then proceeds to shatter 20 wooden boards in a single kick, all for a set of macarons. Taesu is in awe, calling her a genius, as she clutches her winnings and overhears whispers about her rampage. That's when it finally hits her, and the tears start to well up. She's an idiot who got completely carried away. As they walk away laden with prizes, she can only think about how her whole plan went wrong. But looking over at him, a soft expression crosses her face. Maybe it wasn't a total disaster. Seeing him this happy makes everything worth it. The feeling of his hand in hers, as they walk through the festival grounds, makes her realize it was a perfect day. This simple contact sends warmth through her entire body. It reminds her of the very first day they met, walking hand in hand just like this. The memory alone is enough to make her face flush a deep red. But their peaceful walk comes to an abrupt halt as Taesu stops. He gently lets go of her hand, much to her confusion. Then he kneels down, explaining her shoelace has come undone. And as he ties it for her, she thinks maybe she could be a little more ambitious. With his back turned, she calls out his name, making him pause in confusion. She has to do this now, before he gets even further away from her. And in a burst of courage, she leans in and steals a kiss. The moment their lips touch, a strange vision flashes through her mind, a woman on the phone. Hyun's eyes widen, shocked at her own sudden boldness. The vision continues, showing a brilliant fireworks display from some other time, some other festival. The mysterious woman from the vision looks up from her phone, completely bewildered. Back in the present, Taesu asks if she's finished, but his gaze is fixed on something over her shoulder. It's the same woman from the vision, now standing there in the flesh, calling out his name. Seeing this, Hyun leans in close and whispers a pointed question about the person next to him. From a distance, Dabin recognizes the girl clinging to Taesu. It's Hyun. But Hyun isn't backing down. She holds his face, calling him hers right in front of the newcomer. The giant stuffed animal she won just moments ago thuds to the ground, completely forgotten. Tae-soo can only stare, his mind blank from the sheer audacity of it all. Then, leaning in, Hyun kisses him again, deeper this time, a clear message for everyone to see. Da-bin is speechless, covering her mouth in absolute disbelief at the scene unfolding. But the kiss triggers another flash, another vision, this time of a girl named Mia. She's standing with her friends, watching a fireworks display that feels oddly familiar. Her friends notice her staring off into space and ask her what's caught her attention. Mia just turns away, a blush on her cheeks, insisting that it's nothing at all. But in that moment, the vision and reality collide into one intense, undeniable kiss. As Mia's voice echoes it's nothing, Da-bin can only watch as Hyun does something that is very, very much something. The connection breaks, and Hyun's eyes snap open with dawning horror. She pulls back, the heat rushing to her face as she processes what she just did. Her entire body trembles, the adrenaline from her bold move instantly replaced with pure panic. With Da-bin still watching from afar, Hyun can't even bring herself to look at Tae-soo. Her mind goes completely blank, a mess of shock and overwhelming embarrassment. Covering her face, she manages to stammer out a frantic apology. Before he can even react, she spins around and bolts, begging him to wait. But she's already gone, leaving Tae-soo reaching for a girl who just ran from her own confession. She tells him to wait, even as her body is already sprinting in the opposite direction. Tae-soo is left completely alone, stunned into silence by her abrupt departure. As she flees, her mind is just a loop of self-criticism. Idiot, idiot, what did you do? The embarrassment is so overwhelming she can feel her entire face burning. How could she have kissed him, especially when she knew Hee-soo was right there watching? Worse, she knew they had a date tomorrow, and she still couldn't control herself. Her mind races with horrible possibilities, imagining him telling her she ruined everything. The thought of him asking her to stay away is more than she can handle. But her frantic escape is cut short when a hand suddenly yanks her back by the collar. It's not Tae-soo. A strange girl smiles, relieved, finally having caught up to her. But the person who stopped her is Hee-soo, her senior, with a gentle hand on her shoulder. Hyun is completely bewildered, barely able to process what's happening. Meanwhile, back at the festival, Tae-soo is in a panic, clutching a golden prize he clearly just won. He's been trying to call Hyun, but she's not picking up her phone. Lost in the massive crowd, he realizes finding her here is going to be next to impossible. A flash of frustration crosses his face as he thinks about her impulsive actions. He replays the moment in his head. He never imagined she would just kiss him like that. A part of him feels he should have refused more firmly, but his heart is still pounding. It brings back a painful memory of another time he saw that same look on her face. And that's exactly why Hee's grip is firm, refusing to let Hyun run away again. Lost in his thoughts, Tae-soo bumps right into someone, quickly stammering out an apology. He looks up and finds himself face to face with a girl, casually eating a corn dog. And his brain immediately short-circuits. She's unbelievably tall. She tells him it's fine, admitting she wasn't looking either, but he can't shake a strange feeling of familiarity. He asks if she's okay, a part of his mind noting the uncanny resemblance she has to Mia. But his train of thought is derailed when she bluntly tells him he's very cute, leaving him stunned. She then asks for a name, and he panics for a second before realizing she's talking to his prize plushie. Before he can process anything, her friend calls out, waving her over to a food stall. Seojin gives a nod, and turns to follow, leaving Tae-soo behind. He's left standing there, mind still reeling, wondering if he just met a professional volleyball player. Her style of dress, even her piercings, he can't help but wonder if they're sisters. But Tae-soo immediately dismisses the thought as impossible. Mia was an only child, after all. It must just be a striking resemblance. The surrounding festival noise snaps him back to reality. He can't just linger here. He remembers his goal. He needs to find Hee-soo and Hyun, and fast. Elsewhere, along a quiet campus trail, Hyun is breaking down, apologizing profusely to Hee-soo for her behavior. Hee-soo just looks on, genuinely confused as to why she's so upset. The truth spills out. Hyun admits she knew about the date Hee-soo has with Tae-soo. Instantly flustered, she tries to take it back, insisting it was all a terrible mistake. But Hee-soo calmly cuts her off, insisting that Tae-soo isn't to blame and she wasn't looking for an apology. She then drops a bombshell, revealing she knows exactly how much Hyun likes Tae-soo, which stops Hyun dead in her tracks. With a disarmingly sweet smile, Hee-soo says that's not what she wanted to talk about anyway. Her gaze drifts down, focusing on Hyun's shirt, leaving the girl completely bewildered by the sudden shift. She asks if the outfit is hers, but Hyun explains that her friend Mia actually lent it to her. The name hangs in the air for a moment. Hee-soo's expression hardens slightly as she rephrases her question. She asks point blank, is the person Tae-soo has been looking for this whole time named Mia? Haeyoon is stunned into silence, and just as the weight of the question lands, the scene flashes back. Months ago, under a quiet night sky, the city traffic moves along without a care. We see a younger-looking Hisu in the back of a car, as a driver asks her what she would like to do now. The driver reminds Hisu that her schedule is free, but she seems completely lost in her own world. He gently offers to take her home, trying to break her out of her daze. But her attention is snagged by something outside the window, a girl with a bright smile. She's walking with Taesu, and the sight seems to freeze Haesu in place. Suddenly, she snaps to attention, telling the driver to stop the car immediately. She rushes out, not even bothering with her scarf, leaving her driver completely confused. Her eyes lock onto a figure just ahead, and a wave of recognition washes over her. It's definitely him, it's Taesu, walking just a short distance away. Hez alone now, and she quietly wonders if Hez just getting off his part-time job. A small smile forms as she decides this is the perfect chance to sneak up on him. She takes a breath, about to call out his name, her voice filled with anticipation. But the moment the sound reaches him, Taesu flinches, clutching his head. It's like the simple act of hearing his name is causing him immense pain. Hisu freezes, completely bewildered by his hostile and pained reaction as he walks away. He coldly asks if this is really the first thing she has to say to him after 5 long years. The words hit her like a ton of bricks. 5 years? What is he even talking about? Suddenly, an image flashes in her mind, the girl she saw with him just moments ago. A horrifying realization dawns on her. That was the woman he's been searching for. She connects the dots, remembering another face from that forgotten time. A past he can't recall, a festival night filled with friends and fireworks. And there he is, the very man she was just thinking about, Han Taesu. Haesu finds him wandering alone and immediately calls out his name. She's confused, asking why he isn't with Haeyoon since she saw them leave together. Hisu tries to explain that they were together, but well, it's complicated. Just then, as if summoned by the mere mention of her name, his phone starts buzzing. He answers, completely baffled to hear that Haeyoon is already back at her dorm. On the other end of the line, Haeyoon clutches his jacket, lamely saying she just got tired. She admits the day has been pretty hectic, a massive understatement for what just happened. Then, taking a breath, she apologizes for what she did to him earlier. She confesses, her voice trembling slightly, that she's sorry for kissing him without asking. In her mind, she replays the promise she made to herself. It wasn't a date, just a fun day out. But her flushed cheeks tell the real story in the end. She simply couldn't hold back her feelings. Of course, she'd already tried to backtrack, telling him the whole thing was just an accident. An accident that Mia is happily reframing as making up for lost time, much to Hisu's flustered denial. But then Haeyoon's voice cuts through his confusion, admitting she had a really wonderful time today. And before he can even respond to that bombshell, she wishes him well and hangs up, leaving him completely baffled. With a decisive tap, the call is over. Alone in her dorm, Haeyoon tries to cool down, her heart still pounding in her chest. The lingering blush on her face shows just how much that one moment truly meant to her. And then, a sudden memory surfaces, and it all clicks. So the girl with him earlier, that was Mia. The memory plays out clearly, Mia explaining that seeing Taesu with anyone but Haeyoon felt so wrong, she just had to be suspicious. Haeyoon, however, was caught on one particular phrase Mia had used. Mia plays dumb for a moment, a slight blush on her cheeks. But then she springs the trap, reminding Haeyoon of her own words that seeing them kiss was fine. The real question hits Haeyoon like a ton of bricks. Was she saying Mia wasn't even a threat to her? Mia tries to laugh it off, weakly denying that was her intention at all. But Haeyoon presses her advantage, turning the tables. If that's not it, then is she saying she doesn't actually like him that much? With Mia cornered, Haeyoon lays it all out, telling her plainly that Taesu genuinely likes her. And she knows it too, doesn't she? She knows exactly what kind of person he is deep down. She knows the lengths he's willing to go for the person he loves. So Haeyoon lays down her final condition. If Mia isn't serious, she needs to give up on him right now. Because if she dares to hurt him again, Haeyoon's warning hangs ominously in the air. She can't believe it herself, sighing that she's actually rooting for her own rival. As she leaves, she already knows her friend Yoon is going to call her a complete idiot for this. Meanwhile, in the media and communications prep room, a new scene begins to unfold. Mia tells Taesu he can just leave his stuff in a locker, and he seems so grateful for the small gesture. A faint blush spreads across his face, caught off guard by her thoughtfulness. But just as he's about to go, Mia seems to make a decision, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. She suddenly spins around, calling out his name and stopping him dead in his tracks. Now they're just staring at each other, frozen in a moment of pure, awkward anticipation. Mia stammers, completely flustered, insisting that Taesu should be the one to speak first. But he's not letting this chance slip away, steeling himself to finally talk about that date. Taking a deep breath, Mia throws caution to the wind, asking if he wants to have it tonight. Taesu is just as nervous, admitting that if they don't do it now, they might never get the chance. His sudden, honest vulnerability catches her completely off guard. A silent agreement passes between them as she gently takes his hand. And just like that, on the first night of the festival, their long-delayed date is finally on. But of course, nothing is ever simple. They arrive at the pub only to find there are hardly any seats left. And who should they run into but Ha Yoonji, looking stressed out by her very cheerful friend. She spots the two of them looking lost and asks if they'd mind sharing the table. And the conversation quickly turns to the student council. Ha-yoon is flabbergasted, realizing Eunji postponed her dating life because of her marriage issues. With a heavy heart, Yoonji admits that's exactly what happened. She thinks back to the day she went to see him, ready to quit everything and call it all off. But when she actually stood before her parents, she couldn't bring herself to say a word. Ha-yoon snaps, grabbing her friend and calling her an idiot for being so rigid. She reminds her that the marriage was never serious, and Yoonji was already planning to work abroad anyway. Plus, the guy she's engaged to apparently found her suffocating and has a terrible reputation. But for Yoonji, it's not about him, it's about how she feels, which leaves Ha-yoon confused. She explains that going on a date while her own life was so uncertain would just feel wrong. Yoonji admits that her engagement is only part of the problem. The real issue is a memory she can't shake, seeing Taesu with another girl, Mia. She remembers how brightly Mia was smiling, just radiating pure happiness. And the look on Taesu's face, it was one of genuine, gentle affection for the girl beside him. She starts to explain that seeing their connection is what's really making her hesitate now. But before she can even finish her thought, Ha-yoon cuts her off, recognizing the familiar spiral. She pulls her friend into a hug, telling her this need to do everything perfectly is like an illness. Ha-yoon taps her own temple, urging her to stop assigning deep meaning to every little thing. Leaning in close, she asks why Yoonji is treating a simple date like she has to give her entire soul away. She just needs to think of it as a meal. That's it. Just a simple meal. Ha-yoon puffs out her chest with a smug grin, reminding Eunji she's the student council's official matchmaker. She tells her to stop overthinking. Her advice is basically a law of the universe. For once, Eunji actually believes her. And if she's worried about her lack of experience, Ha-yoon has a solution for that too, whipping out a book. A little devil version of Ha-yoon appears in Yoonji's mind, trying to sell her a dating guide with a special discount. But through all the silliness, Yoonji admits to herself her friend is right. She starts to reevaluate everything. If she just thinks of it as a simple meal, it's not such a big deal. And with that simple thought, another realization begins to dawn on her. Maybe this date Taesu wants to have, maybe it's far more casual than she's been imagining. Even if Mia really is the one Taesu has been searching for this whole time, it doesn't have to be the end of the world. With new resolve, she finally gives him her answer. Full of excitement for their date, Yoonji suggests they check out the public admin booth they'd talked about. They head over to the department's festival stall, ready to have some fun. But the place is completely packed, and Taesu can only apologize, explaining there are barely any seats left. From her table nearby, Yoonji is taken by surprise as her friends comment on the obvious lack of space. Taesu spots them and tentatively asks if they could all squeeze together just a little bit. The girl with him, however, thinks it's a lost cause, suggesting they should probably just leave. Yoonji overhears, a secret wave of relief washing over her as she thinks the awkward encounter is over. But then another voice cuts in. It's Ha-yoon, who unfortunately tells them the seats by her are reserved for her group. One of Yoonji's friends immediately pipes up, asking who exactly is in this group she mentioned. Ha-yoon just laughs, waving them over and saying it's fine, inviting them to sit since her club is small anyway. His companion leans in, shyly asking Taesu what he thinks about joining them. He just looks flustered, muttering that he's not really sure what to do. From a distance, Yoonji watches him admit that it feels awkward to intrude on a members-only event. But before he can make a decision, a voice playfully yells out, "Got you!" And suddenly, another girl throws her arms around him from behind, catching him completely off guard. It's Shin Da-bin, clinging to him tightly and declaring that he can't run away anymore. She vents her frustration, complaining that he always ignores her and treats her like a fool. Taesu begs her to let go, but she refuses, determined to never let go as his companion watches in shock. Yoonji's friends whisper that Da-bin has completely lost it thanks to some strong whiskey she brought. With tears streaming down her face, Da-bin sobs that he always ignores her whenever she asks to hang out. She admits that at first, she only wanted to mess with him, waiting after class every single day. But blushing, she leans in closer, confessing that somewhere along the line, her feelings became real, and she started to actually like him. And right at the peak of her confession, she projectile vomits all over his back. A little while later, his companion is in the restroom, gently taking care of the now miserable Dabin. Taesu, meanwhile, is furiously washing his shirt, wondering why important moments in his life always end in disaster. After all the commotion, a thoroughly defeated Dabin is passed out cold at the table. This leaves his companion sitting across from an unexpected face. Ha Yoonji, the companion sighs, still processing the sheer chaos of the last few minutes. But Yoonji just smiles, explaining that everyone else got pulled away, leaving the two of them alone together. And then, the companion finally puts it all together. This is Cha Mia, the girl Taesu's been searching for all these years. The very same one who completely vanished from his life without a single word. She looks over at Mia, a little stunned, noticing that she's perfectly sober. Mia just smiles sweetly, explaining that she's on medication so she couldn't drink, and the companion has to admit she's undeniably beautiful. In fact, she thinks to herself, if she were a guy, she probably would have fallen for her at first sight too. But as a memory of Mia with a younger Taesu flashes in her mind, she has to wonder, is that really all it takes? Is simple beauty enough to make a man so obsessed he can't forget you for years on end? Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through her thoughts as Taesu calls out to her. She's surprised to see him back so soon, but he just explains he found a spare shirt in the department room. And just like that, Mia is by his side, ready to leave with him, leaving the companion to watch the two of them fall back into place so easily. But before they can leave, she stops them, saying there's just one thing she has to ask. She looks at Taesu and Mia, her heart pounding in her chest. With a fragile, hopeful smile, she asks if there's any chance they're still dating. The world around her, however, is already starting to blur and spin. Mia just blinks, feigning total confusion at the question. She leans forward with a perfectly sweet smile, asking what she just said. It's just so loud, she explains. She must have misheard her. The companion freezes, her drunken courage instantly evaporating into pure panic. As Taesu looks on with concern, her mind is just screaming, what did I just do? A wave of nausea hits her hard as she claps a hand over her mouth, utterly mortified. She jolts to her feet so fast that both Mia and Taesu are caught completely off guard. Trembling, she stammers out an apology, claiming she must have blanked out for a second. But the world is already fading as she hears her sunbae call out her name in concern. The scene shifts, her inner voice recalling something she's kept locked away in her heart. A memory surfaces of her as a younger girl, kneeling alone, holding onto his shoe like a treasure. Now, she watches him, completely passed out on the bed, and wonders what kind of person is she. As he sleeps, exhausted, her mind races, trying to picture the girl he's dreaming of. What kind of woman could possibly run him so ragged, leaving him this worn out? The question repeats in her head, who is this girl that he still can't forget? Her troubled gaze then lands on a simple black binder resting by his bedside, and tucked inside is a photo of the very girl she was imagining, the one who made him leave it all behind. Mia stands frozen in the dim light, staring at the book that holds the answers she's not sure she wants. Her hand trembles as she reaches out, an irresistible urge to see the face of her rival, but a sharp, painful pang of jealousy grips her chest before she can even touch it. It's a feeling so potent, a world of difference symbolized by a pair of sneakers beside elegant heels. The scene flashes back, not to Mia's memory, but to his past. We see a younger Hyun running frantically through the school halls, her mind screaming at her own foolishness. She can't believe she asked him such a question, asking if he was still with her. The regret is overwhelming, tears stinging her eyes as she laments her own stupidity. She already knew the answer, having seen him with that other woman, knowing Taesu wasn't the kind of person to lie. Her desperate cry for her sunbae echoes through her memory, a single word filled with regret. But in the present, it's Mia grabbing onto Taesu, desperately trying to stop him from running away. Before he can react, Yoonji latches onto his other arm, confused why he's bailing when they've already ordered food. Mia herself is running on pure instinct, only now realizing with a jolt of panic that Hyun is here too. He yells at Yoonji to go back to their drunk friends, but she's not listening. Catching Sunbae is the only mission that matters. The chaotic chase continues, and Mia is absolutely mortified, begging them to stop because this is just too embarrassing. And of course, this whole ridiculous scene unfolds right in front of a completely baffled Shin Da-bin. Taesu can't believe it first, Hyun, and now Mia is making him run, wondering if this is some kind of campus sport. Da-bin is left behind, trying to figure out if she just stumbled into a very strange game of tag. But in the past, Hyun's frantic sprint finally brings her to the door of the science prep room. She bursts through the door, collapsing onto the nearest sofa, completely out of breath. Just as she thinks she's safe, a voice declares, "Got you." Looming over her is none other than Mia, telling her that there's nowhere left to run. Hyun stares up in disbelief, her mind racing Mia. Though winded herself, Mia tells her that regardless of why she ran, she's not getting away now. And as for our boy Taesu in the present, he's just wondering where the hell they all vanished to. Back in the past, Mia quietly offers the exhausted girl a cold drink. She tells Hyun not to worry about paying her back, insisting that it's on her. Sitting together, they finally catch their breath, and Mia admits it's been ages since she ran like that. She laughs, saying it feels like she's a kid in elementary school again, and for a moment, the tension breaks. And as Hyun processes everything, the truth hits her like a truck. This is Mia, the girl Taesu was searching for. The very same girl he has apparently been unable to get out of his heart for years. Hyun's mind races, a single, painful question repeating over and over: why can't she believe it's really over between them? Was it because she saw for herself just how desperately Taesu had been looking for this girl? The intensity is broken when Mia leans in a bit too close, causing Hyun to flinch before Mia quickly apologizes. Now that they're alone, Mia cuts to the chase, asking why Hyun bolted so suddenly earlier. She presses on, reminding Hyun that she seemed like she had something important to say. But as Hyun tries to form an answer, Mia's eyes drift to the sign on the door, realizing they're in the men's room. It all clicks into place. Mia explains she saw the clothes she'd lent Hyun, and immediately suspected she used to date Taesu. She even admits she double-checked with Hyun just to be sure, leaving the poor girl stunned at her own slip-up. With a somber look, Mia finally caves, admitting there's no use pretending to be someone else. Hyun listens quietly, noting that she could keep up the lie if she really wanted to. But the confession comes anyway. Mia confirms that yes, she did date Han Taesu back in the day. She quickly downplays it, saying it was a brief thing in high school that ended badly a long time ago. She's sure he doesn't think fondly of her either, since she ghosted him without a single word. Back then, she just couldn't find the courage to end things the right way. Hyun, however, almost scoffs, thinking that if it were now, she could say it a dozen times. Trying to smooth things over, Mia offers to clear the air with Taesu if their history is bothering Hyun. But then she reveals that Taesu already told her everything about how Hyun helped him, and how he fell for her. Hyun's heart thuds in her chest. Completely stunned, he was worried she'd misunderstand. Mia laughs, assuring Hyun they're just old friends now and she has nothing to worry about. She tells Hyun to relax, but is cut off by a sharp command to wait. Hyun's face flushes with emotion, demanding to know what Mia is even talking about. Confused, Mia just repeats her point. Hyun should date Taesu without worrying about her, but Hyun's voice is strained as she asks how Mia could possibly say that. Does she have any idea how desperately Taesu searched for her after she disappeared? For all those years, the words hang in the air, stunning Mia into silence. Hyun reminds her of what she'd just said, that Taesu liked Hyun from the moment they met. But that doesn't make any sense, she cries, her own heart breaking. Because even after meeting Hyun, Taesu spent years looking for one person, Mia. But Mia just scoffs, asking why Shindabin is even telling her any of this. Shindabin cuts straight through the act, asking if Mia is just worried that she might still have feelings for him. Completely caught off guard, Mia starts waving her hands, trying to laugh it off as a simple slip of the tongue. She admits she might have phrased things wrong, but insists that the final outcome doesn't really change. With a reassuring smile, she tells her Sunbae that Taesu likes her right now, and she feels the same way about him, right? The question hangs in the air, leaving Shindabin blushing. Mia tries to walk away, telling her not to mind someone like her getting in the way, but Shindabin suddenly grabs her, her eyes sharp with realization, stating that Mia still likes Taesu after all. The direct confrontation shatters Mia's composure, leaving her utterly stunned. All she can do is stammer a weak denial, her flustered expression saying everything she won't. Shindabin reminds her that, as she said before, her chance with Taesu is already over. She points toward a nearby room, daring Mia to go see the truth for herself. A memory flashes through Mia's mind, a younger version of herself, overwhelmed and crying with joy. The scene abruptly shifts, cutting to the university student center late at night. Taesu is seen rushing towards the building, a desperate look on his face as he searches. After asking around, a passing comment makes him stop dead, realizing just how foolish he's been. He'd been searching everywhere, but the answer was right under his nose the whole time. He throws open a door and freezes, finding Mia standing there, just as surprised as he is. His eyes widen, taking in her shocked expression. All he can do is breathe out her name, as she stares back, looking completely heartbroken. Her eyes well up, her heart threatening to beat out of her chest as she whispers his name, Han Taesu. But this was a moment ago he'd cornered a girl he thought was Mia, asking if she was really here. The girl, however, seemed just as confused, deflecting with a question of her own. And then, without another word, she just bolts, leaving Taesu completely stunned. He instinctively yells for Mia to wait, only to turn and find the actual Mia a few feet away. The world stops for a second as they stare, both of them completely frozen in place. Mia's mind goes blank, a flustered mess as she realizes her Sunbae is finally here, and in a fit of panic, She too apologizes and makes a run for it, leaving Taesu speechless. It seems like tonight's theme is the emergency exit sign. He finally catches her on the stairs, both of them gasping for air, unable to run another step. Taesu is completely floored, trying to process what he's just heard. Wait, she was asking about me and Mia? Mia admits she never meant to blurt out their private conversation, but it just slipped out in the moment. She hides her face in total embarrassment, while Taesu finally connects the dots, so that's what Yoonji was talking to Hyun about. His mind flashes back to that day, recalling how Yoonji was pressing him about his relationship with Mia. And then another memory hits him the night Yoonji saw him with that other girl. That must be the source of this whole mess. He starts frantically waving his hands, trying to explain to Mia that what she saw at his place was a massive misunderstanding. But Mia cuts him off, her voice surprisingly steady, assuring him that she knows it was nothing like that. She looks at him, saying she knows he wouldn't joke about that, and that he and Mia aren't like that anymore. Taesu is left speechless. If she already knows, then what is this all really about? With a heavy sigh, Mia's gaze falls, revealing there was something else she's been wanting to ask him all this time. Her voice trembles as she admits she's been hesitating, too scared to ask him the real question. Then, dropping the honorifics, she simply says his name, Taesu, and he freezes. Looking up with pained eyes, she gets to the heart of it, asking when he finally gave up on her. The question completely blindsides him, and all he can manage is a confused what. She reminds him of his years-long search, how all his money was saved for one single purpose, finding the original Mia. He's still reeling, the pieces of her deep-seated insecurity finally clicking into place. Her expression is one of pure heartbreak, as she asks how he could just give up on a goal that important. She confesses that the possibility that she was his long-lost Mia has been tormenting her this whole time, and so she asks the question poisoning her mind. Did he come to her because his first love didn't take him back? Her eyes fill with despair as she voices her deepest fear. Was she just a replacement, a way for him to forget? Flustered, Taesu tries to protest, insisting he knows she's not that kind of person. But Mia cuts him off, tears streaming down her face as she says the problem isn't him, it's her. She begins to explain, her story stretching back 4 long years. Back then, she'd see him, always staring at that little photo of his lost love, and she was there, watching from a distance, seeing a devotion that wasn't meant for her. She clutches her heart, admitting that no matter how close they got, she could never erase that girl's memory. She dismisses it as an inferiority complex, but the single tear escaping her fingers tells the real story. So when he suddenly claimed to have given up on that lifelong search for her, how could she possibly believe it? He finally understands the depth of her pain as she admits she was just trying to run away from it all. His own memory drifts back, confirming it was only last year Head finally stopped searching, or, more accurately, Head just worn out. He thinks back on that lost girl, a memory that always slipped through his fingers like sand. But was his confession to Mia just a way to finally forget? No, he tells himself it can't be. He tries to explain, admitting he liked that girl back then, but insisting that his feelings now are different. Hearing this, Mia rises, her gaze sharp and unwavering as she walks right up to him. She closes the distance, standing on her toes to meet his eyes. With tears welling, she puts his words to the ultimate test. Prove it and kiss her, right now. Taesu freezes, a blushing, stammering mess completely thrown by her demand. A sad, knowing smile plays on Mia's lips. Just as she thought he can't do it, she tells him it's fine, he doesn't need to answer, because his hesitation already gave her the truth. With a soft click of her heel, Mia turns to walk away, her heart heavy with his silence. Her mind flashes back to a memory, a red sneaker he cherished, proof of how much that girl meant to him. She remembers seeing how precious that girl was to Taesu, even back then. Returning to the present, she looks at him with a sad certainty, believing she finally understands. But then, something clicks in Taesu's mind. A sudden, heart-pounding realization. He finally gets it, why she's pushing so hard. Why she thinks is still hung up on Mia. A memory surfaces. That same girl warning him to keep his distance to avoid misunderstandings. Snapping back, Taesu grabs her arm, his expression now firm. Is that really the only reason for this? He pulls her close, asking if this whole ultimatum is because she thinks he's still chasing his past. Well, if that's the case, he decides there's only one way to prove her wrong, and leans in. He tells her that if she really wants to understand how he feels, this is the only way. And before Hyun can even process it, he leans in and kisses her, her eyes flying wide open in shock. The moment is shattered by the sharp, echoing sound of a smack. It's a sound that seems to transcend time, pulling him back to a different school, a different day, and a familiar sting on his cheek, marked by a bright red handprint. He's back in a memory, facing a flustered, red-faced Ha Yoonji from his high school days. A younger Taesu holds his cheek, genuinely confused, asking why she'd suddenly hit him. She just fires back, demanding to know if he even understands what he just did. He answers calmly that he does, reminding her that she was the one who asked if he could kiss her, if it wasn't just a game. So, he simply gave her what she asked for, leaving a younger Yoonji completely flustered and at a loss for words. Her past voice echoes, calling him a weirdo. While in the present, Mia's glasses lie shattered on the floor. Back in the memory, a younger Taesu looks her dead in the eyes and asks her what she thought of the kiss. He holds her close, his voice low, wanting to know if she still thinks this is all some kind of joke. Her anger melts into a flustered blush as she asks if he really thinks she'd ask him out as a simple game. The question is laced with insecurity, her voice trembling as she wonders why he would ever like someone like her. Taesu admits he doesn't have the answer either, and that's precisely why he needs to find out. He confesses everything, how his heart pounds, his mind goes blank, and how her face is all he ever sees. Then he leans in, whispering a dangerous offer. If she's still not sure, they could always try it one more time. His lips graze her neck, an intimate, questioning touch that leaves the next move entirely up to her. And in that moment, she gives in completely, her eyes fluttering shut as she accepts his feelings. And as Taesu held Mia, he realized this feeling was exactly the same as his very first kiss. The memory snaps back to a university prep room, where a younger Taesu is nursing a fresh wound. A concerned voice asks if he's okay, as a young woman gently tends to his face. She dabs at a scratch on his cheek, asking if it hurts much, but he just brushes it off. She admits she panicked when he leaned in, her hand flying out on its own, but he saw it coming. She playfully calls him out, saying she knew his confident act was all a front. Oh, he's not letting that slide, immediately firing back about her own inexperience. He correctly guesses her entire dating knowledge is just secondhand info from books and movies. Mortified, she scrambles to cover his mouth, begging him to be quiet before someone hears. His memory paints a picture of her, the sunbae from a rich family who always acted so perfectly put together. And as time went on, she started showing him a completely unguarded side of herself. Looking back, he realizes that was probably when it all started. It was in those quiet moments that he found himself, falling for the vulnerable, honest person that only he was allowed to see. Back in the present, she gently places a bandage on his cheek. She admits that this is awkward for her too, never expecting to reunite like this. Shed even hired detectives, but they told her to give up, suggesting the person she was looking for didn't want to be found. He listens quietly, admitting he was also on the verge of giving up. But his situation was different. He'd heard it straight from the source that she wanted him gone. His sunbae's expression falls as he reveals the girl wanted them to live as strangers. He explains that back then, he felt his heart finally settle, ready to stop chasing dreams and face reality. He admits he hasn't completely forgotten Mia, but that doesn't make his feelings for his companion a lie. She's left stunned and speechless, her eyes glistening at his raw honesty. He tells her that he's already satisfied with how things have turned out. All he needed was to know that the girl he once feared was dead or alive, is now healthy and well, living an ordinary campus life like anyone else. A gentle, contented smile forms on his lips. That simple fact is more than enough for him. He looks at her with a sincere gaze, asking her to please not say things like that. Don't ever suggest is just using her to forget someone else. Overcome, she can only whisper his name. Taesu steps closer, closing the distance, and says that if she still doesn't believe him, hell prove it. He leans in, his hand finding the wall beside her head, as he asks if they should finish what they couldn't before. His voice is low and steady, his eyes shadowed with intent. What else could he possibly mean? The kiss. He closes the gap until their faces are inches apart, her heart hammering in her chest. He gives her an out, whispering that if she truly doesn't want this, she can push him away, just like she did last time. The choice is entirely hers, but she doesn't. She melts into him, whispering his name as their lips finally meet. At that very moment, the night sky outside explodes with the first burst of festival fireworks. The room is bathed in the sudden, vibrant colors of the celebration. They're lost in the kiss, all her doubts and insecurities dissolving in the beautiful chaos. And with that, the first long day of the festival comes to a spectacular close, paving the way for day 2. The next day, Mia's friends are gathered together, completely stunned by their handiwork, because the subject of their intense makeover session is none other than Han Taesu, now looking surprisingly convincing. Despite some reservations, they all agree that he's their department's only hope to win. They turn to Mia, who's been oddly silent, and ask for her opinion on the transformation. What does she think of her sunbae being turned into the festival's main attraction? Mia's face immediately flushes, the memory of last night's kiss rushing back. She can barely meet his eyes, stammering that she thinks it looks mostly fine, but the awkwardness is too much. She suddenly excuses herself, claiming she feels sick. Before anyone can stop her, she's out the door, leaving a very confused group behind. But as Mia runs off, Taesu is left stewing in his own thoughts, the others wondering what just happened. His mind starts racing, trying to connect the dots of her bizarre reaction. A question echoes in his mind. What if a girl from his past still had feelings for him? And more importantly, what if that girl was Cha Mia? And just like that, 3 days fly by, and an announcement declares the end of the Sohan festival. The students all followed the rules, and the campus-wide event wrapped up without a hitch. With all the events over, everyone packs up, ready to get back to their normal academic lives. The much-hyped war between the Medicom and social welfare departments had begun with lofty ambitions. But thanks to one small giant from Medicom, the competition was utterly crushed, ending not with a bang, but a whimper. Though there was one last event that caught Taesu completely off guard, the cross-dressing contest. A soft voice asks for an opinion on their look, and it's revealed to be Yongha, who had to sub in because Taesu's build was too naturally feminine. He was so convincing he almost won, with the crowd wondering if they'd sent a real girl on stage. The host, completely fooled, asks the lovely contestant for a self-introduction. But the moment Yongha opened his mouth to speak, the entire illusion shattered. With the festival now a memory, Taesu walks across campus, sensing something else is different. Suddenly, a flustered Shin Dabin appears, calling out to him. She nervously stammers, asking if he made it home okay the other night. The simple question sends her spiraling, recalling the mortifying memory of him carrying her. Mortified, Shin Dabin yells that she's already paid the laundry fee, leaving Taesu completely lost. As she bolts, he can only wonder if she thought he was chasing her for more money. At least she's finally stopped bothering him, but it seems his name was involved in another campus drama entirely. A girl with a gentle smile, Ara, calmly greets the president of the social welfare department. The president isn't smiling back, her face twisting into a scowl. Ara leans in, reminding her of their little promise from the festival, the one about the losing side bowing. The president grits her teeth, clearly hoping everyone had forgotten about that humiliating deal. And so, eyewitness accounts start spreading of the proud president bowing 90 degrees to Hisu Sunbae. Word of this strange rumor eventually reaches Taesu, who looks utterly bewildered by the news. Just then, Ara walks past, calling out to her Sunbae and revealing just who is enforcing this punishment for him. As Ara walks on, she seems completely untroubled by the chaos she's caused. She gives a final, knowing smile, as if this was all part of her plan. But for Taesu, this whole situation is dredging up something far more personal. His mind flashes back to the night before, under the brilliant festival fireworks. In a quiet moment away from the noise, their lips had finally met. It was a sudden, electrifying kiss that left them both breathless. Taesu, completely stunned, could only stare as she softly asked him how it felt. She looked at him with earnest, pleading eyes, hoping her actions spoke louder than words. He remembered pinning her against the lockers, his own emotions a confusing storm, and she had gently reminded him that she could always see when he was struggling. His mind drifts to another girl, another time, and her playful promise to keep things a secret. But back in the present, Mia drops a bombshell. That whole mind-reading ability, she made it all up. She admits she's terrible with words, and her power was just an excuse to get close to him. But now, she tells him, she doesn't need to pretend anymore. She can see perfectly well just how flustered he is, his face blushing crimson. She quickly reassures him. She knows his feelings for her aren't a lie. Not at all. But then why? She asks. Does he look so pained and conflicted? Her eyes widen as a terrible thought suddenly clicks into place. She looks him dead in the eye and asks, did he and his ex never properly break up? Taesu's stunned silence is all the confirmation she needs. He walks away, his mind replaying the moment. He panicked, trying to find any excuse, but it was useless. He remembers her sad smile, telling him it was okay, that just knowing he liked her was enough. He curses himself for being such an idiot, for freezing up at the most important time. He even starts to question if Mia ever truly had feelings, remembering a time she told him they were nothing. And with that one lingering question hanging in the air that they never properly broke up, the festival ended. Later, as the sun begins to set, a phone starts to ring. The woman on the other end answers. It's Heisu, or rather, Taesu, calling his teacher. He's asking if he can postpone his plans to stay at her place while studying abroad. She says it's fine, not because of any marriage issue, as her packed suitcase sits nearby, ready to go. A faint blush creeps onto her cheeks, as she thinks to herself she's finally met the person she always wanted to beat. Standing in her room, bathed in the golden light of sunset, she steels her resolve. For once, she truly wants to win. Meanwhile, Taesu is stopped in his tracks, completely caught off guard. A woman with an intense, knowing gaze is staring right at him. It turns out they're neighbors, and she's just come out of the apartment next door. Her mind flashes back to the festival. Yeah, this is definitely the guy she ran into. He asks if something's wrong, but she just plays it off, saying his face looks familiar. But her mind is already connecting the dots. Ah, that's right. She bluntly calls him out as the creep in the mascot suit who grabbed her chest. Taesu completely panics, but his frantic excuses are cut short by a voice from behind. It's Mia. She looks at him, bewildered, asking what he's even doing out here. But the woman with the neck tattoo completely ignores him, her intense gaze now fixed solely on Mia. And Mia, she looks like she's just seen the final boss of her life appear out of nowhere. The woman says with a chilling calm that Mia has finally decided to show her face. That's all the motivation Mia needs, immediately spinning around to flee with a pathetic excuse. But she gets nowhere as an arm snatches her by the head, yanking her back with zero effort. Taesu just watches, stunned, as the woman grills Mia for hiding and turning off her phone. He tries to politely interject, apologizing for interrupting what is clearly a private matter. But the woman just pulls Mia into a tight headlock and finally turns back to him, demanding to know their relationship. Trapped and mortified, Mia manages to stammer out the unbelievable truth. Their mother and daughter, a revelation that sends Taesu's world spinning. Still trapped, Mia panics and tries to correct her story, yelling that this isn't her mother, it's her older sister. Taesu's brain short-circuits again. An older sister? Well, now that he thinks about it, they do have a slight resemblance. But the woman's expression suddenly shifts, a dangerous realization dawning in her eyes. She ignores Mia and locks onto Taesu, asking if he's the one living next door, the one named Han Taesu. After he confirms, she lets Mia go, a cold smile forming as she says she has a gift for him. She takes a single, deliberate step forward, her heels clicking ominously on the floor. Confused, Taesu asks what she could possibly want to give him, only to receive a chilling warning: tighten your abs. Before he can even react, her eyes flash with fury and she draws back her fist. An explosive punch slams directly into his stomach, the impact stealing the very air from his lungs. His vision whites out, his entire body locking up from the sheer, unexpected force of the blow. Taesu collapses to the floor, gasping for air as Seojin cries out in shock. The woman's eyes glisten as she explains that punch was for every player he ever tormented. She coldly reminds him that she'd promised to do exactly this if she ever found him. But it's Seojin who puts the pieces together first, recognizing the infamous neck tattoo. The name hits Taesu like a second punch. Corrupted Power Angel, a top-ranked whale and guildmaster. He remembers now she was the one who got him, and Mia tangled up with the police. The horrible truth begins to dawn on him, and he asks if Mia had lent out her account. The full story comes out. After Mia got suspended for fighting, Seojin took matters into her own hands. She used Mia's name to create a new account, causing chaos and giving Mia a severe aversion to all video games. Taesu's mind reels, asking if Seojin showed up at the police station back then, completely unaware of who she was really dealing with. Yoonju finally understands Taesu was here to meet Seojin all along. Seojin's friend quickly apologizes for the punch, warning Taesu not to sue or make a scene. But he isn't going anywhere. There's still more he needs to understand. He watches Seojin grab the doorknob, wondering why she's in such a rush to leave. And another strange thought hits him. Wasn't Yoonju supposed to be an only child? Seojin suddenly turns on Yoonju, her voice cold as she asks if she broke their promise. Yoonju is completely blindsided, having no idea what her sister is talking about. It was about the door lock password, which was supposed to be set to Seojin's birthday. A promise made so that, no matter what, Seojin could always check on her if something went wrong. But Yoonju stops her, demanding to know what she's doing here all alone. Seojin pivots, asking if Yoonju saw her at the festival walking around with Sua. She sits down, a small book in her lap, coldly remarking that Yoonju's 3-day absence proves she knew nothing. She's quick to clarify that Sua wasn't there for her. She just dropped by for an idol's concert. If Sua really wanted to find her, Seojin reasons, she could have just grabbed her while she was in the mascot suit. With a sharp snap, she closes the book, the word diary, facing a stunned Yoonju. The time for games is over. Seojin's gaze is sharp as she demands an explanation. Why is Yoonju's diary completely blank after early April? The question hits like a physical blow, leaving Yoonju speechless and shaken. The scene shifts, showing a younger-looking Yoonju working as a waitress, completely blanking on a customer's order. He has to remind her of his simple request for soju, and her flustered reaction hints at a much deeper problem. The customer even chides her for having such a poor memory for a young woman. Seojin's voice cuts in, guessing this was around the time her sister was living so carelessly. Her own life, however, was relegated to the bleak, lonely alleys of a cheap Gasuwon. It was here, on June 13th, that Seojin started keeping her own diary after moving in. The rent was higher, but the small luxury of a private bathroom felt like a world of difference. Her memory then jumps back further, to the spring right after she turned 19. Her father had fled from debt collectors, leaving her to be unceremoniously evicted from their home. Alone in a new room with almost no money, she found herself wondering if her sister was okay. But that thought quickly soured, replaced by a cold, harsh realization. A wave of pure resentment crashes over her, feeling used, raised, and then tossed aside. If her sister had just vanished, at least she wouldn't have been there to hear those awful words. That girl, her own sister, Du Yeonwoo, she'd been tossed aside so easily. But as the memory blurs, something feels off. Sojin's eyes snap open, the bitterness of the past yanking her back to reality. She sits up, heart pounding, wondering what that vivid, painful vision was. As morning light breaks, the weight of that nightmare lingers in the air. Elsewhere, Han Tae-soo is also wrestling with his own troubling thoughts. He stands at his door, ready to leave, but something is seriously bothering him. He recalls seeing Seojin with Mia, and a critical question pops into his head. He's never once heard Mia mention having an older sister, and his suspicion deepens. He thinks back to Seojin. A woman like that is impossible to miss, yet he's never seen her. His old feelings for Mia, as Dabin once pointed out, are making this whole situation even more confusing. Just then, a noise from inside the apartment makes his heart jump. He hears two voices, and his ears perk up when Mia specifically mentions his name. He knows he should just leave, that it's none of his business. Deciding eavesdropping is a line he won't cross, he turns to walk away. But before he can even take a step, the apartment door swings open, and he's caught red-handed by a smiling Shin Da-bin. From the doorway, she teases Mia, asking if her sunbae was checking up on her. A beet-red Mia rushes forward, demanding to know why he's lurking outside her home. But when she finally looks out, the hallway is completely empty. He's gone. That flicker of panic in Mia's eyes is all the confirmation Shin Da-bin needs. A smug, knowing smile spreads across her face. So, I was right after all. She leans in, accusingly asking if Mia remembered to tell Tae-soo about this. The question hits Mia like a physical blow, and she can only flinch away in a cold sweat. Shin Da-bin presses on, wondering if Mia is simply too scared to tell him. Scared he'll find out the truth and abandon her all over again. The taunts hit their mark, reducing Mia to a trembling, pitiful girl. But elsewhere, in an office, a hidden camera is violently ripped from a wall socket. Seojin slams the device on a desk, demanding to know why the landlord planted a bug in her office. The landlord stammers about a misunderstanding, but Seojin isn't hearing it. She tells him to save his pathetic excuses for the police station. With a promise that he'll rot in jail, she slams the door, leaving stunned silence in her wake. The young employee, Miss Choi, can hardly process it. A hidden camera? This was the start of the second hardest time in her life. She looks over at her boss, who can only hang his head in defeat. It all went down the spring she turned 20. The company was called Day-O Industries, her first real job. But because of that incident, her job disappeared, leaving her with a pitifully low bank balance. She checked her account, praying, but the much-needed paycheck never came in. Panic began to set in. How was she going to pay her rent, already 2 months overdue? The office had simply closed down, and her biggest mistake was trusting them enough not to have a backup plan. Her landlord was at the door, furious that she was a month behind on rent yet again. Miss Choi could only bow her head and beg, promising she'd somehow pay him next month. A slimy smile spread across the landlord's face as he took in her desperate situation. He told her payment didn't necessarily have to be in money, suggesting other ways she could pay. It was in that moment, being left completely alone, that she learned her first hard lesson, a lesson she'd carry with her forever. If you look weak, you will get eaten. She quickly realized that every act of kindness had a shadow, a hidden price tag, especially for someone like her. With no money and no one to back her up, she was easy prey. Of course, if it were her now, she wouldn't have hesitated to burn those scumbags to the ground. But back then, she was just a scared girl on the stairs, staring at the pathetic 43,000 won in her account. Back then, she could only wonder how long she could possibly last on her own. She was just a kid, powerless against the threatening texts demanding interest payments. Her only response was to run, to hide, to tremble in the shadows. She sought help from the system, but was turned away because on paper, she still had a guardian. Desperate, she bowed and begged for any job, only to be hit with a polite, dismissive rejection. The real reason stung far worse as she overheard them call her shabby, almost like a homeless person. To them, she was just a liability, a kid with no background who might cause problems. With nowhere to go and no one to lean on, the tears she'd been holding back finally fell. She looked at the last of her money, a few measly coins rattling in her palm. Sitting alone on a bench as the world moved on without her, she was completely lost. 10 days without a single job offer, and her stomach groans in protest. Staring at her last can of soda, she wonders what she'll do if this continues. At her lowest point, her mind drifts back to a kinder memory of her sunbae, Taizu. Just thinking about his gentle smile is enough to send a blush across her face. She quickly shakes her head, trying to understand why he keeps popping into her thoughts. A desperate idea forms. Could she bring herself to find him and beg for help? But the thought dies instantly. She has no right to ask him for anything, not after the deal she made, the shadowy exchange of money that now binds her. His mother's voice echoes in her memory, asking her to spy on her own son. To Mia, he's like a prince from another world, and she's the traitor with no right to approach him. She ran away, thinking she could just cut ties, but the tears of regret won't stop falling. Alone on the street, clutching a can, she drowns in the bitter reality she created for herself. Her mind drifts back to him, wondering why she's still entertaining such selfish hopes. Is she just assuming he'd forgive her betrayal? The thought alone makes her face burn. She remembers how he held her, the only one who ever seemed to truly see her. He accepted her even when the entire world was screaming insults on her very own desk. He was her only comfort when she felt broken and cast aside by everyone else. But that was the past. Sitting alone now, she tells herself it's ridiculous to even think about him. Her hands tremble. He's surely forgotten someone like her by now, living a happy life somewhere far away. Yet, as she looks up, a flicker of something other than despair sharpens in her eyes. Her eyes land on an old payphone, and a desperate idea takes root. A single, shaky breath escapes her lips. Could she really do this? On autopilot, her feet carry her forward, one step after another. She steps into the booth, the world outside fading away. With a trembling hand, she reaches for the receiver. For a moment, she hesitates, her fingers hovering in the air. But the urge to hear his voice, even just once, is too strong. She finally picks up the phone, the weight of her decision heavy in her hand. She doesn't even know if his number is still the same, her mind flashing back to simpler times. Back to a sunset when just sitting beside him felt like the safest place in the world. She presses the receiver to her ear, the steady, ringing a drumbeat of her own anxiety. Waiting alone in the bright phone booth, she wonders if this was a mistake. Then the ringing stops, and a calm, questioning voice asks if anyone is there. Her entire world freezes. That voice, it's really him. She trembles, unable to make a sound as he asks, "Hello?" one more time. It's a voice she hasn't heard in years, pulling her back into a sun-drenched memory. The voice that had always been so familiar, so comforting. His question from the present pulls her back, wondering why she's being silent. A wave of pure panic washes over her. She never actually expected him to answer. Her mind is a blank slate of shock. What could she possibly say to him now? Meanwhile, on Taesa's end, his phone rings while he's getting ready to leave with his companion. She asks if it's going to take long, but he assures her it'll be just a moment. But before he can get another word in, the line on the other end cuts out with a sharp click. He just stares at his phone, completely baffled by the sudden hang-up. Back in the present, the receiver dangles, a silent testament to Mia's panicked retreat. She clutches her mouth, heart hammering in her chest, unable to believe what she just did. Stepping out of the booth, she can only wonder if he thought it was some kind of sick prank. But as she's lost in her regret, her vision suddenly flashes and the world begins to fade. A calm, unfamiliar voice cuts through the haze, asking if she's awake now. Her eyes flutter open to a strange ceiling, lying in a bed she doesn't recognize, utterly confused. An older woman explains that this place is a church, leaving a groggy Mia completely bewildered. The woman gently asks if she remembers what happened. Seeing the blank look on her face, she explains that she found Mia collapsed on the street and decided to bring her here. The memories start to trickle back. It all started with a can of coffee she left on a bench. When she returned from her call, she found her drink had been treated like an ashtray. Someone had carelessly tossed their cigarette butts right into her coffee. The sight of it, the thought of it, it was the final straw that made her sick. She had collapsed right there at the bus stop, surrounded by strangers who just watched. The woman notes that Mia seemed like she hadn't eaten in days and offers her some warm porridge. She introduces herself as the pastor's wife and tells Mia she can stay here as long as she needs. With a weak voice, Mia offers a final, quiet thank you for the unexpected kindness. And with a soft click, the door closes on that chapter of her life. Later, the pastor's wife comes to check on the girl she took in. She opens the door to find the room empty, the bedding neatly folded. All that remains is an empty bowl, a few coins, and a note promising to repay the kindness one day. Looking back, Mia reflects on the strange twist of fate that led her there. If she hadn't collapsed that day, she never would have met one of the people who saved her life. Time passes, and we find her trying to make it on her own. She works a grueling job, so exhausting she can barely stand by the end of her shift. But there's no rest for her, as her boss immediately piles on more work for the night. She reflects that life must not have wanted her to die just yet, as she diligently works at her new job. Thanks to the pastor's wife, she's finally earning money again, a small but precious amount. But that money isn't for her. It's handed over to a loan shark who notes that while the payment is correct, it's late. He even has the gall to suggest he thought she'd run away, triggering a raw, furious outburst from Mia. How could she ever run? If she did, who knows what his people would do to her mother? She thinks of her mom, who suffered her entire life only to pass away after knowing nothing but pain. Mia desperately asks how much more he expects her mother to suffer, but the man coldly dismisses her grief. He even begins to mock her, calling her stubborn for refusing the easier ways to make money he's offered. For someone with nothing, he sneers. Her pride is certainly high, a final jab that lands on a silent, enduring Mia. And so Mia endures, now toiling away at a gritty construction site. The older workers watch her, pitying the young girl who always keeps to herself. They wonder if she's just lonely, but she's completely lost in her own world. As she eats, she questions if this is really just lingering attachment holding her back. Her mind drifts to a simple, happy memory. A time when she felt warmth in Taesu's arms, a life she knows she can never reclaim. But that sweet thought is immediately crushed by the memory of absolute despair that followed. And the loan shark's cruel words come rushing back. Is she just being stubborn? For a moment, she wonders if giving in to that dark path would really make things easier. She can't help but picture him, probably living happily, having long forgotten someone like her. Was wanting an ordinary life always a luxury she couldn't afford? Since leaving home at 18, she's known nothing but work, watching other girls live their youth. Chained down by the shackles of money, she never even got to finish school. She became an adult before she even realized it, left behind by the world. But even so, taking a bite of her meager meal, she decides it's fine. She has to be allowed to dream, right? Even if she's poor and has nothing. So she continues to push on, working tirelessly without a single complaint. After all, she's just living by the words her late mother always used to tell her. A person only truly dies, her mother once told her, when they lose their dream. It was a cheesy line from a novel, but she held on to it with her last breath. Shed pleaded with Mia to keep just one dream tucked away, for a day when things wouldn't be so hard. Those were the last words her mother ever spoke. But now, Mia wonders if she's even allowed to have something like that, a memory of her sunbae flashing in her mind. What was her dream, anyway? She can hardly remember. The past feels so hazy, like a world she can no longer touch. Lost in the memory, her hard hat slips and falls to the ground with a clatter. But as she looks down, a new fire ignites within her, a forgotten purpose, suddenly returning.